Hey everyone, it's Bonescoon here, and welcome to the full Z side of the story of What If Raditz Fought Goku at Kame House. Guys, I am so excited to present this. It is my first full story of any type, and although it's only half the story of What If Raditz Fought Goku at Kame House, I'm still just as excited. It is very long, and it spanned over half a year of time on my channel. When I first started this, I had 0 subscribers, because this was the very first story. So, the quality, you'll see, will change rapidly throughout it. If you're joining us for the first time, this is a great starting point. And if you're returning, you've been with us for a while here, well, get ready to enjoy a bit of a blast from the past, and something to tide you over while you wait for future chapters of this ongoing series. Seriously, as of recording this, I have 147 subscribers, and I love each and every single one of you. I cannot stress that enough. I did not expect this channel to go off as quickly as it has, and obviously there's still growth to be had. Many people out there that I want to see my videos that haven't yet, but those of you that are already here are people that I appreciate to no end. Whenever I release a new video and I see the regular commenters haven't commented yet, I wonder where they're at. I'm waiting for the new comments to come in, so I'm excited to hear from you on this one. And I hope that you're all excited for future videos to come. Oh, and as a quick side note, I had a conversation with Beers earlier today, and he informed me that if you watch this video and you don't subscribe, he might get angry enough to blow up the planet. We don't want any of that, so please, if you're not subscribed, please subscribe. It helps the channel out immensely. Without further ado, everyone, I present Chapter 1 of What If Raditz Fought Goku at Kame House. Well, hello everyone, it's me, Bonescoon, here on my new channel, Bonte's What Ifs. Now, before I get started with today's What If story, I just want to give a quick disclaimer. You're going to notice, if you watch What If scenarios regarding Dragon Ball Z, some similarities to MasakoX. That is because all of this is greatly inspired by him. And as I'm finding my own way to tell a narrative, I'd just like it to be known that there might be some parallels between him and myself. And it isn't meant to be plagiaristic. It's meant to be out of respect for his art, because he is an amazing storyteller. And if by chance you haven't seen him before you came across me, go check out MasakoX, because he tells amazing what if stories. So, with that in mind, let's get today's story of What If Raditz and Goku Fought at Kame House. Before I really start the story, however, there is one other change to this timeline that I need to make before the start of Z unfolds. It's back during the events of the King Piccolo arc. Krillin does not die in this scenario. In this time, Goku does perceive him as dead. He believes that he is dead when he sees him, so he goes on his fit of rage. But as it turns out, Krillin was just put into a comatose state from the battle. Not really battle. Tambourine really blindsided him, but didn't get the kill. And thus, as a result, the Dragon Balls were not needed to revive Krillin, which will explain why the scenario is handled a little bit differently momentarily. The scene opens up with the events of Dragon Ball Z unfolding. The story has just begun, and Raditz has reached Kame House. This is where things diverge, and it's a pretty big one. You see, Raditz, instead of deciding to give Goku an opportunity then and there to prove his worth by going and killing some people, he decides that the best way to teach the Saiyan brother of his a lesson, and his nephew, is by pummeling him into the ground right then and there, and establishing dominance, as some Saiyans might do. Now, this is a bit more in Bardock's nature. He's fairly aggressive and everything, and Raditz may be more cowardly, but that's really in a circumstance where he's not got the upper hand. In this situation, he knows full well that he's stronger than Goku. He clearly knows that he's stronger than Krillin, because he just kicked him through a building, and he's probably stronger than the old man as well. You know, Master Roshi, and Bulma too. So, in this scenario, Raditz decides right then and there that he's going to fight Goku, and really just make the record straight that he is stronger than the other, and that his little brother needs to get in line behind him. The battle is about to begin, and Bulma goes to make her escape. She's not really fit for the fight, so she needs to get out of there safe and sound. And she does. Krillin, Master Roshi, and Goku stay behind on the island to fight, leaving the opportunity for Bulma to get out of there safely. Now, Raditz probably could have killed her, but it's not really his focus, and since it's not really the key area that he's trying to explore, it's not really that big of an issue. So he just goes ahead and lets the woman go. Krillin, because he has not died yet from the Dragon Balls, is not as afraid in the story. He still has the opportunity to be revived once by the Dragon Balls, and by golly, he might just have to take it. So the battle begins. It's Master Roshi, Krillin, and Goku against Raditz, with Piccolo watching in the back. But when the Dragon Team members start to fall and falter, it's time for him to step in. Master Roshi is knocked out in the proceedings fairly early on as well. This is Saiyan Saga Master Roshi. He's a little rusty. He needs to get back on his game. Krillin, however, does die in the ensuing battle, and then the rest of the battle kind of unfolds as usual. Gohan getting his rage boost. He's witnessing this entire battle happening, and then Goku succumbing to the special beam cannon in order to prevent Raditz from getting away from it. So the two of them die, but not without the Saiyans hearing the story of the Dragon Balls and deciding they will appear in 1 year's time. Hey everyone, it's me after the fact. I just kind of want to mention real quick that Piccolo does still take Gohan. Those sorts of events still occur as normal. As I was editing this video, I thought that was probably a noteworthy thing to say. This does lead to some major divergences from the original series. For one, when Goku goes to Snake Way in order to train with King Kai, it's pretty obvious that Krillin is also going to receive that opportunity. Therefore, the journey down Snake Way begins with the two of them rather than just Goku. And because of this, the distractions don't really happen nearly as often because Krillin is a little more level-headed than Goku, so they reach King Kai's planet a little bit sooner than before. I would say that the scenario of him falling off of Snake Way wouldn't occur at all. However, when food gets involved, I think it's suffice it to say Goku is going to go ahead and fall for that trap. So that event probably still occurs. Now, another thing too is we gotta remember, Bulma escaped there, and she's going to catch on to the fact that Raditz probably had a spaceship somewhere. So, tracking down the spaceship is her main task. She locates it, and because she's not in such a hasty need of capturing the spaceship and accidentally self-destructing it with a remote, she takes it to Capsule Corp and actually just starts studying it then and there, 1 year ahead of the time that she normally would start working on that technology. Now, when they get to King Kai's planet, this is a really important thing too. It's something that I always felt like was kind of denied in the series. King Kai will train both of them in the Kaioken technique. There is the obvious fact that Goku's Saiyan physiology is built to make him stronger overall than any human's ever going to reach. However, at this point in the story, the humans are not irrelevant. Krillin training on his own preparing for the Saiyans made him strong enough to take out several Cybermen at once. And although he wasn't even close to Nappa's strength, he was significantly stronger than Raditz in just 1 year's time of training, when at the time that he just encountered Raditz, he was just getting kicked through buildings without being able to put up a fight. At this point in the story, the human strength is still relevant, and it is believable to think that they could reach the likes of Nappa or someone like that. We take a look into the future at the events of Dragon Ball Super, at the Resurrection F movie. The Frieza Force soldiers don't compare to Krillin in the slightest bit. They aren't even close to his power. And he's just caught off guard himself at how strong he is compared to everyone else. It's not even a challenge. Humans have a lot of potential that never got reached in the series, and I think that it's a great opportunity for Krillin to learn the Kaioken. So he's going to learn the Kaioken. He's also going to learn the Spirit Bomb. Because he's a little better at focusing than Goku, I would say that's the area that he focuses on, because the Kaioken is a little harder on his body. So Goku's going to learn the Kaioken. more efficiently than Krillin, but Krillin's going to learn the Spirit Bomb more efficiently than Goku. Both of them, however, will still learn the Spirit Bomb. Now you might be asking me, what does that mean for the Dragon Team that's stuck on Earth when the Saiyans arrive? I do have a solution for that, and I think it's a pretty good one. You see, the events of them showing up late to Earth are still going to occur. That was King Kai's lapse of judgment that led to him needing to make the trek back on Snake Way without being prepared to do it. So that's still going to occur, only now it's with Goku and Krillin frantically trying to speed their way back to Earth. That leaves the Dragon Team minus Krillin, but with an addition. And it's because of the way that the Dragon Balls wish them back. See, in the original series, they were able to bring back Goku just by asking for Goku to come back. However, in this version, they have to word it in a way that's kind of plural. So they're going to word it in a way that says that those that died in the battle against Raditz return. And that includes Raditz. Raditz doesn't have to make the trek up Snake Way. He's just plopped right back down on Earth at the island, no idea what's going on. But he does hear a voice, and it's Bulma's, right in Kame House. So he storms in there and sees her wearing his scouter, and out of sheer anger, he just smacks her out of the way and takes it. He puts it on, and he sees the power readings listing Vegeta and Nappa off in the distance, and he makes his way there without really harming any of the people, because, again, he's very confused. He has no idea what's going on, but he arrives there to the site to see Vegeta and Nappa disgruntled to see him rather than happy. He has no idea why, but all he knows is the threat that Vegeta has just made against him. And bear with me, because I'm going to try to do an impression. If it isn't the deserter, Raditz, you should have stayed in hiding. I guess you're going to die with the rest of these pathetic humans. And out of sheer fear, Raditz decides to join the Dragon Team in waiting and holding the fort down for Goku and Krillin to show up. Chapter 2. Nappa, suffice it to say, is even more excited this time around because he gets an opportunity to kill a Saiyan that he kind of disdained, looked down upon. So this battle kind of proceeds on as it typically would, at least in the beginning. The Cybermen are formed. Nappa wants to see a Cyberman versus a Raditz to see if it really is true that they are equivalent in strength. However, Raditz knows Cybermen, at least to a degree. He's aware of some of their tactics. Therefore, when Yamcha steps up to the plate first, he does not die from a kamikaze at the hands of the Cybermen. This may not bode too well for him in the long run, but in the moment, it means that you have a pretty capable human soldier that manages to stick around for more of the fight against Nappa. This kind of evens out the fact that Krillin isn't present, but Raditz is, because at this time in the story, Krillin would have been more powerful than Raditz. I'd say things are still pretty well balanced compared to the original, but because Raditz knows a little bit of Nappa's fighting style as well, the fact of the matter is, they do stand to be a little better off than they were originally. That being said, there are some deaths. Yamcha might have a little bit of a cockiness going on with him, and he learns the hard way that's not the way to be against Nappa. Nappa floors him, and he is the first to die in the battle. Things kind of progress on as they would in the original series as well, with the events of Chaozu and Tien. So, suffice it to say, you've got 3 down right there. Now, I think that a bit of a difference here is that Piccolo and Gohan don't get into that situation where they need to dodge. Raditz sees a little bit of value in Gohan, and seeing that he might be a future for the Saiyan race. And because he values him a little bit as well, he and Piccolo are both going to be trying to protect him a little bit. What I think that means is that they're going to see a little bit more coming, with the 3 of them really having each other's backs. And I don't think that Piccolo is going to have to take an attack in order to stop Nappa, because Nappa is going to have some of his attention on Raditz as well. He's going to have his guard a little bit more up, and he's not going to make as many brash decisions because he knows that there's somebody on the other side that has the same ideas of what he's going to do. Therefore, I think when Krillin and Goku show up, you're going to have Piccolo still alive, along with Gohan, and along with Raditz. Speaking of Krillin and Goku, they finally arrive on the scene. Krillin's not really looking that intimidating, but Goku's got a bit of an air about him. Vegeta! Look at the tiny one. I think I'm gonna kill him first. Nappa, you're being too cocky! Size isn't everything, as Vegeta says, because half of his height comes from his hair. You need to be on guard! You should have killed everyone else here by now. We've taken too long to exterminate this planet. Which one of you killed our friends? That'd be me, Pipsqueak. They died real easily, too. One of them even killed themselves. Do you have a problem with that? Krillin! I understand you're angry, but we need to remember our training. You should take him, and I'll take the other one. Oh, you really think you can handle me by yourself? I'd love to see you try. And with that, the terms are set. Nappa begins fighting Krillin 1v1, while Goku and Vegeta head off in the distance to choose their own battle location. And let me tell you, the fight is intense. Nappa learns pretty quickly that he was definitely destined to eat his words. This Pipsqueak that is a third of his size is putting up a heck of a fight, and in some cases, he even gets the upper hand when he starts glowing in this red aura after yelling the words Kaioken. He doesn't understand it. He's not wearing a scouter, so he has no idea what power levels are right now. And Raditz, Piccolo, and Gohan are just amazed at what they're seeing. Raditz especially is just dumbfounded. This is a person that he was kicking through buildings just a year ago. What the heck is going on? Whatever training he had is insane, and he doesn't want to cross him badly at all right now. In fact, he's more than ecstatic to see that he might actually survive this. Wait, speaking of being alive though, hey you, green one! We should take the kid and get out of here. I wouldn't take you for someone that's wanting to run, but you're right. If I die, the Dragon Balls won't work anymore, and we can't have that. Gohan, let's go. And with that, the three of them begin to leave the battlefield. Nappa trying to take a pot shot at them, but taking his attention off Krillin isn't really the smartest of ideas. He gets smacked right into a cliffside. Meanwhile, Goku and Vegeta begin their battle off in the distance as well. Things kind of play out as they would in the original. However, Goku is a little bit stronger in this instance. So he's got that little bit of an edge to make up for the fact that Krillin isn't immediately heading his way as soon as Vegeta turns into a Great Ape. It's going to be a little bit longer. Back in the front with Krillin and Nappa, the fight does eventually reach its conclusion. Nappa is defeated, but when it comes time for Krillin to decide if he wants Nappa to live or die, he does end up taking his life. We have to remember, he really wanted to kill Vegeta in the original series after what he did. And in this rage, blinded by the deaths of his friends, he really does do it. And it's something that he will come to regret. Nappa is out of the picture, which is just fine because he sees an orb coming off in the distance. And Raditz, even further out there as well, knows what's about to happen. Blast it! I didn't think Vegeta would get to that! With that, Raditz goes ahead and starts speeding back to the battlefield because he knows he has no other option. If he abandons Goku right now, his own brother in his time of need, it could very well lead to the defeat of him and the eventual death of himself. So Raditz hurries back to the battlefield where Krillin's at, quickly tells him what's going on, and then gets him going as well. He's keeping his eyes off of the orb, that way he doesn't transform right away, because he needs to be able to get to the battlefield before it happens. And when they do, Raditz goes ahead and transforms into a Great Ape as well. And with him, alongside Goku and Krillin, the three of them manage to get the tail off of Vegeta. However, Raditz's tail is cut off in the process, and he is pulverized on the ground within an inch of his life. Krillin goes off to the distance and makes a spirit bomb. Goku tries to hold off Vegeta for a little bit, but he is really not doing too well. He's better off than he was in the original series, but he has got a heck of a lot going on with him. About the only difference is that Vegeta wasn't able to grab him and really, squeeze tight, so he doesn't have every single bone in his body broken yet, but Vegeta is pretty well dead set on changing that. He is wailing on him very hard, and he's got the upper hand in every single way. Goku has almost no answer for what's going on, but little does he know, Krillin is finishing up a spirit bomb and launches it right at him, taking him out. He doesn't die. He falls to the ground in the same state that he was in the original series, and this time Krillin decides not to, filled with remorse for taking the life of Nappa and seeing a person that technically hadn't actually killed any of his friends personally. He decides the right move is to let him go. Vegeta makes his escape with Raditz unconscious and Krillin on his feet, Goku in pretty much the same state that he was in the original series, and the fight is done. But their journey certainly isn't over, because Vegeta is hardly a good guy right now. They need to be on guard, and in addition to that, the realization dawns on them they can't bring everyone back with the Dragon Balls. And so the trip to Namek is going to be proposed to them as it was in the original series. Chapter 3. We start off in the hospital with the events that took place, with Mr. Popo revealing that Namek could be an answer to their problems. They decide that they're going to go ahead and make a trip there. 2 expeditionary teams, however, need to be done since Goku is healing and Raditz is healing alongside him. However, they will not be using Kame's ship. You see, Bulma has been working on a spaceship for the entire year up until the Saiyan invasion, and they have a working prototype. It is similar to the one that Goku uses to get to Namek. However, it does not have increased gravity training because that suggestion had not been made to her yet. The first team, however, will be comprised of the same people that was in the original trip, but you guys were wondering, is Piccolo going to come? I believe he would. He has a curiosity of the planet Namek, as well as an extended wish to keep Gohan protected because of the bond that the two of them had formed. He really wants to be there to ensure that Gohan is safe, because there could be danger out there. You never know, and as we know, there definitely is going to be. Now, although it does not have gravity training in it, the ship is, however, pretty well equipped for training purposes. As I said, it's built quite similarly to the original one, just without the gravity training. That means it is made to be able to sustain the training needs of some of the Dragon Team members, because, you know, they always build things with the Dragon Team in mind. So, Piccolo, Krillin, and Gohan do get some training in on the way to Namek. This does lead to some interesting developments that differentiate even further from the original story. You see, Krillin knows the Kaioken. As we covered in our last part, Piccolo is going to want to know what the Kaioken is as well. It is a power that helped him to close the gap against Nappa, a person that Piccolo stood absolutely no chance against. Therefore, you really think that he's going to want to know it. And Krillin, you know, he saw that Gohan was protected by Piccolo. Some trust is built there, so I do believe that he will teach him the Kaioken. Gohan, however, I think he will try to learn it, but it's going to be a very rough process. He's still trying to get a hang of his own power and that latent anger issue that he's got. So it's not really something that he's going to grasp very well. However, by the time they make it to Namek, I would say that Piccolo could go Kaioken times 3 with no problem. Gohan could go Kaioken times 2. But it would cause issues in the long run, so he could use it in short bursts at most. Krillin does refine it even better. I think that around the time that he was fighting Nappa, he probably was able to do Kaioken times 3 without it being too big of a problem. I think that he could probably go Kaioken times 4. And you gotta remember that Piccolo is going to close that gap pretty quickly. He is a very adept fighter. Krillin is a strong human, but humans are still not as capable as Namekians when it comes to strength. Therefore, eventually they will balance out and Piccolo will exceed him. But for now, given the fact that the trip is only about 2 months, it's not a good amount of time. Krillin had a lot longer to learn the Kaioken technique on King Kai's planet, and with increased gravity to deal with on top of that. So he's got a gap that needs to be pretty well filled. That's not going to happen in that short trip. That brings us back to Earth. Raditz and Goku, as they're healing, does anything happen between the two of them? Is Raditz going to try and go to Namek as well? Brother, how did you learn such incredible power in just a tiny amount of time? The fact that you could take on Vegeta was incredible. I don't know what to say. I keep lucking into amazing teachers. I got to fight on this planet that had 10 times gravity, and with Krillin there, it just came so easily. I learned this technique called the Kaioken, and I mean, I'd be happy to teach you too. I mean, you helped protect everybody. And so, you know, you're my brother. Why not? Wait, you trust me that quickly? I tried to kill you just a year ago. What? This isn't how Saiyans behave. Yeah, well, just now I'm realizing that I'm a Saiyan, you gotta know. And I've always been raised a human. And humans have a lot more compassion. Sometimes I don't even know how I am a Saiyan, because I don't act anything like all of you guys. That Vegeta, that Nappa, and you've all acted so differently from how I've always been. Yes, well, when your entire planet's decimated by meteors and no one's really left, you kind of have to get a rough exterior. That and Saiyans have always just wanted to fight. That's all we've ever wanted. Yeah, well, a fight? I mean, I guess we have that in common at least, so, you know, we gotta go to Namek. Are you gonna come with us? Raditz thinks about it. He didn't really have a plan. Vegeta did make a mention of the fact that there could be Dragon Balls on Namek as well, which means that could be where he's heading. And if he's heading there, that means that there could be an inevitable round 2 between him and Goku. That's something he wouldn't want to miss. I mean, this is his brother that actually just protected him. And even though he's got that Saiyan blood running through him that's preventing him from just outright becoming a good guy, it's something that intrigues him. And so, Raditz says this. You know, brother, I suppose I will go with you. You know, Vegeta's probably going to end up there, and we need to protect your family, and if you could train alongside me while we're there, that would be great. You know, that increased gravity that's on your planet, I wonder if it's similar to what ours was, and I wonder if we could somehow achieve it. That sounds like a great idea! I'm definitely down for that. And with that, the idea is proposed for increased gravity training artificially, and the second ship that is sent to Namek will have it put in. This is a time where Goku will teach Raditz the Kaioken as well. Everybody's learning the Kaioken, because why didn't they in the original series? It's something I never really got, Toriyama. It's like you only wanted Goku to be the winner. But in any case, on their way there, they will get better gains than Goku did in the original series. You got two Saiyans fighting. They do have to worry about destroying the ship. However, there are a couple things that means because of it. They will end up needing to use a little bit more Sensu beans on the way there. And because of that, they're going to hold back a little bit. I think that Goku will be stronger when he lands in Namek than he was in the original series. I don't think it's going to be about by a ton, though. However, I do think that Raditz is going to see some pretty substantial gains. He's going to be catching up to his brother. He's going to be learning the Kaioken. Now, he is not a super focused person either, I feel like. I'm making assumptions here, but this is based on the fact that Goku is the way that he is. Saiyans in general, they are kind of driven by that rage and that just want to fight. Now, I do think that he will learn the Kaioken, but I think that he's going to master ×3, and it's not going to be more than that, despite the fact that he is going to have a greater base power than, say, Piccolo when he gets there. Speaking of that, though, I didn't discuss power levels. Now, power levels become such a vague concept during the Namek saga, but I think that it is noteworthy to say Piccolo will see some gains on the way to Namek, and as they arrive, he's going to be about, I'm going to say that he's going to be about 2,000 base power. That is about half of what Nappa was, but he does have access to the Kaioken technique. The reason why it's not very substantial is because he's not spending the entire time just strictly training. He's also learning the Kaioken technique, and he's not able to use the artificial gravity training that Goku and Raditz will be able to take advantage of. Therefore, 2,000 seems about right. Gohan will be stronger as well. I don't think that it will be as substantial a gain as Piccolo, however, because they don't really know too well about the Zenkai boosts or anything like that, so they're not going to want to push a child into all that stuff. Piccolo did do it with Gohan in the woods, but it didn't seem to have too good of results because he was still terrified in that fight. Therefore, a lot of his training is going to be towards just increasing his courage, his reflexes, everything like that matters to supplement pure fighting power. Krillin will see some gains as well. Nothing too crazy, though. Honestly, I think that he will have grown the least of them. He was about even with Nappa with the Kaioken use, and I believe that's in Kaioken times 2. In times 3, which he could use in very small bursts, he was able to overpower Nappa. Now, I do think that his base power will be something around 2,500. Piccolo still catching up a little bit, but he is able to use Kaioken times 3 pretty well. Gohan, I put him at about 2,000 as well, alongside Piccolo, but still not as good at fighting. They land and set camp, and they decide that they're going to go ahead and divide and conquer. Krillin and Gohan will go to the spot where they originally go, where they end up meeting Dende and coming across Dodoria and all those events taking place. However, Piccolo, I think, is going to head straight towards Guru. He can feel his presence, and it seems like it's the right area for him to go. So that's the direction that Piccolo is going to head towards. Now, Krillin and Gohan get to where they're at, and the same events begin to take place as they did in the original. That being said, when they go to make their escape, we've got an interesting situation here, because Dodoria takes chase after Krillin. However, Krillin is not nearly as weak as he was in the original, so when he uses the solar flare to escape, instead of immediately getting out of there, he wails on Dodoria a little bit. Because Krillin hung around longer, it means that he's still there when Vegeta shows up to kill Dodoria himself. If it isn't the little runt that dispatched my partner Nappa. What a displeasure this is to see you. Aw, man. We really did expect you to show up here, but I didn't think we'd run into you this quickly. Yes, well, I picked up a neat trick while I was there on Earth with you. I figured out that you guys could sense power levels without the need of a scouter, and I thought it was a useful tactic to have myself. Therefore, I was able to sense the two of you fighting and decided it was worth a trip to say hi. So, Runt, what brings you here? Are you trying to poach on these Dragon Balls as well? We're here because we need the Dragon Balls to revive my friends that you killed, in case you've forgotten. As they're bickering, Dodoria manages to compose himself and interject into the conversation. Vegeta, what are you doing here? No bother, you're probably here to steal the Dragon Balls from Lord Frieza, but there is a chance for you to redeem yourself. If the two of us team up and kill this runt, we might just see all your transgressions forgiven. No promises, though. If you think I'm teaming up with Lord Frieza again, you're sorely mistaken. And with that, Vegeta goes and tries to kill Dodoria, and Dodoria, in an attempt to save his own life, does reveal the information about Frieza destroying Planet Namek to no avail. It didn't really do anything for him. Now, Vegeta turns his attention back on Krillin, definitely dead set on just killing the guy. Not that he really cared too much for Nappa, but seeing anyone that did actually kill a Saiyan warrior does kind of ire him a little bit. However, Krillin uses the solar flare on him as well and does manage to escape, but with the knowledge that they're able to sense his power levels. Therefore, he suppresses it on his way out the door and makes his escape. Meanwhile, Piccolo makes it to Guru's tower. Nail is outside waiting for him, knowing that he was fast approaching, and the two of them have a little discussion. The discussion kind of entails whether or not he deserves to go in there. Nail can sense the evil in his heart, but he can tell that there is also good forming in there. Guru allows him in, and the two of them, along with Nail on the sidelines, continue the discussion. I sense great confusion and turmoil in you. Speak your mind. I don't really know what this place is. I know I'm from here, but I have no recollection of it. I'm also only half of a Namekian. The other half of me is still on Earth. Ah, yes, the good half of you. However, you are not entirely evil. I see that when you split, it doesn't necessarily mean that you are condemned as an evil Namekian for the rest of your being. I may not have all the answers that you seek, however, I can give you a gift. And with that, he summons Piccolo over to his side and unlocks his full potential. Now this causes another huge divergence from the original series. Piccolo is going to be a bit of a powerhouse right now. I don't think that he's strong enough to take on someone like Frieza by any means. He's not even really going to be able to stop the Ginyu Force by himself. But I do think this puts his power above that of Zarbon if he's using the Kaioken technique. I'm going to put his base power at 15,000 after this increase. I think it's fair. He's a very powerful person with a lot of potential. And although he hasn't had any fusions or anything like that, at a base power of 15,000, that means with just Kaioken times 2, he's stronger than Vegeta right now. And with times 3, he could actually take on Zarbon. And with that, Piccolo accepts the Dragon Ball as a gift from Guru and starts making his way back to their campsite. Now you might be wondering, does Nail join? Well, no, I don't think he does. He sees Piccolo as quite the capable fighter. He's not as strong as he is. However, he should be able to be good enough to get the job done. And his main task is to protect Guru. Guru does kind of want him to go. However, he doesn't see it as super urgent either. And he can always go later. They can sense power levels too. Therefore, they should be fine. Piccolo makes his way back to the campsite, and he gets there at about the same time that Krillin makes it back. Gohan is there with Dende as well. However, Piccolo was not quite attuned to his new power, therefore he didn't suppress it well enough. Vegeta and Zarbon both got a ping on his location, and they start heading there. Both of them arrive at about the same time, with a prepared Piccolo, Krillin, and Gohan staring them down, along with a couple of Dragon Balls hidden behind them. Chapter 4. Now you may be wondering, where did that extra Dragon Ball come from? Well, you see, in this version, Vegeta hasn't really had the time to search around for Dragon Balls himself. He got caught up in that conflict with Krillin after killing Dodoria. It slowed him down, and he decided to take chase after Piccolo instead of going to the village that he did in the original timeline. But you know who did? Gohan. My, Vegeta. You're quite easy to follow. You're hardly a quiet Saiyan. What brings you around to these parts? Perhaps you're also searching for the Dragon Balls? Cut the chatter, Zarbon! You know very well why I'm here. Yes, well, Lord Frieza is not going to be happy about this. Well, I think you'll find that I've already crossed the point of no return with Frieza. Have you talked to Dodoria lately? Zarbon thought about this. They hadn't heard back from him, and this was kind of the confirmation that he needed. He put two and two together and realized that Vegeta had in fact killed Dodoria. Is it safe to assume that you're working with these over here, then? Ha! I'm here for my own interests. That wish will be mine. I couldn't care less about what happens to them over there. Very well, then. I suppose you wouldn't mind if I sparred with them, and then got back to you. And with that, Dodoria launched himself straight at Piccolo. However, this proved to not be the smartest decision of his. You see, Piccolo is at about 15,000 power right now. He knows full well that Zarbon is stronger than him, so a quick use of Kaioken times 2 happily put him into the upper hand. He's glowing with red aura, and Zarbon is on the back foot, and in this distraction, Vegeta decides to take his chance. He heads straight for the Dragon Balls. Krillin and Gohan are in his way, but the two of them, even combined, are not able to stand up to the mighty 24,000 power that Vegeta possesses. He snags one of the Dragon Balls, and then he grabs the second one as well, and he pieces himself out of there. In this moment of distraction, Piccolo gets kicked directly into the ground. Zarbon decides not to try and get the upper hand on anything, though. He takes chase after Vegeta. Piccolo, however, stays behind and makes sure that everyone gets healed up just fine. Dende is there. He manages to heal all wounds, and after a short amount of time, Piccolo decides to try and take chase as well. They need to get those Dragon Balls back. They have no choice. Vegeta is on the run, but Zarbon is a little bit quicker than him. He does catch up, and the two of them stop to have a little conversation. Zarbon, these Dragon Balls are mine. Now, Vegeta. I think you know very well that I cannot allow that to happen. What do you think you're going to do? You got pummeled by that green man back there. You can't stand up to me. Oh, Vegeta. I think that you'll find I can. And with that, he transforms into his monstrous state, deciding to get business done, figuring that Piccolo will be soon behind. And he does finish the job fairly quickly. He pummels Vegeta into the ground and leaves him for dead, grabs the 2 Dragon Balls, and decides to go. Piccolo, on the other hand, does catch up to the battle to see a Vegeta in a state barely hanging on to life. You see, in the original series, Zarbon also left him for dead, and in this case, someone has to intervene or he's not going to make it. Piccolo thinks to his past. He knows that he used to be evil himself, and he managed to be accepted into the fold of the Dragon Team, despite those faults, and despite the history. He knows that Goku and Krillin both allowed him to live, and he decides, this man right here, who is he to let him die? Therefore, he grabs Vegeta instead of taking pursuit after Zarbon, and goes ahead and heads back to the campsite. Meanwhile, Zarbon makes it back to the ship. Frieza is very pleased. Oh my. How very grand. Now I have all 7 of the Dragon Balls. I do think this is cause for celebration, Zarbon. Whatever happened to Dodoria? Lord Frieza, I do believe that I've caught word that he has perished at the hands of Vegeta. Vegeta, you say? I expected that he would betray me eventually, and I suppose that this was the right time for it. Well, no matter. Where is he? I left him for dead. Oh my. How very cold-blooded of you, Zarbon. I must commend your efforts. However, did you ensure that he was in fact dead? No, Lord Frieza. It seemed inevitable. Well, no matter. Let's go summon this dragon. And with that, they attempt to go ahead and summon the dragon to no success. They can't figure it out. Frieza becomes very angry. Why won't this blasted dragon make an appearance? Zarbon! Do you think that Vegeta might know anything about this? I suppose it's possible, Lord Frieza. Well then, I think you know what you must do. Go and bring him back, alive! We need answers from him on how to summon the dragon. And with that, Zarbon is told to go and retrieve Vegeta before he succumbs to his wounds. Little does he know, Vegeta's not going to know the answers to that. And in addition to that, Vegeta's not even there anymore. Frieza thinks, though, if Dodoria was killed by Vegeta, and Saiyans become stronger after every fight, maybe, just maybe, it's a safe bet to call a certain force. Yeah, that might be the right idea to do. And with that, the Ginyu Force is called to approach the planet. Meanwhile, back at the camp, Piccolo arrives with Vegeta. The group is devastated. They don't know why he brought him back, but Krillin does remember that he did allow him to survive. Maybe it is the best bet to heal him. As of now, they aren't outright enemies. There is the issue of someone having all 7 of the Dragon Balls, and although they don't know how to summon the dragon, that is still a problem. So Dende heals Vegeta. Hey guys, it's me after the fact. I realized I created a small plot hole because the Dragon Team isn't supposed to know that Frieza already has 5 of the Dragon Balls. So I'm just going to say that Zarbon let it slip that he already had 5 of them, and that the 2 behind the Dragon Team, before he made his attack and Vegeta stole them, were the last 2 that they needed to have all 7. Vegeta is quite perplexed. He has no idea why these people just saved him. To him, he's a loner. People don't look out for each other like that. He was perfectly fine to know that Nappa was dead. So why on earth are they preserving his life? What? Why on earth did you bring me back here? Why did you heal me? What's your game? There is no game. Goku decided to let you live, and I respect him. I respect his wishes. Plus, I suppose it does help to have another Saiyan on our side in this fight. Ha! You think I'm going to side with you over this? I can feel new power coursing through my veins. I think I might just be stronger than you now, Namekian. Do you really think that I'm going to be on your team? That wish will be mine. But with that, Dende decides to speak up. Why do you all keep talking about a singular wish? You know that you get 3, right? The Dragon Team and Vegeta both look at him perplexed. What? 3 wishes? We only get 1 on Earth. Well, I don't know anything about Earth's Dragon Balls, but it sounds like whoever created them must be kind of weak. Or maybe they want it to be a single stronger wish? All I know is we get 3 wishes here, so why are we against each other? Vegeta thinks about this. That is a good question. Why are they against each other if they have 3 wishes? And remember, in this timeline, Vegeta didn't slaughter an entire village, so Dende doesn't have a reason to hate him. Right now, he just sees him as kind of a jerk, but really, there's no animosity there. Huh. Well, I suppose that's a fair point. We can all have our way and... Fine. I guess that we can try and face Frieza together. But you know, if they have all 7 of the Dragon Balls, why haven't they brought forth the dragon yet? Oh, well, I mean, they probably don't know the phrase. What? There's a phrase? Well, yeah. Why would we summon Purunga using basic speak? It's obviously in Namekian.
Of course that idiot Frieza didn't think things through. What a moron.
Huh. Well, I suppose that makes sense. So, you're saying that we have the chance. You know how to summon the dragon? All we have to do is get the Dragon Balls. Yes, that is precisely what I'm saying. And with that, this new team of Vegeta, Krillin, Piccolo, and Dende are formed, and they need to plan, essentially, a heist to break into the ship and take the Dragon Balls right under Frieza's nose. Chapter 5.
Hold on a second. Green One, would you say your name is Piccolo? How did you increase your powers so quickly?
Some of it was the training on our way to Namek, but I met this elder Namekian by the name of Guru. He increased my power exponentially.
Did he now? Taking the easy way out, I see. No matter, I suppose it is making a difference.
I'll take a quicker route any day if it means the survival of myself and my friends. Speaking of that, Krillin, Gohan, I think the 2 of you should go to meet Guru while we handle the Dragon Ball situation. Vegeta and I can take them no problem. The 4 of them, along with Bulma, deliberated a little bit longer, and in the end it was decided that Gohan and Krillin would help Bulma find a new campsite and then head to Guru's, while Piccolo and Vegeta handled the heist over at Frieza's ship.
Piccolo, where is that buffoon Kakarot anyway?
Vegeta asked, really curious about where his nemesis is at during all these events. There's a lot of downtime on the way to the ship, so really there's nothing to do but talk. He was still healing from his injuries at the end of the battle. The one against you, in case you've forgotten. So Bulma's dad was constructing another ship to bring them later.
How much later? And what do you mean by them?
I'm not entirely certain. The second ship was supposed to be faster, by a considerable degree as well, but I have no specifics. And by them I mean Raditz as well.
What? Raditz? Of course. That traitor would join you guys.
You didn't really leave him much of a choice. He was hardly a friend, you know. At least not to us.
What exactly do you mean by that?
Well, we killed him, and then he came back when the Dragon Balls wished back Goku and Krillin, and then he joined us out of necessity, not because he wanted to.
Oh, you don't say. I had thought that he had joined you all and was looking for a cushy life on that blue planet of yours. I suppose I assumed the worst out of him being as much of a coward as he is.
Yes, well, with as strong as Frieza is, I really hope that cowardice in him kind of dies out before he reaches the planet.
Yes. Hopefully we don't have to fight him. If I can have my immortality before then, it won't be a problem at all. If not, well, we've got big problems to worry about.
Meanwhile, on the ship, Goku and Raditz were going through some intense training with each other. There wasn't really a lot of Kaioken training going on for Raditz. He was busy trying to play the catch-up game to his younger brother. The power gap was enormous, but it was slowly starting to get itself in there. Goku's training was proving to be quite immense, but it equaled out to about what it did in the original series. He's a little bit higher, but not really anything that's going to make a difference. Whereas Raditz saw massive gains. We have to remember, when he was brought back to life, he was only as strong as he was against Goku and Piccolo in the original series when they fought each other. Now, he is quite considerable, with himself just being a step below his younger brother.
Kakarot, I'd really like you to teach me that technique of yours, the one that makes you glow red. The power that you seem to get from that is incredible.
Yeah, well, I'd love to teach it to you, but I don't think we really have the time right now. It takes a lot of focus, and sheesh, 6 days? That's a lot quicker than I thought the trip would be. I thought I'd have a little more time to train with you, but, I mean, we've got stuff that we need to get done.
Yes, that's all true and all, but hey, when we get back to Earth, will you teach it to me then?
Yeah. The two of them were forming a little bit of a bond with each other. Raditz was starting to soften himself up a little bit, and Goku was really welcoming him with open arms. It's a brother of his, and he's amazed to see that he has family alive and well, and willing to fight alongside him, and the two of them just getting to battle amongst each other, it really gives them both a drive to just move each other forward. But what's Goku's son up to right now? Well, Krillin and Gohan just reached Guru's place after a short conversation with Nail, letting them know that they're friends of Piccolo's. They're permitted inside to speak with Guru. Guru goes through basically the events that he did in the original series, granting both Gohan and Krillin their potential, and that skyrockets both of them to about 15,000 in power. But this isn't just a static thing. This isn't a one-time you're at 15,000 power bit. It's actually a gradual increase, and one that Vegeta happens to notice as well. Back over where Vegeta and Piccolo were beginning to get close to the ship, he makes a comment.
I notice your power is steadily increasing. I find it interesting. It must be that potential unlock of yours. I think you might actually be stronger than me again, even after my Zenkai boost.
I know your ability to sense ki is still improving. I don't think I'm quite stronger than you in my base form, but with Kaioken, not to brag, I think I could take you right now.
Yes, well, you don't have the might of a Saiyan. If I come back from the brink of death one more time, I might just outclass you in a way that you'll never catch up to.
Well, I hope that we never have to find out, but is that the ship? And indeed it was. Frieza's ship was just over the horizon. The two of them approach it stealthily. They think further into strategy. Frieza is indeed on that ship, and that power level is incredible. It's nothing that either of them want to cross. However, they decide that what they're going to have to do is draw him away, which means that they need to decide between the two of them which one is going to lead Frieza away and which one's going to get into the ship to steal the Dragon Balls. Ultimately, it's decided that Piccolo will be the one to lead him away, just because Vegeta knows a little bit more about the inner workings of Frieza Force ships and might have a better idea of where the Dragon Balls are located at inside of them. So Piccolo does the act. He makes himself openly known by popping off a couple shots at some of the Frieza Force members that are there and killing them instantly. Frieza, out of his anger, hops out of the ship and takes chase after him. Vegeta gets inside, and just as he did in the original series, blasts a hole through the window and just chucks all the balls out, laughing maniacally as he does so. And then he heads on out of there. Frieza, who was catching up to Piccolo, realizes that he's been duped, and out of sheer anger, speeds his way back to the ship. However, it's too late. The Dragon Balls are gone. Vegeta along with them. And Piccolo and Vegeta go ahead and encircle and meet up at the location where the balls were thrown. Back at Guru's place, however, an unwelcome visitor makes his approach. Zarbon, fully confident because he doesn't have a scouter and doesn't understand power readings, goes ahead and makes his debut known. He tries to storm the place, but gets promptly stopped by Nail. Gohan and Krillin rush out to see what the problem is, only to see Nail absolutely dominating Zarbon. Even in his transformed state, he doesn't even come close to standing a chance. The two of them are amazed. They've never seen someone so powerful in their entire life. Nail's power level, it's exceeding even Piccolo and Vegeta's by such a wide margin. He deals with Zarbon promptly and then tells them that they need to head back to their teammates just in case something goes awry. And indeed, something is going awry because the Ginyu Force is making a quick approach. There's a considerable distance between those two and the two that now possess the Dragon Balls, and they need to close that gap very quickly. The four of them attempt to converge on the camp, but then the Ginyu Force's pods enter into the atmosphere and their power is felt.
Oh no, we're too late. It's the Ginyu Force.
The Ginyu Force? Who are they?
They're an elite squadron in the Frieza Force. Their main objective is to clean up messes that most others cannot. I bet they've come back with scouters to give to Frieza, which means they're going to be able to track us now. Suppress your power as best as you can, and let's continue towards the camp.
The two of them managed to successfully suppress their powers, and thus keep themselves hidden from the Ginyu Force. However, Krillin and Gohan had just achieved their new unlocked potential, and they were struggling to do so as well. As the Ginyu Force lands, they give a scouter to Frieza, and they start making their way towards the two power signatures that they can easily spot. Unfortunately, Gohan and Krillin are intercepted by the Ginyu Force before they can manage to make it to the camp.
What is this? We are the Ginyu Force, and we come across a couple of children? This is some treachery. Where are the Dragon Balls?
We're not going to tell you anything! Gohan, you need to get out of here!
Krillin, no! I'm not running away from this fight!
Raccoon is happy to fight both of you. Can Raccoon take the two of them alone, please?
Very well, Raccoon. We shall leave you here to tend to the two of them. The four of us shall hurry on and try and figure out where they were heading towards.
And with that, the four Ginyu Force members, aside from Raccoon, head on the direction of the camp, inevitably going to come across it, while Raccoon stays behind to try and take on Krillin and Gohan by himself. The fight starts off pretty one-sided. Krillin and Gohan and their base power are not even close to putting up with Raccoon's might. So Krillin hurries into Kaioken times 3 to try and close the gap. However, it's not quite enough. Raccoon is about 72,000 power. Krillin right now is only 45,000. Although his power is slowly rising, he needs more time in order to close that gap. Now, there is a possibility, if he goes Kaioken times 4, he might be able to stand a chance. However, he holds off on that for now. Right now, he knows that's going to be too much of a strain on his body, and if his body is just put out of commission from his own doing, it's not going to do any good. They need to figure out a way to escape. Solar Flare might be the way to go, but if he does, then Raccoon's going to know the direction they're heading in anyway. So right now, he decides to think of a plan instead. Meanwhile, back at the camp, Piccolo and Vegeta arrive just ahead of the Ginyu Force. And they get Dinda to try and assemble the dragon, but it's not quick enough. Captain Ginyu and the others arrive on the scene, and they put a halt to proceedings and prepare to fight the duo that's facing them.
Oh my! If it isn't the upstart Vegeta and a Green Man! Let's see the kind of power that the two of you have.
Captain Ginyu clicks the scouters and see the two of them are absolute weaklings. What the heck are they even doing here? And actually, for that matter, why is Vegeta as weak as he is? He's supposed to be stronger than, what was that, 5,000? That's almost nothing.
Jace, Barter, why don't the two of you show them what a real duo is?
And with that, the two of them step forward to battle against Vegeta and Piccolo, tag team on tag team. However, they're not as weak as they initially appear. Piccolo quickly uses the Kaioken to put himself into times 2. Right now, his power has been steadily rising, as I mentioned before. And that puts him at about, let's say, 25,000, rather than the 15,000 he was when he initially had his potential unlocked. Kaioken times 2 easily puts him to 50,000. That's not quite enough to close the gap against Jace and Birder. However, he does have Kaioken 3 on the back burner if it's needed. But right now, he's waiting to see how he can size up his opponents and to see if Vegeta can go ahead and assist as well, which he can't very well. He has 30,000 power right now. It's just not enough. Jace is just wiping the floor with him while Birder is trying to take on Piccolo, and he's getting injured very quickly. Piccolo has an idea, though. Zenkai Boost, the thing that he keeps bragging about all the time. He might not like the quick way out, but if it's a natural way that the Saiyans do it, maybe he'll be happy to do it. Meanwhile, Frieza is at his ship again, growing quite impatient on the situation. He decides to click on the scouter and feels a pretty decent power level, not anywhere near any of the fights. Probably the second highest on the entire planet. It might be a pretty strong Namekian that could tell him how to use the Dragon Balls. He decides to make his way there, and thus begins his trip towards Guru's place. Goldo, however, is watching the fight, and he is getting very impatient. He decides to use his time skip technique and strikes at Vegeta, and with the distraction occurring, Vegeta gets smacked into the ground by Jeice when time resumes. Now, he is starting to get pummeled and really put on the back foot. Piccolo decides it's time for him to unleash his full potential, and he goes Kaioken times 3, leaving Birder in the dust and just smacking Jeice directly into the ground. He begins to dominate him, and when Goldo attempts to use the time skip again, he gets one hit off Piccolo, but then Piccolo absolutely blasts him into oblivion. Dende takes the opportunity and comes out of hiding. He manages to sneak his way over to Vegeta and heals him in the midst of all the chaos going on. With Goldo dead, Ginyu's even thrown off. He didn't expect anything like that to happen, so his attention is thrown, and everyone else has all eyes on Piccolo. So Piccolo heads back in to start facing Jason Birder 1v2, while Vegeta is recovering from his wounds. When Vegeta gets back on his feet, the power gap has indeed been closed. He joins back in the fight, and he is going directly head-to-head with Jeice, and Ginyu is amazed. He's looking at his power level on the scouter. He's jumped considerably. He's now on par with his own teammate. Of course, he's nothing compared to Captain Ginyu himself, but this rising power, that's interesting. Is that the thing that he had heard Saiyans talking about? Definitely something to think of in the future. Now, back in the fight with Recoome and Gohan, Gohan is not looking so well. He has been pummeled into the ground over and over again, and at one point he even attempted to use Kaioken times 2. It didn't do too well on his body, and Recoome has taken him within an inch of his life. Krillin has even gone so far as to attempt Kaioken times 4, and it's to no avail. But then they feel a power. It's Goku, and another one. That must be Raditz. They enter the atmosphere. Maybe hope isn't done. Chapter 6. Deliberation was not necessary. Goku knew exactly where he needed to be. His son was near death, so he headed that direction immediately. While Raditz, albeit reluctantly, decided to head in the direction of the power level that he undoubtedly felt was going to be Vegeta's. Goku arrives on the scene before Recoome can even respond. He's knocked out cold. He gives both Krillin and Gohan their senzu beans. Thanks, Goku! We were pretty close to being beaten there. Even at my maximum power, I couldn't beat that guy. You knocked him out in one hit! Yeah, I've been having some pretty crazy training with Raditz. Speaking of that, though, I think that we need to catch up to them. Yeah, this guy was pretty strong, but I really got the impression that that other guy, that Ginyu guy, was a lot stronger. I don't know, though, Goku. I feel like you might be able to beat him no problem. Well, we won't know until I arrive. Well, that is if Raditz doesn't take care of him first. And with that, the three of them start making their way towards the rest of the group. Meanwhile, Raditz arrives on the scene of the other fight going on. If it isn't the Ginyu Force! I've gotten a lot stronger in recent times. I suppose I could take you on. Ah, what is this? Another Saiyan, perhaps? Let's see what his power is. Ginyu checks his scouter and confirms Raditz is no weakling. You see, Raditz has not learned how to suppress his power yet, so the boastful 100,000 that he is emitting from himself isn't anything that Captain Ginyu is going to go ahead and dismiss. It's not as strong as him, but it's nothing that he's going to take lightly. So he keeps note of that as well. This is another Saiyan that's increasing their potential at an exponential rate. That could still prove to be useful. Well, you ruffian, you seem to be quite powerful, but I don't know about being the strength of me, Captain Ginyu. I suppose I'll take you on by myself. Raditz, what is the meaning of this? How did you get so powerful so quickly? What is it, Vegeta? Do you not like a lowly Saiyan such as myself catching up to you and even surpassing the mighty Prince of all Saiyans?
Don't worry. I'm on your side for now. But you watch your back, Vegeta. All the days that you picked on me, I don't appreciate any of it. And trying to kill me on Earth? Well, that doesn't sit lightly with Raditz. I'll catch you and then some. Because you see, Raditz, and my powerful growth rate, I am convinced I have become the legendary Super Saiyan. A little bit of sweat came off of Raditz's forehead right there. He can feel that he's stronger than Vegeta right now, or at least he thinks he is. But he could very well be suppressing his power, because, who knows, Vegeta may well learn how to do that. So, he does get a little nervous again. Cowardice kind of shows for a brief moment, but it doesn't last for long, because he gets into his fight with Captain Ginyu, and he's actually holding his own pretty well against the #1 member, the second strongest person in the entire Frieza Force, if you're not counting King Cold, of course. And he's pretty prideful of that, and Vegeta is also a little shocked as well. Meanwhile, Frieza arrived to the location of Guru. Nail, however, does stop him, and they decide to depart, just as they do in the original series. And the fight commences pretty much as well as it does. Nail gets beaten into the ground after Frieza decides to play around with his specimen for a little bit. As he does in the original, Nail lets him know that there is a Namekian that knows how to summon Porunga off in the distance with the Dragon Team. In frustration, he checks his scouter and sees multiple power levels, one of which is speeding towards Ginyu. That is undoubtedly more powerful than him, and that kind of throws him off. So out of anger, he starts heading his way towards the Dragon Team. Goku arrives at the site of the battle that's unfolding and decides to jump straight into the action. Raditz is still doing pretty well against Captain Ginyu, but he is not able to get the upper hand. He's a little bit weaker than Captain Ginyu by about 20%, and it just means that he's slowly getting a little bit on the back foot. Piccolo is still maintaining the upper hand against Berter, and Vegeta is basically even when it comes to Jace, but Goku showcases his power almost immediately. Captain Ginyu is amazed. When this person was approaching him, he already felt like he was pretty much his strength. His scouter readings were showing something like that, but when he unleashed his power, it was more than he could possibly handle. He decided, this might be about time for me to use my body switching technique, because the body of a Saiyan seems like one that's really worth getting my hands on. But before he does any of that, Piccolo decides that it's time for him to head out to Nail. Now that Goku's on the scene, he can get the upper hand, and he needs to go and help him because he can feel his power quickly dwindling. Even though Frieza has left him, he hasn't killed him. He's left him for dead, but he's heading this direction as well. He can sense that it's where he needs to be, is in Nail's presence, and he doesn't know why, but something just feels right. So he mentally relays the message to Goku that he's heading out. Goku gives him the go-ahead, and he pieces out of there. A short time after Piccolo leaves the scene, Ginyu unleashes his ability and switches bodies with Goku. It doesn't really go too well for him. As in the original series, he is not able to stand up to anyone else because he can't unlock Goku's latent power. So in his attempt to switch back after being beaten to a pulp, he is thwarted, put into the body of a frog, just as in the original, and Goku ends up back in his body. Now, this is where something interesting happens, because you might be thinking, okay, they've got all the Dragon Balls, they've got time, because Frieza just now started heading that way. They're good to go, right? No, they're not. Jace and Berter are still there. Well, Berter is. Jace kind of bit the dust once he started getting ganged up on. However, Berter is still a quick guy, and out of desperation, more than anything else, he grabs a Dragon Ball and gets himself out of there. He just speeds away, and the rest of the group is kind of dumbfounded. They don't really know what to do. Goku is pretty well beaten up. He needs healing, and they're out of senzu beans now. What are they going to do?
Hey guys, it's me, After the Fact again, here to close up yet another plot hole that I keep making. Well, Dende is in their presence when Goku is injured, so why didn't he just heal them? I'm going to say that He's just too worn out. I know, it's a bit of a cop-out, but he did just finish healing up plenty of people because they ran out of sensu beans. He needed to heal a good amount of the squad, which gave, obviously, Vegeta like a little bit of a boost and people like that, but Goku was pretty close to death. He just doesn't have the energy to do that at the moment.
Raditz, chase after Burter and get back that ball. Last I checked, I don't take orders from you anymore. You idiot! I would do it myself, but he's still a little bit more powerful than I am. I'm going to take your idiot of a brother and get him healed at Frieza's ship. So if you could just help out for a little bit, you can realize that we're all on the same team for now.
Raditz is kind of taken aback by this, and he does actually listen. And Vegeta does take note of it as well. Coward or not, he does still recognize that when it comes to teamwork, he is a little bit better than him at it, and he decides to go ahead and grab Goku and do as he said he would. The Dragon Team, minus Raditz, takes all the Dragon Balls they have and also head to Frieza's ship, while Raditz takes chase after Burter. Now you might be asking yourself, why Raditz specifically? Well, there is a reason for that. At this point in the story, he would have a rudimentary ability to sense other people's presences, so he doesn't really need a scouter anymore. But, again, he can't hide his power, so Frieza knows where his location is. He's pretty well on to him, but the rest of the Dragon Team are all able to hide their power levels pretty well. And so, they can make it to Frieza's ship with their power suppressed without being noticed by Frieza. That does kind of put a target onto Raditz's back. However, it does mean that they can get Goku to a healing pod safely. But Piccolo is speeding towards Nail, and he's bound to come straight across Frieza. He is trying to circumvent him a little bit, but it's nothing that Frieza doesn't notice. However, he's very weak. Frieza doesn't know about fusion or anything like that, so he kind of dismisses it and just lets him go, just as he let Dende go in the original series on his way to go to Guru's place. So Frieza is heading towards Raditz now, because it's the only power level that he can catch on his scouter anymore. Piccolo continues on his way to Nail, undisturbed, and the Dragon Team reaches Frieza's ship. Now Goku's put in a pod as he is in the original. Vegeta gets a little upgrade on his armor, gives everyone else armor upgrades as well, and now they play the waiting game, waiting for the 7th Dragon Ball to arrive back at their location so that they can summon the dragon. In the original, they were able to sneak away from Vegeta and get the wish because they already had all 7. In this one, however, time is a bit more of a crunch. But then Raditz catches Burter, makes quick work of him, grabs the Dragon Ball and starts making his way back to Frieza's ship. Now, Frieza is kind of hot on his tail. They are a little bit behind where they are in the original series, so Raditz makes it back just in time for them to summon the dragon, and they do. Their first wish is to bring Chaozu back, because that's the one that they went there for the entire time. You see, Chaozu was the only person in this original run that can't just be brought back to life with the Earth Dragon Balls. So this is the first and most important wish that they need to make. It's their top priority. Then they decide that they're going to honor Vegeta's wish. They go and they start translating it to Namekian speak in order to grant this wish, but then the Dragon Balls go inert. With only one wish, they stop. And it's because they took a little too long this time. And to make matters worse, when they turn around, they see Frieza right there, staring menacingly over them. You think yourselves brave? It seems as though you've lost your only opportunity to kill me. Now, I will show you the full, uninterrupted power of the true might of Emperor Frieza. Frieza rips off his scouter, crushes it, and immediately moves into second form. But before he can really do anything, he's got a tall, green man staring him down, beady-eyed. Your fight's with me, Frieza. I'm going to take you down myself. Piccolo, in all of his glory, with an even more powerful fusion of Nail and himself, is staring right back at Frieza. You see, in this version, Piccolo has had a little bit of time to bond with Nail. Not a lot more, so this isn't eons upon eons stronger compared to the original. That being said, as well as having a bit more of a bond with Nail, he also has his potential unlocked So Piccolo, I'm going to say, is roughly 50% stronger than he was in the original, which is enough to pretty well dominate Form 2 Frieza. The two of them go at it, and Frieza is on the back foot immediately. He quickly jumps himself into third form, but upon using Kaioken, it still isn't enough. He beats Frieza around for a little while, just knocking him down. He's not exactly getting enough of an upper hand to just absolutely dominate. However, he's also only using Kaioken times 2. He's keeping some power in reserve, just in case Frieza has another form just in the back burner. And he does. This has been a bit more time to stall than in the original. It's given Vegeta time to go and do that Zenkai boost as he did before. But his power is still pretty inconsequential compared to even Form 3 Frieza. And he's just bewildered. Piccolo, the person that couldn't even beat Nappa, is just trouncing a form of Frieza that he'd never even seen before. One that's eons stronger than he anticipated he possibly could be. And now, what's this? Another form of Frieza, significantly stronger. And now Piccolo is getting decimated. This isn't good. Raditz, Vegeta, Krillin, and Gohan kind of stare in disbelief as the Namekian that was easily dominating the show earlier is now really badly on the back foot. Frieza decides to take a couple little pot shots and have some fun with it. He smacks Vegeta right in the shoulder, puts him down, and then he gets him in the leg, and then he goes after Raditz, takes him down pretty well as well. Then he just plays with Gohan for a little bit. Piccolo is nothing compared to him. Even in Form 3, he can't really put up much of a fight. He does better. He's able to land 1 or 2 hits on Frieza, which forces him to come out of his heavily suppressed state. But it's just not enough. So Piccolo decides to do something drastic. He takes himself up to Kaioken times 4, and then he pushes it further. He goes to Kaioken times 5, and he's holding off pretty well against Frieza until Frieza goes all the way up to 50%. And then the fight is pretty well over. Goku arrives on scene to see everyone just battered and beaten, almost to a pulp. So then Frieza stares him down. You're that monkey that was healing in my ship just now, aren't you? Was it worth it? I feel a lot stronger now. You need to stop hurting my friends. Am I gonna have to be the one to prevent you from doing it again? Oh my. Can you not see how weak everyone is compared to me? You couldn't possibly keep up. Goku, however, is determined, and he hops into battle even though he definitely doesn't have the upper hand. Piccolo gets back on his feet and tries to help out too.
Chapter 7.
The fight begins between Goku and Piccolo versus Frieza, and it is heavily one-sided. However, all is not quite lost. Dende is still alive at this moment, and he is making his way over to Krillin to heal him. He makes quick work reviving him just fine, he moves on to Gohan, and then he attempts to get to Vegeta next. Remember, this resentment between Vegeta and the likes of the Namekians is not existent in the storyline because he never slaughtered an entire Namekian village. And as of now, he hasn't actually killed a single Namekian. Therefore, aside from his brash attitude, there really isn't any reason for Dende not to heal him. So he is much more willing to help him. Krillin and Gohan come down next to Vegeta as the healing is finishing up for him, and he makes a proposal. You remember that attack I used to finish you off on Earth?
Yeah? What of it?
I think that might be our only hope here. This Frieza character's really getting the upper hand on us. I think that I'm going to go ahead and try and use it on him.
I suppose that could be a good strategy. Alright, I'll join in on the fight too and try to hold him off. Get as much as you can and make sure you're not caught.
Right! I can't believe I'm saying this, but go team! Let's do this! Krillin heads off out of sight and begins gathering the Spirit Bomb, unlike Goku, who did in the original series. Because of this, Frieza is not noticing what's going on, and Krillin has really all the time he needs to try and gather up the Spirit Bomb, provided Frieza just doesn't pay attention to what's going on behind him. Meanwhile, Piccolo gets floored to the ground. He's not able to get into Kaioken because he has not been healed in this. He used Kaioken before and it pushed him to the limit, and his body is barely hanging on. Dende goes over to try and help him after taking care of Raditz. However, Frieza does take notice and kills him. Oh my, that's how you filthy monkeys kept healing yourselves. No, we're not going to be doing that anymore. Gohan witnesses this happen. A rage starts to fill inside of him. This was his friend. Albeit a new one, but someone that certainly didn't deserve to die. A peaceful Namekian child. Just trying to heal his friends. And Frieza took him out, then scoffed at his corpse. This doesn't sit well with Gohan, and this primal rage starts to build up. It wells up within him, and he unleashes a burst of energy and just goes at Frieza. This catches him off guard, and it's not something that he can't manage, but it's certainly something that sparks his interest. Goku, Vegeta, and Raditz, who had recently joined in on the battle again as well, stand back, kind of awestruck at what's going on. But it's kind of short-lived. Despite Gohan's latent power just welling up to the surface, Frieza is still a lot more powerful than him at the moment. With a firm kick, Gohan gets floored into the ground, and he is kind of out of the battle for the moment. But now it's Goku's turn to get upset. With a mighty roar, he charges up himself into Kaioken times 20 and starts charging at Frieza. This is enough to get him really on his toes. As Frieza is shocked by the sudden surge in power from Goku, Raditz manages to get the slip on him and put him into a full Nelson. Now, quick, brother! Use your Kamehameha! This is a small combo plan that Goku and Raditz had planned out together. The full Nelson Kamehameha. Goku roars, and the power emits straight from his hands as the Kamehameha burst hits Frieza square in his chest. This does leave him a bit more hurt than it does in the original series. However, it's definitely not enough to really make it a decisive battle. Frieza manages to get out of the full Nelson imposed by Raditz and knocks him into the ground. Now, out of sheer frustration, he charges directly at Goku. Goku is not able to maintain Kaioken times 20. The strain on his body is too much, so he needs to drop out of it. This means that he gets put very much so on the back foot. However, it isn't a problem for long, because Frieza notices something right behind him. There's a spirit bomb. It's very enormous, and it's coming right at him. With no time to escape, Krillin's own spirit bomb manages to plant itself directly onto Frieza's body, and he is pushed directly into the ocean. The battle's thought to be won. Vegeta, Raditz, Goku, and Krillin all come down by Piccolo, who is still kind of in pain, but feeling kind of alright, with Gohan there now as well, aiding him. But the time for celebration was too soon. A death beam comes directly through Vegeta's chest, directly from the back, and into Piccolo as well. Vegeta drops to the ground, dead instantly, and Piccolo appears to be losing life very fast. Kame feels it happening all the way back on Earth, and he decides it's time to summon the dragon before his own life force is gone too. Piccolo is barely hanging on for life, so they only have time to get that dragon and get one wish out before he passes. Meanwhile, chaos is beginning to ensue. Gohan becomes filled with absolute rage again. This is another friend of his dead. The last Namekian known alive has now passed on at the hands of Frieza for all he knows. And this is it. This is the final straw. He becomes so full of rage, he can't think of anything but killing Frieza. So he goes after him. Goku tries to go after him as well, but they're heading directly to their own death if things continue on as they are right now. Frieza, however, has gotten a couple of kills in. He's pretty satisfied with that, so he's back to toying with them. He looks to Krillin, the one that launched the spirit bomb at him, and decides it's time for one last bit of revenge, but he's gonna have fun with it. Goku turns around and watches Krillin fly up into the air before he's detonated at the hands of Frieza. This triggers the Super Saiyan transformation for Goku, just as it does in the original series. Raditz stands there in amazement, the only one that's still alive, conscious, and on his feet, that's not filled so much with rage that he can't even notice the things going on around him. It's incredible. He feels the power from his brother, it's greater than Frieza's by a long shot, or at least he thinks it is. His ability to sense energy is still fairly rudimentary, but he's confident. His brother has become the legendary Super Saiyan. He's very excited, but then the sky turns dark, and he's confused. And he sees it, Porunga off in the distance. And in fact, Vegeta's getting back on his feet now too. Dende's there? Everyone's alive again. What the heck is going on? Well, everyone but Piccolo, who's still on the ground bleeding out. Oh, wait. No, he died. Immediately after the wish from Kame was cast, the life force faded from his body, and he moved on to the afterlife. This was the final act of Kame, at least for now.
Hey, you, little Namekian. You know how to make a wish to the dragon, don't you?
Yeah, that's what I'm here for. Raditz scoops up Dende without him really having a say in the matter and starts heading towards the dragon. Vegeta doesn't really know what's going on either. He looks right at Goku, and he's amazed. He achieved it. The legendary Super Saiyan. Honestly, he just stands there in amazement. Frieza, however, doesn't know what's going on. The sky is dark, but he's looking at some blonde guy that's menacingly thinking about killing him. And there's some kid, some little pest, that's still just flustered and just getting in his way. Frieza swats Gohan, or at least he tries to, but Goku's already on him. As soon as he tries to connect a hit on Gohan, Gohan is pushed out of the way, albeit a little roughly, but generously from his own father, and Frieza is on the back foot. He doesn't understand what's going on. He's just getting absolutely pummeled. This is enough to set Frieza off, and he does what he typically does. He launches his attack directly at Planet Namek, which sets the timer for it to detonate. And then he looks over, and he sees the dragon off in the distance and realizes he's missing his opportunity to get the wish that he knows full well he deserves. He starts heading that way, but Goku catches up to him. He's not in 100% power right now. Goku hasn't given him this chance. Gohan is also coming too, but then suddenly, the sky turns light again. And everyone's gone except for Goku and Frieza. Wait, another person too. Gohan's still there. On Earth, Porunga is in the sky.
I have stated your wish, with one exception. The one known as Gohan did not wish to return.
Gohan, in his fit of rage, couldn't even tell around him that everyone was coming back to life. He didn't realize that things were actually going to be alright. In his anger, all he knew was that 2 of his friends had been killed. And he was still dead set on taking out Frieza. So at the time the wish was made, he didn't wish to return. Therefore, he remained on planet Namek with Goku and Frieza. Goku's parental instincts kicked in a little bit, and he realized that it is important that he takes out Frieza right now. So when Frieza pleads to let him to go to 100% so that he can finally get a good fight, he ultimately decides this isn't the time to do it. And he fights Frieza with the upper hand maintained the entire time. Namek starts to crumble around them, but Frieza is taken out. And Goku frantically calms down Gohan and tries to find an escape route. Meanwhile on Earth, Vegeta is still just standing there, awestruck. This low-class Saiyan managed to achieve what he never could. He looks to Raditz, frankly with anger in his eyes.
I can't believe your brother was the one to do it. How did he do it? I don't know, Vegeta. Honestly, I'm just as surprised as you are. But did you see his power? It was incredible. I know it with all my heart. He defeated him. He defeated Frieza. You're right about that. Frieza's finally gone. But there's still power to be had. They're going to bring your brother back with the Dragon Balls. Then I'm going to find out how he unlocked that power and get it for myself. Immortality doesn't matter anymore. I just want to be the strongest of the Saiyans. For my own pride.
Porunga is still in the air. They have one more wish to make. And after a little bit of deliberation, they decide to try and bring Piccolo back to life. It's successful. However, at this time, Planet Namek had been obliterated. Therefore, his body was no longer intact. and he has to make his way back the old-fashioned way. But he and Kame does, and the two of them return along with the Earth Dragon Balls. More time passes. All of those that had died are returned to life, and when the time comes, they wish for Goku and Gohan to be revived as well. But the dragon tells them it's not possible. They're not dead. So then they ask for them to come back, and that doesn't work either. You see, they're off together somewhere, doing something. Vegeta is present when it happens, and so's Raditz, and Vegeta becomes filled with anger. The answer to the Super Saiyan power is now within his reach, and yet the one that knows how to do it, that utter buffoon that managed to kill the Emperor when he's the one that wanted to do it, is just off, gallivanting around the galaxy, doing who knows what with his little twerp of a son, and there's nothing he can do about it. So he decides that he's just going to go and try and find Kakarot himself. Raditz, however, remains on Earth, and he decides that it's time for him to try and find the Super Saiyan power himself too. He knows Goku's going to come back eventually, and he's sure that Vegeta's actually not going to go too far. But what does he do while he trains? Now, this is one thing. I know that MasakoX typically has him end up with Launch. They do make a great couple, but I don't want to copy him. That obviously seems disingenuous, and it just makes me feel like a copycat. I want to be unique in some of the ways that I think of things. So Raditz meets Bulma's sister. That's right, everyone, we're bringing Tights into the fold for this one. Their relationship is kind of slow to start, but it does progress sooner in the storyline than it does with Bulma and Vegeta. And the two of them hit it off pretty well. Raditz mellows out quite a bit, and he becomes fairly accustomed to Earth. He starts to see why Goku saw the appeal. On another planet far away, the planet of Yardrat, Goku and Gohan are continuing their training together, a father and son duo, learning to master their inner selves.
Chapter 8.
A month or so had passed since Vegeta had left. Raditz had begun to settle in pretty well with life on Earth, and growing closer every single day to the woman named Tights. The sister of Bulma grew really accustomed to Raditz's presence, and the two of them got along pretty well, although they butted heads quite often. That's brash personalities of Saiyans and the Briefs family for you. Because of this, Raditz and Tights both have been present at the Capsule Corporation more often, and that means that Raditz was present when Vegeta made his inevitable return.
I see you've become pretty accustomed to life on Earth here, Raditz. Are you getting soft? Life on Earth isn't proven to make you soft there, Prince Vegeta. I don't know if you recall, but you lost to my brother and he grew up here. Now you listen here. I've never lost in a one-on-one battle against your brother Kakarot. And he may well have unlocked the power of Super Saiyan first, but it doesn't mean I'm not capable of it myself.
Bulma was happy to interrupt on the argument happening within the confines of her own company.
That's about enough, you two. Vegeta, what are you even doing here? I was just hoping that you had a gravity chamber that I kept hearing about. Maybe I could train in it.
Bulma accepted for the sole reason of getting Vegeta the heck out of that conversation. While Vegeta trained, he had a lot to mull over. Goku achieving Super Saiyan before him. This was an infuriating fact. But when he sat down and really thought about it, he realized he hasn't been the prince that he needs to be. You see, his race is near extinction, and he was just fine with letting it happen. Goku and his twerp going missing only exacerbated the situation because it meant that there were only two Saiyans known to be alive and well, and both of them were on the same planet, and one of them was just a low-class warrior Raditz. This made him train even harder because he realized the failure that he had become. As Prince of all Saiyans, what's that even going to mean if Goku died in space? The Prince of all Saiyan? Because Raditz would be the only other one left? Well, that really made him think about the mistakes he had made in his past. He thought about Nappa's death, and he wondered if there was anything that he could do to stop it. He didn't necessarily think that he was required to do so, but the sole fact that losing another Saiyan, and not that weak of one to begin with, that really didn't sit right with him. While all that was going on, Raditz made his leave from Capsule Corporation. He was willing to speak up to Vegeta every once in a while, but his cowardice still did show, every now and then. And overcoming his own prince, someone that he had grown up his entire life to know that he should be respecting, it wasn't really an overnight thing. So he decided to avoid conflict if it was possible. Piccolo, on the other hand, was happy to show up. He wasn't too keen on Vegeta lurking around Capsule Corporation and messing with his newfound friends, so he always wanted to keep an eye on Vegeta and make sure that things were on the up and up. This meant that Piccolo did enter into the gravity chamber every once in a while to train alongside Vegeta. He wanted to see what he was made of, and Vegeta was happy to try and throw hands with the likes of Piccolo, too. Vegeta had an odd sense of respect for Piccolo, seeing how he was able to stand up to Form 2 and even Form 3 Frieza when he couldn't do it. It's a power that he needed to obtain for himself. Kaioken was also pretty neat. He didn't want to learn it because it was that buffoon Goku's technique. However, seeing someone else employ it meant that it was a good challenge for him to try and catch up without accessing himself. Nevertheless, even though Vegeta's base strength grew stronger, he did not unlock Super Saiyan, and this led him to a point of frustration where he decided he needed to take a break from training. After mulling it over for a while, he decided to ask Bulma for the Dragon Radar. Now, why, you might ask? Well, he decided he wanted to try and wish Nappa back. Bulma lets him know that the Earth Dragon Balls aren't capable of wishing people back that have been gone for longer than a year, and she wasn't too keen on it being Nappa of all people, someone that had personally killed multiple friends of hers. However, Piccolo interjects. He decides to point out that he's significantly stronger than Nappa, and he could do something about him if the need arises, and in addition to that, he does see a difference in Vegeta from when he first had arrived to Earth. Vegeta kind of scoffs at this. However, he decides not to argue because it means that he might be getting his way. And Piccolo mentions that the restrictions of the Earth Dragon Balls don't seem to apply to the Namekian ones. Because they can only revive one person at a time, they don't really have a limit on how long a person can be dead before they can be brought back. So, Bulma agrees to give Vegeta the Dragon Radar, provided he allow Piccolo to join him on the journey. Vegeta reluctantly accepts, and the two of them go, along with one other person, a Namekian that would know the password to bring Porunga to life. This Namekian's name is Caracol. You might be asking yourself, who is Caracol? Well, he's not a Namekian that I've seen in the actual story of Dragon Ball. He's one that I've made up for the purpose of this story. A Namekian adolescent, around the age of Dende during the Cell Saga, and he's eager to get a little bit closer to Piccolo. You see, he sees Nail in him, and he wants to learn. Therefore, he's one that jumps on the opportunity to join the other two in searching for the Namekian Dragon Balls as soon as they become available again. This time, it's Piccolo that has to reluctantly accept. He's not excited about this Namekian that keeps calling him Nail, despite the fact that Nail's someone that's just in the back of his head at this point. However, he does allow it to happen for the sake of shutting Vegeta up. Meanwhile, on Yardrat, the training is progressing as normal for Goku. For Gohan, however, he's soaring through his work. You see, Gohan does have a very stern mind, and Chi-Chi's demanding of his studies definitely honed him into being able to master techniques pretty quickly. Therefore, he's soaring past his own father and mastering his inner self and learning techniques at a quicker rate than Goku could possibly imagine. Goku's not really upset about this, though. He's actually proud of his son. Seeing him in this element, this seems to be perfect for him. It's something that maybe he should stay here and do for a while. Well, who knows? Chi-Chi might be mad if he doesn't come back to Earth. So whenever he does go to leave for Earth, he'd probably take Gohan back with the promise that he would bring him back to Yardrat eventually. Master Pabara also takes note of this. Gohan's power is incredible, almost limitless. And his inner self, the further he goes into it, the more power that just keeps getting drawn out. His anger also gets under control. He manages to figure out how to tap into that power that he had accessed against Frieza for that brief moment, but without having to be in such a rage that he can't control himself anymore. This is amazing progress for Gohan, and he sees leaps and bounds from how he was in the original series. Back on Earth, the unlikely team of Vegeta, Piccolo, and Caracol successfully gather all of the Namekian Dragon Balls. They summon Porunga, and Vegeta requests his wish. Caracol translates it, and they feel Nappa's presence return in the location in which he had died. They ensured that the dragon would be summoned in a location close to Nappa so that they could get to him fairly quickly, and they do so. Vegeta and Piccolo make their way to Nappa while Caracol remains behind to make a couple more wishes to the dragon, and upon arrival, they see a very confused Nappa, wondering how the heck he's back to life.
Oh, what? Vegeta, it's you! What happened? I thought I got killed by that little pipsqueak. You did, Nappa. You got bested by a 3-foot-tall bald man. How do you feel about that? Well, I don't really see how bald is a factor. I mean, I'm bald too, Vegeta. But how am I alive? I wished you back with the Dragon Balls. Really? Well, thanks, Vegeta. Why's that Namekian with you? Are we gonna take him out together? No, Nappa. I have a lot to fill you in on.
And so, Vegeta explains the situation to Nappa. Nappa is not very accepting of everything initially, but he does come to realize pretty quickly he is outclassed by a long shot by everyone else there. If he's going to protest, he's got some catching up to do. And that's even if he does protest. This is his prince, telling him that this is the way that things are now for the Saiyans. Not necessarily friendly, not empathetic or loving or anything of that sort, but more peaceful, less wanting to conquer planets, and more so just wanting to gain power. That way they have it, should the need arise. Nappa promptly agrees to the demands of his prince, and he goes with Vegeta to train in the gravity chamber a little bit. Piccolo, however, felt some trouble brewing. Not by Nappa, or any threat actually, but by the fact that the wishes to Purunga had been made. New Namek was formed, and all the Namekians were wished to it. Well, all but one. Caracol could still be felt nearby, and Piccolo decided to take his leave to go and see what the deal was. Upon reaching Caracol, he exclaimed that he wanted Piccolo to take him as a master, and out of sheer respect, even though he slipped up and called him Nail initially, he corrected himself and referred to him as Master Piccolo from that point forward. Piccolo had one training credit under his belt in the form of Gohan, and he wasn't even sure if he had done that correctly. However, he didn't really see much of a choice. This Namekian had stranded himself on the likes of Earth just for the chance to train under him, and he decides reluctantly that he would agree to it. Therefore, Piccolo takes on a new pupil in the form of Caracol, and the two of them begin strengthening each other. More time passed, and that fateful day when Frieza would approach occurs. However, when they feel that power arriving, they don't feel two nearly strong presences. They just feel the one, and it's undeniably Frieza himself. They meet at the location that the ship lands at, and Frieza exits the ship along with several of his men. He's not mechanical, however. As it so turns out, Goku had not had the conversation with Frieza in this story, in which he discovered that Frieza could breathe in space. Therefore, when he thought he had finished the job, he and Gohan took their leave, and Frieza was busy trying to compose himself. He was not sliced in half in this story. He never saw Krillin use the Kanzan. Therefore, he had no idea how to use it himself. It never led to a situation where he was sliced into pieces and needed to be repaired. So when he survived and collected himself, he frustratingly decided that he was going to gather his forces and head there to deal with the monkeys by his own hand. He refused aid from his father. He was at 100%. You see, he had never gotten to show his true power. Therefore, he had no way of knowing that even that wouldn't have been enough to stand up to Goku. Nappa was beginning to be able to sense power levels, and he was astonished at how strong Frieza was. He had known that Frieza was strong enough to manage to kill anyone that he really wanted to, but he had no idea that it was this great. And if this Goku guy had unlocked Super Saiyan and managed to defeat him with relative ease, sheesh, just how strong had this Kakarot gotten? Vegeta promptly steps up to the plate to battle, but before he can do anything, another person approaches. It's a teenager, and he's got purple hair. This is an interesting development. Who the heck could this be? Frieza scoffs at him, and basically laughs the situation off, thinking that a mere child couldn't defeat him. However, he is wrong. the situation turns out worse for Frieza than it does in the original series. He's allowed to go up to 100%, because Trunks wants to properly humiliate him, and he does so very quickly. Frieza is decimated, along with all of his forces. No survivors are left alive, and they kind of wonder how this kid was so brutal. However, Goku and Gohan land in a ship shortly after, and he doesn't really have time to explain himself. Instead, he goes straight over to the two of them. He allows Gohan to stay and vaguely describes the situation to him. He tells of a threat, androids coming in the future, and he also lets him know that he knows both of them are aware of instant transmission, and that Gohan needs to be wary of when he uses it. He says in this 3-year time, Gohan needs to ensure that he will be back. Now, Gohan's confused as to why specifically him, and it's explained to him that his trips to Yard Rat became more and more frequent, and because of that, he wasn't present when this strike occurred, and he didn't make his way back for quite some time. And when he did, he found himself very well alone, a much more decimated Earth than originally, and because of this, he just wasn't capable. And therefore, when he took on Trunks as his student, he just wasn't nearly as capable of dealing with the android threat as he originally was able to. So despite all of this great training, without the balance and knowing when he needs to be present on Earth, it ended up amounting to nothing. So with this warning, he's hoping that Gohan can come out even more capable than he ever was before, and maybe the threat wouldn't even be that much of a threat. That being said, the two of them take his word to heart, and they decide that they need to prepare. They've got 3 years until the androids will arrive, and this future warrior did inform them that he will be making a trip back to make sure things turn out alright. He also gives Gohan the heart medication rather than Goku. Since Gohan is in on this entire thing, he trusts that Gohan will be responsible with the situation. Piccolo, hearing the gravity of the situation, decides that it's time for him to do something a little extreme. He heads up to Kame's lookout, along with Caracol, not to fuse with Kame. Don't worry, we're not in that part of the story. However, he does decide to use the hyperbolic time chamber. It is harsher, but that is Piccolo's style. And with a disciple under his belt, he thinks that it's the perfect way for both of them to see massive gains. The rest of the team is filled in on the situation with vague details left out. That way, things aren't interfered with. However, Goku's surprised to see Nappa in the group. He also sees that Krillin is not particularly happy about the situation either, but he assumes that they do know what's best with the situation. If Nappa is alive and well, and allowed to be so, then things must be going alright. They all take their leave to do their training. Vegeta and Nappa stick together. Piccolo and Caracol utilize the time chamber for part of it, and for the rest of it go out into the wilderness to do their training. Goku and Gohan stick together and do theirs as well. However, Gohan does always have Chi-Chi nagging him about leaving these situations behind. He had been gone for a long time, and she was not happy about it. He was very behind on his studies, so he didn't get an awful lot of training done. He skipped away to Yard Rat whenever he needed a break from it all. But he did always keep in mind the words of Trunks in making sure that he found the proper balance. Krillin, Yamcha, and Tien went off to do their own training too. Now when Vegeta and Nappa did their training, they ended up at the gravity chamber quite a bit. Therefore, Vegeta and Bulma do get pretty well connected. This means, too, that they have a lot of run-ins with Raditz, and Raditz ultimately decides that he's going to train alongside Vegeta and Nappa as well. The three of them end up in the gravity chamber, which means that it needs some upgrades in order to stay operational. Bulma and Tights discuss a lot together. The latter lets Bulma know that she is thinking about a marriage with Raditz. The two of them had really hit it off. And she also sees the way that Bulma is looking at Vegeta and encourages her that maybe she should make that move too. Things spark up pretty well, and by the time the 3-year time skip occurs, we don't just have one new Half Saiyan child, we have 2. We get Trunks as we do in the original series, but around the same age as him are the daughter of Raditz and Tights, named Kini, after Bikini. This, of course, sparks another competition between the two Saiyans. They butt heads constantly in Fathering 101, and it leads to some pretty funny moments, but more importantly than that, it leads to them being ever more present in their children's lives. Therefore, Vegeta does not leave Earth in order to unlock the Super Saiyan ability. He does it on Earth. He constantly shows up to nag Goku and tell him the secret of how to unlock Super Saiyan. And Goku keeps telling him he just needs to feel something about loss. He needs to see that anger. It's the thing that sparked him the first time. And since then, he could just unlock it at ease. So occasionally Vegeta thinks about losing his newfound family, about the extinction of the Saiyan race, and how angry things have made him, and how, yet again, he's missed the opportunity to defeat the Emperor with his own two hands. And eventually, he does unlock it. And when he does, Nappa and Raditz are present to see it. And because the two of them are present to see it, they figure out how it's done a lot quicker as well. Raditz manages to gain Super Saiyan first. Nappa is to follow. However, he does note that with his age, it does seem to be a big strain on his body. So he's not sure if it's always the right thing for him. And he's also still considerably weaker than the rest of them. So he's starting to second guess his ability to even be a deciding factor in any of these battles. Vegeta scoffs at him and demands that he buck up and remember his Saiyan pride. Nappa does take this to heart, and he does start to catch up to the likes of Raditz, as well as Vegeta to a degree. And the three of them training alongside each other does see them a lot stronger than they are in the original series. Goku actually has some competition on his hands, and it drives him even further as well. The fateful day arrives, and they meet to battle the androids. After some searching, they do indeed come across them, but as they're fighting them, they hear another report. You see, these two androids that they're fighting are located near South City, but they catch wind from Bulma on the radio letting them know that West City is also under attack by more androids. Vegeta promptly makes his leave along with Nappa by his side and Piccolo joining as well in order to try and go to stop this new threat. Android 19 and 20 are left at the hands of Goku and Gohan. Goku had taken the heart medication sooner in this story, so he experiences some discomfort. However, it's not enough to really decide that he's going to lose this battle. He is put out of commission a little bit, but Gohan does step up to the plate. Gohan had observed the battle, forming a strategy in his mind as he saw Goku fight him, and he came up with one pretty soundly. He saw Android 19's tactics and promptly had an answer for all of them, and so, in this story, Gohan is the one that decimates Android 19 with relative ease. A small clarification is needed. During the 3-year time skip, Gohan did unlock Super Saiyan much sooner than he did in the original series. Therefore, he used it against Android 19. Dr. Gero is left there astounded. This Super Saiyan ability was something that he had not calculated. He's probably going to have to wake up androids 17 and 18, even though they aren't perfect yet. But he also hopes that the androids that he had unleashed upon West City are doing their job as well. They are outdated models, but he thinks that they do have potential. Vegeta, Nappa, and Piccolo arrive to see these androids, 13, 14, and 15 terrorizing the city. They all pair off and battle each other, Vegeta easily getting the upper hand on his counterpart. While Nappa was fairly even, Piccolo, however, was pretty well on the back foot. But then Caracol arrives, and he lends his assistance to his master. They manage to get the upper hand. But something doesn't quite feel right. Piccolo is feeling Goku's power drop by a little bit. It's nothing astronomical, but he's wondering if that virus that he had managed to hear telepathically was taking hold. He knew they had to end things pretty promptly, so he decimated his android counterpart. Vegeta made quick work of his too, but Nappa was getting on the back foot with this android. What was it, 13? 13 seeing his teammates being destroyed prompted him to make a sound retreat. Nappa decides to pursue alone, while Vegeta and Piccolo, along with Caracol, manage to head back to the original scene. They get there to see Gohan healing Goku, and Goku not doing too poorly. However, Raditz was nowhere to be found, and it was declared that he had gone to chase after Gero after he had attempted to escape. Gero, however, did manage to get the slip on Raditz, and he makes it back to his lab. Vegeta curses their inability to get the job done, and Trunks arrives on the scene to see this weird clown face. He had no idea what he was looking at, but it wasn't the androids that he was so afraid of. With that, the entire team makes their way towards Jiro's lab under the direction of Bulma. Chapter 9. The team is heading for Jiro's lab through the direction of Bulma. However, Goku is lagging behind a little bit. He decides to speak up. Guys, can we just hold on a second? Trunks, a little worried and a bit paranoid about the future events, decides to speak as well.
Goku, what is it? Is it your heart? I knew you should have been resting this entire time.
No, I'm fine. I just... Okay, maybe I'm not fine.
Maybe we should hold off on taking out the androids. He should rest before we continue. These guys are very strong.
Vegeta frustratingly interjects into the conversation.
Huh. I've waited 3 years for this battle. I'm not waiting a second longer. We're going.
Vegeta and Trunks argue a little bit about the severity of the situation. Goku decides to make a compromise. He would go and rest while the rest of the team continued on. Meanwhile, Nappa is becoming frustrated. He lost track of Android 13, and he really just wanted to obliterate the entire city and deal with Android 13, along with the local populace, all in one go. You see, he is complying, and he is admittedly softening up a little bit, but is not a quick process, and his anger is almost getting the best of him. But he decides to quell it and remain calm. He can't find Android 13 in this condition, so he decides to head back to the team as well. While he's catching up, however, the rest of the Dragon team arrives at the lab. They deliberate for a little bit on the proper way to break into it, but Vegeta decides to interject with a phrase. Big Bang Attack! And with that, the door explodes open, and it reveals what's inside. Androids 16, 17, and 18 just kind of standing around, hanging out a little bit, being super casual, and the remnants of Dr. Gero sitting around. You see, he did make it to the lab a little bit earlier in this version, but that just means that he doesn't actually get to see the Dragon team pop up, because he's already dead. The black-haired android steps out of the lab and speaks up. Hey, what gives, man? That was a little rude. Can't you see we're just trying to get our bearings and figure out what's going on here? Are you all friends of Goku or something? We're kind of looking for him. You know where he's at? Vegeta floats down and lands directly in front of Android 17.
Goku's location's none of your concern. I'm his prince, the prince of all Saiyans, and I'm gonna be the one that destroys you today.
Oh yeah, you're that Vegeta guy, aren't you? Huh. I guess the database did say that you're kind of arrogant. Well, I suppose I could teach you a lesson or two. You want to go around?
Do I want to go around? Yes! It's time to fight! Words are done!
Vegeta charges in alone. The rest of the Dragon team doesn't know what to do right now. Trunks especially is terrified. He's almost paralyzed. You see, these are the androids that he saw in the future. And another one, none of which he can get key signatures on, so he doesn't know how powerful this new orange-haired one is. Vegeta attempts to handle Android 17 on his own, but dealing with the stronger of the two androids in this timeline proves to be even worse for him. Android 17 doesn't even really toy with him. He just humiliates him, breaks his arm very early into the battle, and soundly pummels him into the ground. Trunks, seeing his father in jeopardy, snaps out of the paralysis and attempts to charge in as well. Raditz and Gohan are right behind them. The three of them flare up into Super Saiyan and attack 17 all at once. 18 attempts to interject, but she's met with Piccolo and Caracol standing directly in the way. They briefly exchange blows, but it's very clear that Android 18 is vastly superior to them. Piccolo, however, has something up his sleeve.
Caracol, stand back. I'm gonna handle her myself.
My, aren't we the cocky fighter here? Piccolo, our database shows that you're nowhere near our power. You really should accept the help.
I think you'll find that your database is quite off on me. Kaioken times 20!
Piccolo is surrounded in a red aura. Kaioken times 20 is unleashed. We know it's possible because Goku did use it in the Namek Saga, and these characters are significantly stronger than their time at that place. Piccolo, however, knows that this needs to be done quickly, so he starts at 18 at full force. He is a very cold and calculated fighter, and brutal when he needs to be, and this was showcased in his fight against Android 18. However, there was someone else watching, Android 16, and he wasn't happy to see his sister on the back foot. He decides to head directly for Piccolo. But the rest of the dragon team that wasn't currently in a fight, Caracol, Krillin, Tien, and Yamcha attempt to intervene. 16 promptly swipes them away, but he doesn't kill any of them. He's not attempting to murder anyone. Instead, he's just trying to protect his own sister. Krillin does take note of this, but it doesn't change the fact that he reaches Piccolo, and Piccolo begins fighting a 1-on-2 battle, and he's very much on the losing side. Shortly after 16 reached him, he couldn't handle Kaioken times 20 anymore. He dropped back down to his base and gets knocked unconscious. And just as soon as that happens, 18 is on the other Saiyans attempting to fight 17. It becomes a 2-on-3 battle, but even though they have the size disadvantage, they do manage to get the upper hand. The 3 Saiyans are defeated as well. The entire dragon team is on the ground, but the attack stops. The androids ease up a little bit, and the rest of it kind of plays out as it does in the original. Android 18 especially giving that little bit of a kiss to Krillin, and Krillin having massive second thoughts about what exactly they were doing there. These androids were totally different. They just seemed like they were having fun. They even offered them a rematch. But it seems like their main goal is to find Goku. Probably to kill him, but it doesn't seem like there's any malice there. It's just a fun challenge, and that's what they're looking for. The androids promptly leave, and the dragon team really mulls over their defeat. Nappa arrives on the scene just as Piccolo is leaving. Piccolo, along with Caracol, head to Kame's lookout. It's time for him to discuss a possible fusion with Kame. The rest of the team disperses, with Vegeta heading off in a fit of rage, with Trunks following behind to try and ease his anger. Gohan takes the human dragon team members and transports them directly to Goku, who's waiting patiently at Kame House. He's feeling a lot better, but he's still not quite at 100%. He can't quite join back in the battle yet. However, they do fill him in on the entire situation, let him know just how powerful the androids are. Krillin also speaks up and says that the malice doesn't seem to be there. He almost defends the androids to the anger of the rest of the team. However, Goku listens with an open mind. He's seen plenty of villains turn into good guys over time, and he's always welcome to give everyone a second chance. Plus, to their knowledge, these androids hadn't actually killed anyone yet. In fact, that big lug of an android, the red-headed one, was staring at birds until he decided to join in on the fight and help Android 18. It was definitely something to think about. But they didn't have a lot of time, because it was pretty evident that they were going to eventually locate him. He was at Kame House, a place that they knew the location of. But how much time did they have? Could he heal? Most likely. It seemed like he was feeling almost 95%. He'd be back in the fight soon, and he had a suggestion. Perhaps training in the hyperbolic time chamber could really improve their skills. Gohan thinks that's a great idea, and they started thinking of a plan on who will go in first. Back at the lookout, Kame and Piccolo are arguing with each other. Caracol is sad to see what's going on here. He doesn't know what's going to happen to his master. He knows about fusion and the fact that Nail is in the back of his head. It's the entire reason he wanted to train under Piccolo. That being said, this Kame figure, he doesn't seem as willing as Master Nail probably would have been. So does that mean that he would have the dominant mind? No, that answer gets cleared up pretty quickly because Piccolo makes it obvious that he wants to be at the forefront of this fusion. It's the entire reason that Kame and Piccolo can't seem to come to terms with each other. However, Kame begins to feel life forces disappearing around a city. There's a greater power. It's growing very quickly, and it's a threat that needs to be answered. Reluctantly, he agrees to fuse with Piccolo, and Kamikolo is born. He tells Caracol to hang around the lookout and keep Mr. Popo safe. He can feel his power, and it's way too great for his pupil to aid in. So he heads down alone to try and face this new threat. Meanwhile, back at West City, Android 13 finds the remnants of his two brothers, Androids 14 and 15. With this opportunity and no one watching him, he decides to make the fusion, and he does, and becomes Super Android 13. This new Blue Menace manages to stay completely under the radar from the Dragon Team. They can't sense his ki, so they have no idea that another powerhouse is roaming around the Earth. Being more calculated than he was already, he decides not to obliterate cities so that he doesn't raise suspicion, and instead, he starts hunting down the androids himself. Because he knows that if he finds the androids, he'll probably find Goku. Meanwhile, the androids are still gallivanting around the town. they manage to find transportation that can hover over water, and they start making their way to Kame House, confident that that's where Goku's going to be. Chapter 10. Piccolo and Kame have fused. The power surging through him is incredible. He had never felt this strong before, and he was very confident that he was stronger than even the likes of Goku at this moment. But there's no time to celebrate. A threat can be felt near the likes of Ginger Town, and he starts making his way there. Goku uses instant transmission to gather everybody at the lookout. Piccolo had just left, and he was sad to miss him, but Mr. Popo informed him that he seemed to be on a mission of his own, so he didn't bother him. Meanwhile, Super Android 13 is becoming absolutely frustrated. He was hiding under the radar, thinking that he'd be able to find the Dragon Team and get a drop on them, but it didn't seem to be working out. So, out of sheer frustration, the Super Android decides to start destroying cities around him. He does so, and it's felt very much so by the Dragon Team.
"It's clear we don't have time for this," yelled Vegeta, making his way directly for the time chamber. "Trunks, you're coming with me. We're going to enter the chamber first."
Trunks was hesitant, though. This destruction that he was feeling, it really reminded him of his future. And he didn't know if leaving, even for a day, was the right move to make. There were people dying down there. And something triggered inside of him. He needed to help.
"Father, I can't. I need to go down there and stop whatever this threat is. I don't think it's the androids. At least, not the ones that we were fighting. Could they be the ones that you were fighting? One of them got away, right?"
Nappa spoke up this time.
"Ah, yeah. The one I was chasing managed to get away." "Nappa, you fool. That must be the one. All right. I'll enter the time chamber by myself. You go deal with whatever you need to do, boy."
Trunks felt a little insulted by this. He saw this as nothing short of an act of heroism, and he was a pretty humble person. But Vegeta certainly didn't seem to see it that way. Raditz, however, decided to say something.
"You'll see more gains if you enter with me, Prince Vegeta. I know we have our differences, but we need to grow stronger together, not alone." "What? No!" said Nappa. "I'm the one that's going to join this battle. And I'm the one that's going to train with my prince." "Nappa, quiet down. I admire the energy. However, you still have catching up to do. Raditz, although it's difficult to admit, is closer to my power level currently than you. He will be a better training partner. I will accept your request, Raditz. Come in with me."
Nappa was angry. However, he did understand, and he shut up at the order of his prince. Raditz and Vegeta entered the time chamber together, while the rest of the team decided to head down. Goku, Gohan, Trunks, Nappa, and Tien headed down together. Krillin, however, started making his way back towards Kame House. He wanted to keep an eye on Master Roshi, and when the androids showed up, he wanted to be able to at least try and do something. Meanwhile, Piccolo arrived at Ginger Town. He felt this presence. It seemed like several people at once. He called it out, and it emerged from the darkness.
"Well, Piccolo, it seems you found me."
"I'm not much for small talk. Explain to me who you are and why I can feel my own energy inside of you now."
"Oh, Piccolo, all in due time. I think I'd be happy to explain it to you after we spar a little bit."
The two of them started to duke it out, with Piccolo having the upper hand. Cell was actually quite surprised at the power of this fused being. The last that he had known anything about him, he shouldn't have been able to even handle just this form of Cell that had just barely absorbed one city's worth of people. And yet, he was getting dominated. He does, however, manage to sap some energy away from Piccolo, and things kind of progress as they do in the original, with him revealing who he is, explaining the situation, and thinking that he has Piccolo on the ropes, only to be found out that he's been betrayed. However, no one else shows up to help. Not that Piccolo needs it at all. He regenerates his arm and gets solar flared, with Cell escaping, with no intervention from others. Piccolo, seeing this threat looming and realizing that it must be related to the other android threats, decides that he needs to find the other androids and destroy them quickly. He knows that this new Cell figure is after androids 17 and 18, so if he eliminates them, the problem should be solved. He starts making his own way to Kame House, and he arrives at around the same time that Krillin does. The other Dragon Team members, however, arrive to a scene of a decimated city. Super Android 13 is waiting in the open for them, and begins his assault swiftly. Everyone that has Super Saiyan flares up to it, but they are very much on the back foot. Nappa and Gohan especially get their butts whooped. They are pummeled into the ground and rendered unconscious very quickly. Goku, Trunks, and Tien are still in the fight, with Tien not really finding an opening to be able to contribute whatsoever. He debates using his Kikoho, and while he's thinking of doing that, Trunks manages to land a solid hit with his sword on Super Android 13. But his sword just breaks. That's not very fortunate. Goku decides there might be an idea of something that he can do. The Spirit Bomb. He didn't know it nearly as well as Krillin, but perhaps it could be of use. He tells Trunks and Tien to try and hold him off as long as he can, because he's got a plan, and the two of them attempt to do so. Meanwhile, at Kame House, the android trio arrives. Android 17 asks where the whereabouts of Goku are. However, Piccolo interrupts him with a challenge. He wants to fight him one-on-one. Android 17 happily accepts, not being able to feel ki, and having absolutely no idea what's about to befall him. The androids, Piccolo, and Krillin head off to islands nearby in order to do the battle, and Piccolo begins fighting 17 alone. Piccolo doesn't use Kaioken, however. He knows this threat could probably sense him, and if he starts using his energy at a massive output, it might attract him even more. Therefore, he fights Android 17 with just his base power, but it's plenty. He's getting the upper hand very quickly against Android 17, to the surprise of everyone else. Android 16 even thinks that he needs to intervene. However, 17 calls it a fluke and tells him to back off. Krillin, 16, and 18 just sit back and watch. Krillin, by the way, does not have the button. In this story, it wasn't even created. So the fight continues on, with Android 17 getting more and more on the back foot. However, 18 becomes concerned for her brother, and even though it's against his wishes, she tells 16 to intervene as Piccolo is really about to land the finishing blow on 17. Android 16 does intervene, and surprisingly, he's not getting the upper hand either. In fact, it's dead even. Piccolo in his base power is just as strong as Android 16, to the amazement of everyone there. But unbeknownst to them, the threat had indeed arrived anyway. Cell managed to enter the scene without anybody realizing it, and gets the drop on Android 18. The only person that really has time to respond is Krillin, who makes an attempt to stop Cell in his tracks. He doesn't even know who this is, but it seems menacing enough, and is trying to attack 18, who he does seem to have some feelings for. Krillin uses his highest level of Kaioken, about times 10, and it is enough to actually surprise the bio-android. However, it's not enough to leave a lasting effect. After one solid punch is landed on Cell, he swats Krillin away and absorbs Android 18, before anybody else has even realized what's going on. Piccolo, 16, and 17 look on in shock as a power spike occurs right next to them. Semi-perfect Cell is born. Piccolo yells at the two remaining androids to get out of there now. They don't understand why he's willing to defend them, but they don't argue with the results. Android 16 can feel power levels, or at least his computerized systems can, and he does realize that Semi-Perfect Cell is in a league of his own compared to everyone there. He doesn't know why Piccolo thinks that he can stand up to him. However, he does go ahead and convince Android 17 that they need to leave. The two of them do so, with Piccolo remaining behind. Semi-Perfect Cell is extremely confident in his abilities. He can feel Piccolo's power. It's gonna be nothing, but he's not right about that. Piccolo immediately jumps into Kaioken times 10 and joins the fight against Semi-Perfect Cell. To Imperfect Cell's surprise, this was working against him. Piccolo was just an unstoppable force, and he couldn't get through that wall to find Android 17 and complete himself. Kaioken times 10 Piccolo was stronger than Imperfect Cell, even if only by a little bit. It wasn't something that he can maintain forever. However, Cell is a creature that learns very quickly. This trick where you turn yourself red, it's very interesting. That little pipsqueak over there used it too.
It's something I wonder. Can I use it as well? Imperfect Cell learned how to use Kaioken, and at a remarkable rate. He unleashes it at ×2, and Piccolo starts getting on the back foot himself. However, he's not quite done yet. Piccolo unleashes Kaioken ×20 to the surprise of Imperfect Cell. He didn't think that this was something that he was going to do. He thought ×10 must have been the limit. ×20, however, meant that Piccolo needed to be able to end the battle quickly, because it's not something that he can maintain for very long. However, even with ×20, that just meant that he was an edge above Imperfect Cell again, not enough to be able to concisely kill the bioandroid. And eventually, his body wore out on him. He dropped back down to his base, and Imperfect Cell dropped down to his as well, and the battle was basically over. Imperfect Cell dominated Piccolo from that point forward and beat him to within an inch of his life. But the androids had more time to escape in this version compared to the original, and that meant that he was in too much of a hurry to worry about finishing off Piccolo. He speeds out of there, and despite the fact that he wasn't held back by characters like Tien using the Kikoho against him, he still had a lot of catching up to do to catch up to his brethren. However, events have played out quicker than they did in the original series, so Vegeta and Raditz have not exited the time chamber yet. The androids, for now, are completely on their own. Meanwhile, at the other fight, Super Android 13 is absolutely pummeling Trunks, but then he gets caught in a beam. The Kikoho, or Tri-Beam, for those of you wondering, hits Super Android 13 and knocks him into the ground. And then another one. And another one. He can't manage to get on his feet. Tien is constantly pummeling him with them. Goku yells at him to stop, and he does ease up a little bit. This foe isn't as strong as Semi-Perfect Cell was in the original, so the threat is not as substantial. That being said, he does continue at it as it's needed. This does give Goku the time that he needs to finish charging up the Spirit Bomb, and he launches it at Super Android 13. The android does make an attempt to stop it, but Trunks, of all people, throws him into a full Nelson, and he takes the brunt of the hit head on. Super Android 13 is destroyed, with Trunks being unscathed. Being pure of heart, the Spirit Bomb did not injure him. So that threat is done. However, they start to feel around. They don't sense anyone right now. Wait, no, they sense Krillin, and Goku decides to use the instant transmission to get over there.
Chapter 11.
The fight with Super Android 13 had just finished, and just as soon as they had managed to get Nappa and Gohan back on their feet, Goku was gone, using the instant transmission to find Krillin's signature. He shows up to a sight that frankly shocks him. He knew for a fact that Piccolo had become an absolute powerhouse, and yet this new threat had just demolished him. He quickly gathered up Krillin and Piccolo and took them to the lookout and gave them senzu beans. Gohan made it shortly back as well with the rest of the squad that had fought Super Android 13, and they all come together to realize that this was too close of a call to make. Super Android 13 managed to almost kill both Nappa and Gohan, and Piccolo was left for dead as well, with Cell only being interrupted because he was in a hurry to go and capture Android 17. Caracol is quick to make a suggestion. He could be the Guardian of Earth. Piccolo, however, objects very fervently. This is his pupil, and there is obviously another solution to be made. Gather another Namekian from the planet Namek itself and bring them here to be Guardian of Earth. Caracol is a fighter. He's not meant to just sit on a lookout. Although Caracol is a little confused by this, he does admire the fact that his own mentor has shown respect to him as a fighter, and he backs down from it. Goku thinks that it's a fantastic idea, and he disappears to Namek pretty quickly. And he comes back shortly after with none other than Dende. And Dende, of course, chooses to accept the mantle of Guardian. It's going to take him a little bit of time to make the Dragon Balls again, though. But while that problem's going on, Semi-Perfect Cell is on a rampage, angrily trying to search out his brethren. He can't seem to find them anywhere, though. He doesn't even know if they're on the island. They had so much time to get away that it really seems like it's going to be a shot in the dark no matter where he looks.
Of course, his father had to design them to not be able to be tracked due to no key signature whatsoever. Blast him. But Cell catches a break. Or, well, a kick to the face. As he goes plummeting into the ground, he realizes that it was none other than Android 16 that had kicked him. You see, Android 17 refused to leave the scene, or at least not travel too far away. He wanted to gather himself up, of course, but his sister died by this freak's hands, and he wasn't about to stand for it. So he demanded that Android 16 back him up, and the two of them face this threat together. This is a big mistake, however. Semi-Perfect Cell is absolutely more powerful than even the two of them combined, and their best bet would have been to leave. This foolish decision does inevitably lead to the absorption of Android 17. Android 18, although weaker than her brother, was a little more calculated. In the original series, when Android 17 was absorbed, 18 was a little more intelligent at assessing the threat and realizing that she stood absolutely no chance. Android 17, however, is a lot more cocky. Android 16 is heavily damaged in the process of this battle, but Android 17 obviously does not make it. Perfect Cell is born before Vegeta and Raditz even make it out of the time chamber. And when they do, they obviously feel the power of Perfect Cell and decide to head down there immediately. As they leave, Nappa and Trunks of all people go in together. You see, Nappa wants to see how someone so young achieved Super Saiyan and became so powerful. This is also the son of Vegeta. So if he can't get training from his own prince, then maybe the child of the prince will be the second best thing to do. Trunks reluctantly agrees. He knows that he does need to do some training, and he needs a partner. A Saiyan's probably the best bet to do it, so he goes ahead and agrees to head in. Besides, Goku and Gohan were happy to wait another day. They wanted to see how this fight between Vegeta and Raditz and this new threat Cell would play out. So, they stay outside of the time chamber instead of going in next. Vegeta and Raditz hurry to the scene, and they arrive to see Perfect Cell in his new state. My! If it isn't Vegeta! Very nice to see you. And Raditz, is it? The older brother of Son Goku, the one I would prefer to see. However, I suppose blood is blood. I would know. I have yours coursing through me. This version of Cell is a lot more battle-hungry than the one in the original series. He has more Saiyan DNA in him than the original Cell ever did. There's Raditz and Nappa present right inside of him. And he has a lot more data implanted in him about the Saiyans and their culture as well. So needless to say, Cell is itching for a fight even more so than he ever had been before. And he's very happy to see two extremely powered up Saiyans ready to give him one.
Raditz, let me deal with this one alone. Vegeta, no! We talked about this. We spent an entire year in the time chamber together. You know full well the stakes that are here. You have a son. I have a daughter. We need to protect our family. We need to preserve the Saiyan race. You know it.
Vegeta brooded for a little bit. He knew that Raditz was right. Raditz had a lot to fight for too in this story. He was with Tights, and the two of them had their daughter, Kame. So he had quite the investment in preserving Earth and the people on it. Vegeta also had Trunks, and in this version of the story, he didn't leave for space for an extended period of time. He remained on Earth, where he unlocked Super Saiyan himself, but more importantly, where he actually became a father figure to Trunks. One that made him a little bit softer than he was in the original series. But he brooded, and he fought his Saiyan pride. However, he didn't even get a chance to respond, because Cell ended up saying what he knew full well he wanted to do himself. No, that will simply not do. The two of you shall come at me at once. I demand it.
Well, you heard the Bugman. Let's do it.
With a scoff, Vegeta reluctantly agrees, and the two of them show off what they had learned in the time chamber together. You see, in this year, they had grown in power, so much so that Vegeta was about as strong as he was in the original series, and Raditz was just a hair behind him. But the reason they hadn't grown stronger than Vegeta would have been in the original series is because they had learned some techniques together. Vegeta was a prideful person, but remember, in this version of the series, he wanted to see the Saiyan race flourish again. That's why he brought back Nappa, and he was willing to work with them a little bit more, even low-class Saiyans. And so therefore, even though he wasn't happy to do it, he definitely did learn some techniques, combos, alongside Raditz. And the two of them unleashed them together. And to start out with, it was doing very well. This version of Cell actually couldn't keep up with two grade 2 Saiyans combating him at once. But Cell had a trick up his sleeve that he was happy to unleash. Kaioken times 2. This definitely put him basically on even ground with them again. Cell was absolutely giddy with this fight. Good, good! The two of you are putting up an excellent match against me. I find this invigorating. Why don't we turn it up a little bit? Cell powers up to Kaioken times 3, and then the two Saiyans begin losing very rapidly, but they hardly give up. You see, they actually have one more technique up their sleeve. Vegeta, backing up a little bit, powers into his grade 3 stance, the one where they're a lot stronger and yet significantly slower. Raditz manages to get himself right behind Cell and put him into a full Nelson, the classic move of Dragon Ball that you know I love to use. Cell is absolutely shocked. He didn't see this coming at all. Vegeta powers up a final flash, a brand new move, and in this grade 3 state, it is going to pack a wallop. He shoots it directly at Cell, and just before it impacts, Raditz lets go and kicks him directly into it. Cell, being forced to take the hit head on, has a large portion of his body eviscerated. Much like in the original, he loses an enormous chunk of his body. Vegeta stands there triumphant and drops out of the grade 3 state back into his regular grade 2. But, to his horror, Cell regenerates. No matter what, even with this excellent teamwork between the two of them, it just wasn't enough. Cell returns to his smile, very satisfied in what he had seen. But it's time to put an end to it. He powers up to Kaioken times 3 again, and this time he doesn't fall for it. Vegeta is a little worn out after that fight as well. He doesn't have another one in him, so the two of them get pummeled into the ground. Goku does show up, but Cell interrupts him before he even tries to defend. Now, Son Goku, do not fret. I am not going to kill any of your friends today. You see, this fight, it definitely brought out something in me. It's got to be the Saiyan DNA coursing through my body. And Son Goku, I know, this time chamber that they had just spoken of, it's something you're going to enter in as well. And in 10 days' time from now, I shall be hosting the Cell Games, a fight in which I want you and all of your friends to participate in. It will be all of you against me in one single drawn-out battle to the death. The winner gets to decide the fate of Earth itself. So you'd better gather everyone you can and make them as powerful as you can. I look forward to it, Son Goku. And with that, Cell simply flies away. Goku gathers up Vegeta and Raditz both and takes them both to the lookout. They heal up and discuss with everyone else the situation. But Gohan leaves for a moment. He uses instant transmission to head down to the scene of the battle. And he finds Android 16 there, still incredibly damaged. He feels a soft spot for the person, remembering that he had just stared at birds at a time. And just as it did with Krillin, he realized that these androids weren't inherently evil. This programming to kill Goku, of course, was not something to be taken lightly. But aside from that, he hardly seemed like that bad of a guy. He gets Android 16 and brings him to Capsule Corporation to be repaired. And then he decides, with the day that he has, he's going to go to Yard Rat and consult with Master Pibara to see if there's anything that he can learn. After a day or so passes, Nappa and Trunks exits the time chamber, and they had seen massive gains as well. Trunks was about on par with Raditz, and Nappa honestly wasn't even far behind either. Despite his age, he'd finally gotten the hang of Super Saiyan and managed to incorporate it in a way that didn't put an enormous strain on his body. He didn't feel like such a weak link anymore, and it brought him a good amount of confidence. And it also, during that year, caused his anger and hatred to dissipate quite a bit. You see, one of them was bound to rub off on the other, and it was Trunks and his calm and loving personality that really brought some breath of fresh air to Nappa and soothed him quite a bit. A lot of the anger and resentment that he had in his life disappeared in the void of that time chamber, and he came out of it a completely different person. Even Vegeta was surprised to see this new soul before him. This person that had butchered entire planets alongside him had become someone that reminded him of his own son, or at least the future version of himself. And another thing clicked in his head. He saw another Saiyan, not just built to conquer worlds anymore. One that had been, and was completely different. And just a little bit more of him softened up again. Gohan comes back from Yard Rat and enters the time chamber with Goku, as they do in the original, but a day later. Gohan's got something on his mind, however, and he is entering the time chamber already able to access the power of Super Saiyan, which means that their training regimen is going to be completely different this time around. During this time, Piccolo and Krillin decide to scout out the scene of the Cell games to devise a strategy. They all get to fight together this time, which means they have an opportunity to think of combos that the original series never would have allowed. However, they see more than what they bargained for. Cell actually isn't alone. There are several smaller versions of himself walking about. Little tiny junior versions of himself, a little bit darker and green. And it looked like there was just enough of them to be one short of the entire Dragon team. So it doesn't look like it's going to be 1v everyone. It's going to be an even fight. This changes a lot of things. But the two best tacticians on the team regroup to figure out what they're going to do.
Chapter 12.
During the year in the time chamber, Gohan kept remembering what Master Probara told him. During his brief trip back to planet Yard Rat, he was let known of something that was really shocking to him. Master Probara was a master of calmness, serenity, and all that stuff. But he gave advice to Gohan that was the polar opposite. You see, he is a Saiyan, and at the end of the day, he needs to embrace it every now and then. He let him know that he could feel there was something that he had just barely touched on, and it was something that he needed to explore more if he wanted to gain this power. Calmness, serenity was definitely important, but every once in a while his Saiyan nature needs to take hold. This is very against Gohan, but it's something that he did take to heart. Master Probara was a person he respected greatly, and he decided that he would use that knowledge and try and unlock something in the time chamber. However, he never quite gets it. At one point, he touches on it just slightly, but it doesn't end up being anything more than it was in the original. Goku and Gohan exit the time chamber with Super Saiyan Grade 4, and just as much progress as they did in the original series, despite the fact that Gohan entered the time chamber already knowing Super Saiyan, whereas he didn't in the original. They are both a little bit stronger in their base strength, but in terms of mastery of the Super Saiyan skill, neither one of them are any more impressive than they were. As soon as they exit the time chamber, however, they are met with Vegeta, awestruck at their power and just full of anger. This Goku and even his brat had unlocked a power that he had not yet achieved, and he thought that Grade 2 was something incredible to behold. Out of anger, he yells at Trunks to join him in the time chamber, and he does. But that's not the only person.
You, Namekian, join us as well.
You want me to join? Why? So I could be your little punching bag?
Cut the crap! Piccolo, you know as well as I do that you are quite the formidable foe. And I know that you don't need food to last. That seems to be the only caveat to this time chamber of a year limit. I think you could join, and 2 fighters to train alongside are better than 1. So get in there. Piccolo, come on. I think it could be great. You're really strong, and I heard a lot of great stories about you growing up. It'd be awesome to train alongside you. Well, I was going to enter alone, but it really does seem like 2 training partners would be better than 0. Alright, I'll head in with you. And with that, the 3 of them enter the chamber together. Nappa and Raditz decide that they'll train next together, putting aside their differences for the time being. Nappa, of course, is a little softer now that he's spent a year in the time chamber with Trunks, so he is more open to ideas like this. But while he's waiting for the day, he hangs around Mr. Popo, and the 2 of them actually enjoy a little bit of gardening and such together. Mr. Popo is soothed a little bit by Nappa's presence. Having just lost Kame, even though Dende is there now, it is still comforting to see someone that is just keeping him company. Another day passes. Vegeta, Trunks, and Piccolo exit the time chamber, with the 2 Saiyans being in grade 4 as well. Vegeta has a smug look on his face, but a little bit of it is pride for the Saiyan race in general as well. Now, there are several Saiyans, all of which can maintain their Super Saiyan status for as long as they possibly want to, and he is pretty confident in their abilities against Cell now. Raditz and Nappa enter next, and Vegeta is also pretty proud to see 2 Saiyan warriors, very different from each other, willing to just step in and put their differences aside. In that time chamber, Raditz also achieves grade 4. However, Nappa can't quite get to it. He is initially frustrated that he is still a step behind the rest of the Saiyans, but Raditz reassures him that he's still playing the catch-up game, and it does bring him a little bit of comfort. They exit the time chamber, and Vegeta initially scoffs at Nappa for not achieving grade 4 as well. However, he does take it back and say that he did put forth a valiant effort. Nappa takes it to heart, and all of the Saiyans are ready for the fight. The rest of the Dragon Team members pair up and enter the time chamber as they see fit, and the day of the Cell games rapidly approaches. Before it does, however, they all use instant transmission through Goku and Gohan to go to New Namek for a brief training exercise. They learn some quick drills and combos to help their fight against Cell, since they are going to get to fight together. And in addition to that, they also figure out a little bit of tag team stuff just in case the Cell Juniors become pretty difficult. They head back right before the Cell games, and they say all the goodbyes they need to before they head to the arena.
And if for whatever reason you're wondering, yes, Goku gets his alone time with Chi-Chi.
When they arrive, they're greeted by Cell, standing there firmly and confidently, with his Cell Juniors surrounding him. My! Quite the turnout we have! However, we appear to be short one. Who is it? That Chaozu? No matter. I kind of figured he didn't show. However, this will count against you. You see, I've produced 1 extra Cell Junior, just in case he had appeared. Since he did not, however, I suppose that you will all have to pick up the slack in his absence. And with that, the Cell games commence. Cell, however, doesn't step forward. Instead, he charges the Cell Juniors to attack them instead. And the results immediately are fairly mixed. People like Krillin, Tien, and Yamcha are not doing too well to hold up. Neither is Caracol. However, more people are putting up quite the effort, more than Cell bargained for. Vegeta, Gohan, Goku, Piccolo, and Raditz are all actually stronger than the Cell Juniors that they're fighting. You see, all of them are at least a little bit stronger than they were in the original series, and since this is the very start of the fight, they're all at full power. Nappa is dead even with his Cell Junior, not on the back foot, but also not gaining the upper hand. And with this, it means that more of the Dragon Team members are stronger than the Cell Juniors that they're fighting, whereas less of them are actually getting pummeled. That being said, there is still the 1 extra Cell Junior, and it hops around, getting a little bit of the slack picked up where it's needed. But these Cell Juniors are not that smart. Combo moves are actually working pretty well against them, and they are overall ending up a little bit on the back foot. Cell halts proceedings and steps forward himself, immediately jumping into Kaioken ×2. Now you see, Cell went through a Zenkai boost in the last part. He had some massive healing to do, and because of that, he's even stronger than when he faced against Vegeta and Raditz as a tag team. So this Kaioken ×2 is pretty potent. It's not enough though. The combos that are being used are pretty dang good. Piccolo especially. He telepathically relays some of the plans that they need to do, and he charges up his special beam cannon.
It's fired at Cell, not to his shock at all. Cell promptly dodges out of it. However, it was timed perfectly. The special beam cannon, of course, would have been great to hit him, but it wasn't the intended target. One of the Cell Juniors was the victim at hand, and it landed firmly, putting him to the ground. One of the Cell Juniors had fallen without even being in the battle. Cell looked back with a little bit of anger, but didn't care all that much. He jumped into Kaioken times 4 and started pummeling a little bit better. But the combos just kept coming. Tien slid in and used the Solar Flare just as Krillin used Destructo Disc. Now you see, this was a risky gamble because Tien couldn't get a clear hit in without blinding some of their own Dragon Team members as well, but it did pay off. The Destructo Disc almost hit Cell, but he uses instant transmission to get out. However, he is still incapacitated briefly. After he and the Dragon Team members all recover from their loss of sight, they head back into the battle, and things continue on fairly evenly. Kaioken times 4 Cell is much more powerful than any individual fighter there, but together, their combo moves are just managing to close the gap very well. Cell, however, halts proceedings again. Well, I can honestly say, you all put forth a valiant effort. However, this fight has dragged out for quite a while. I'm a little worn, as are all of you, and I can tell none of you have anything more to show me, for if you did, you would have done so already. I'm afraid I haven't even given you my full power, and you cannot handle it. Therefore, you no longer have anything to offer me, Perfect Cell. Cell Juniors, won't you finish them off? Cell backs out of the fight, and the Cell Juniors charge back in, them having plenty of time to rest, and not even being in a battle for that long to begin with. Now, it is a dead even number since one has died, but it doesn't really make too much of a difference. The Dragon Team is fairly worn out, and what was the upper hand for some of them is now even, and for those that were not doing so well, it's even worse. Overall, the Dragon Team is not winning anymore, but Krillin, the Bean Daddy, pulls out the Sensu Beans to give them to the Dragon Team. The first person he chooses is Goku. With a clear shot, he chucks a bean at him. Goku reaches out his hand to grab it, but they all feel a sudden spike in energy. It's Cell, unleashing his full power for just a brief moment. Why though? Because he launches a blast, and it gets through Goku's defenses before he could even grab the bean. In an instant, a gaping hole is visible through his chest, and he falls to the ground, dead, instantly, the bean falling next to him.
Brother? Kakarot! Get up!
Raditz whimpers. Not much could be uttered right now. Vegeta stands there in shock, as does the rest of the Dragon Team. The Saiyan Prince not even able to process what's going on. Cell stands there triumphantly. Well, well, attempting to heal in the middle of the battle. That seems a tad unfair, don't you agree? There will be no beans to save you today. But this was a vast miscalculation on Cell's part. Just as he spiked his energy briefly a moment ago, so too do two powers begin to spike near him. Fear begins to show on Cell's face as he can feel the power emanating from two individuals that are dead set on killing him. He looks around and he sees it. Gohan, flaring up, achieving the Super Saiyan 2 status. But he wasn't alone. Looking over, he sees another figure. One that was whimpering just moments ago, but the rage, it built up in him so much, and it finally overcame him. Raditz achieved Super Saiyan 2 alongside his own nephew. The two of them fully prepared to avenge their family and defend the planet Earth. Cell, fearing for his life, is about to flare up to his maximum power, but he doesn't get the chance to. Gohan's already on him, with a firm punch in the gut that causes him to vomit out Android 18, just as he did in the original. And with that, the two Saiyans begin to wail on him. They're pummeling him into the ground. There isn't an answer that he can do. Well, there's one, of course. His body begins to expand as he turns himself into a living bomb. Gohan and Raditz just stand there in fear. Despite the fact that they had this overwhelming power over their foe now, they still can't bring themselves to win. This seems like it's it. He's going to detonate himself, take himself out, along with everyone else, and there's nothing they can really do about it. As the wind blows and Goku's body lies there dead on the ground, Gohan decides that he's going to make a split decision. Instead of Goku being the one that uses instant transmission to get out of there with Cell, Gohan does it. And that's where we're going to be leaving things for right now. Wait though, we can't leave it there yet, because it turns out there's another threat looming as well. Cell isn't the only person out there that's bent on destroying the Earth. King Cold is approaching planet Earth as well. After not hearing back from his son for quite a long time, he decided that he's going to investigate it himself, and there's some other slightly familiar faces that are going to be joining him on this conquering mission. Chapter 13. Several thoughts filled Gohan's mind as he placed his hand onto Cell's body. Feelings of regret, anger, frustration, sorrow, and even remorse for what he was about to do. Putting 2 fingers onto his hand, he used instant transmission and was gone. The rest of the Dragon Team was shocked. This was clearly a sacrifice made by this preteen, just a child, that had no business being there, that deserved much more than to face this imminent death. But Gohan wasn't quite alone. The only power signature that he could recognize was that of Master Pibara, and he appeared in front of him on the planet Yardrat, with Cell in tow. This, however, came to no shock to the Master. He frankly saw it coming, and with a deep sigh, he accepted his fate. Cell exploded, taking all of planet Yardrat with him. Gohan, Master Pibara, and the rest of the species perished. Back on Earth, the rest of the Cell Juniors were wiped out by the remains of the Dragon Team. Everyone stood there, a bit in shock, and even though it was bittersweet, they celebrated their victory against Cell. The Dragon Team members in Super Saiyan and above powered down, and they relaxed a little bit. It was done. They lost 2 people, but the Dragon Balls could always bring them back. However, they eased up a little too soon. While Vegeta was going to shake his own son's hand, a shot pierced Trunks right in front of him. Trunks died instantly as well, and Super Perfect Cell made his reappearance. My, I found myself worried there for a brief moment. However, the results certainly speak for themselves. I've regained my perfect state, and I've even surpassed it. In fact, I suppose I should call myself Super Perfect Cell. Perhaps it's my Saiyan pride in me, or even Frieza's arrogance. However, I find myself teeming for round 2. Why don't you all give me a good show this time? Most of the Dragon Team stood there horrified, except for 2 people. Raditz immediately became enraged and powered back up to Super Saiyan 2, and Vegeta, well, he barely even heard Cell. The words that were emitted by Cell to him were just muffled. He was there, out alone, in his own mind, trying to process what just happened. His own son killed in front of him. You see, Vegeta is stronger in this version of the series. He didn't just go in with Trunks the second time into the time chamber. He brought Piccolo with him, and Piccolo was a formidable force. The 3 of them trained together relentlessly, and Vegeta came out much more powerful than he originally was. So much so that he was just on the brink of it, and this was enough to tip him over. With an aggressive scream, Vegeta powered up even further, electricity sparkling around him. He achieved Super Saiyan 2 as well. Angrily, he turned around and faced Cell, nothing but seething rage in his eyes. And then he glanced over at Raditz. The 2 of them nodded their heads, and they went after Cell. Round 2 of that tag team versus this menace. And this fight was brutal. Cell had to pull out all his stops, Kaioken times 10 on top of every skill that he possibly knew. He used instant transmission, Kamehameha waves, even attempting the Kienzan to get them, but to no avail. Those 2 Saiyans were dead even with him. Their teamwork was devastating, and Cell, although he wasn't on the back foot at all, was also not gaining any ground. The teamwork of these 2 Saiyans was impeccable, and it was just enough to keep a stalemate, and it seemed like it was never going to end. But it had to eventually. Cell decided to fly up into the air and launch a maximum power Kamehameha. with a goal to just destroy the entire planet and move on to the next one. But he was met with very stern resistance. Raditz and Vegeta put themselves onto the ground, and together they both launched a double Super Final Flash, and the two beams collided with each other. The beams again were dead even, but Cell had one more trick up his sleeve. You see, in the short amount of time, he'd even managed to push Kaioken even further. He uttered out the phrase Kaioken times 20, and the beam began gaining on the two Saiyans very rapidly. The Dragon team looked at the beam struggle. They saw their fallen comrades right by their side, Goku and Trunks lifeless on the ground, and they all snapped out of it, one at a time, starting with Piccolo, who formed a Hell Zone grenade right around Cell. And that wasn't all. Next came a Kienzan flying directly at him from Krillin, a special beam cannon from Caracol, a breaker cannon from Nappa, a spirit ball from Yamcha, a tri-beam from Tien, and they all came together in perfect harmony. This was the full combined might of the surviving Dragon Team members, and together it overwhelmed Cell. He couldn't dodge any of it. He couldn't get out of this beam struggle, and he had no preparation. The Kienzan went straight through him, slicing him in half. All the beams enveloped him. The special beam cannon pierced directly through him as well, and he was overwhelmed. The beams hit him, and the double Super Final Flash enveloped Cell, completely destroying him. He was obliterated. Nothing left to regenerate. The dust settled, and the Dragon Team looked around. They were reluctant this time. Did they actually do it? Did they take out Cell entirely? They didn't feel his presence, and after a short time passed, they finally accepted it. They had won this battle. This struggle for Earth was done. The Cell games were over, and the Dragon Team was victorious. Earth was safe once more. After traveling to the lookout, they realized that the Dragon Balls had been finished. They summoned forth Shenron, and their first wish was interrupted by a voice. Goku was speaking to them. Hey guys, I hate to bother you, but I just want to let you know, Gohan ended up taking them to Yard Rat. Yeah, so that planet's kind of gone. If you're gonna wish people back, you should probably bring that planet back first. Goku? Is that you? You must be talking to us through King Kai. Hey, King Kai.
Yeah, whatever. Just get the wish done already.
Okay, geesh. Alright, first we wish for planet Yard Rat to be brought back. Shenron grants the wish, and then wishes for a second one. Dende smiles, letting them know that he had improved the dragon. It was now capable of bringing back people just as before, in mass numbers, but it could also fulfill a second wish. Oh, great, okay. We wish for everyone that died in the conflict against Cell to be brought back to life. And the second wish was done. However, Goku speaks up again. Yeah, about that, guys, I'm not gonna come back. It seems like trouble constantly happens when I'm there, and there's plenty of strong people to defend Earth if need be. I'm gonna stick around here and train for a while. It really seems like this is a good place to get stronger. So, I'm sorry, but you've got everyone else. You don't need me anymore. The Dragon Team is not happy to hear this, especially the likes of Raditz and Vegeta. Vegeta had always seen him as a prime rival, and Raditz, well, this was his brother he had grown so close to. His death is what unlocked his Super Saiyan 2 potential. He clearly had grown to love his brother very much. But this was his wish, and they all ended up accepting it. Gohan uses instant transmission to return to the lookout, and Krillin requests that they go to New Namek to make another wish. Android 18 hears what it's going to be, that the bombs be removed, and she makes an appearance just as she does in the original series, angry that they would waste a wish on her. But this was brownie points for Krillin, and we all know where that's going to lead to. So Krillin and Gohan go to New Namek and use Purunga to wish the bombs away from the androids. At first they wanted to bring them back as humans, but even Purunga couldn't do that. And then they go back to Earth, and some time passes. 2 years, in fact. A time of peace has been brought to Earth. Raditz plays with his toddler, Kini. Vegeta spends more time with his son, Trunks. And Chi-Chi, well, she's raising Goten. Just a 1-year-old baby at this time. But unlike in the original series, this is where things change pretty drastically. You see, out in space, a King Cold is training relentlessly After gaining new intel on Earth and seeing the power of Super Saiyan 2, he realizes that he needs to unlock more of his potential in order to face them. Putting his pride aside, he even brought back his son, Cooler, and the two of them together had become immeasurable in power. But even more so, they decided that they needed to hire some extra hands in order to get the job done. And now that their training is complete, they're rapidly approaching Earth. How will the Dragon Team fare? They're short Goku, but they have multiple Super Saiyan 2 on their side. Can they overcome this incoming threat? Chapter 14. The scene opens. We are 2 years beyond the Cell Saga. Gohan is just entering into his teenage years, but he's still keeping up with training a little bit more than he did in the original series. There are some powerful fighters there keeping him on his toes. His own uncle, especially, really wants him to keep training. And Vegeta, although he's not as interested in Gohan's strength, is still pretty interested. But you see, in this version of the story, since he has Super Saiyan 2 as well already, he knows that he is actually stronger than Gohan at this point, and he's perfectly fine not having that rivalry there. He's turned his attention more onto Raditz, both of which have their own child. Trunks is in this story, as well as Kine, and Goten is now about a year old as well. They're just babies and toddlers right now, but it is parenting competition after parenting competition between the two Saiyans. Vegeta is very invested in his child's life, as is Raditz. And that parenting rivalry also translates into a physical one as well. The two of them train together constantly, always trying to get a one-up on each other. Some others are also keeping up with their training. Piccolo and Caracol have also been tirelessly making themselves more powerful. But people like Krillin, well, he's been debating retirement for a little bit. Things have gotten serious with him in 18, and they actually decided there might be a kid just over the horizon. But for the moment, the Krill dog is still as bald as ever and prepared for any situation that should arise, as is the rest of the Dragon Team. And arise a problem shall. One day, Dende gets a message from someone that he barely recognized. It was none other than King Kai, someone that Kame would have been more used to speaking with, but not the likes of Dende. Nevertheless, he listened to him. He was ordered to assemble the entire Dragon Team because there was some news, important information. And after a short amount of time and Gohan's assistance of using instant transmission, the Dragon Team was assembled at the lookout.
Alright, listen up. I'm only gonna say this once. We've got a problem. A big one. You guys need to prepare. There's a bunch of evil people coming. King Cold is the one in charge.
King Cold? Who's that? And why does it sound eerily familiar to Frieza?
That's because it's his dad,
said Vegeta angrily. The entire Dragon Team was floored. All their jaws dropped. They didn't even think about Frieza having family, let alone a father that would want revenge. King Kai, sir? How long do we have until they get here?
Yeah, about that. I kind of dropped the ball. You've only got about a month.
What? A month? What are we supposed to do with a month? Yelled Raditz in frustration. He was not happy to hear this.
Calm down, you dolt. We've got the time chamber right behind us. Besides, I'm hardly scared of King Cold these days. Frieza's just a blip on our radar in power, and he didn't even hold a candle to him. King Kai, is my brother there with you?
Hey, Raditz. Yeah, I'm here. And don't worry, I'm filled on the entire thing. If you need me there, you just let me know. And don't take this lightly. I've got a feeling that they're gonna know what you guys have. They're probably coming prepared.
Right. If we need you, we'll bring you back. I promise.
And with that, communication with King Kai and Goku ceased. The Dragon Team knew what they had to do. Only a month was left, though. 1 month to train and prepare? Yeah, they had the time chamber. But what about the rest of the planet? What about their families? Everyone that isn't ready to fight? What are they supposed to do? Just sit there and hope? Well, it was decided that they'd take people like Bulma, Chi-Chi, and Tights and teleport them to New Namek so that they can bring the Dragon Balls if things do indeed go south. But with a month to prepare, they had to be quick. Vegeta, Nappa, and Raditz knew a little bit about King Cold, so they could anticipate a few of the strategies, but not a lot. It had been a long time since they'd come across King Cold, and a lot could have changed. But off the bat, they assumed that if King Cold was showing up after this amount of time, he's definitely going to be bringing his other son Cooler, and possibly even more forces as well, some of which would be quite formidable. I mean, if it was as simple as him getting frustrated, hopping into a ship and heading here, he would have been there years ago. Something is afoot, and they need to be prepared. But not everyone heads into the time chamber. Vegeta and Raditz take a turn, then Piccolo and Caracol. But no one else does. Chi-Chi didn't want him to age any more rapidly than he already had, and people like Krillin figured that they've already reached as high of a potential as they're possibly going to get. And no one really achieves anything too new. The base power of the four that enter the time chamber do increase, but there's no new forms unlocked or anything like that. It seems like their gains are just getting slower and slower. Well, that's not entirely true. In the 2-year gap, Nappa had actually achieved Super Saiyan 2 himself. He was still not quite as strong as the rest of the Saiyans, but at this point, he was only a hair behind. He spent a lot of time training, including time that he spent in the time chamber, demanding that people like Piccolo join him. And he did so beforehand. That's why he didn't want to spend another year in the time chamber during the month leading up to the invasion. The likes of Vegeta and Raditz had trained pretty tirelessly, but they did still have kids to take care of. Nappa, on the other hand, didn't have to worry about anything like that. It was training almost 24/7, only taking small gaps of time to plant stuff with Mr. Popo and learn the calmer side of life. And honestly, it just made him even stronger. But when it came to Piccolo and Caracol, they also took some time off-world in this time gap. You see, Piccolo wanted to learn the likes of instant transmission and other techniques like that, so he convinced Gohan to take him to Planet Yardrat. And the results were spectacular. The two of them excelled in every category. They were very mentally focused to begin with, and this did nothing but help them. So techniques like healing, instant transmission, and even existing ones like multiform and gigantification were improved or mastered. Although Piccolo has lagged behind the Super Saiyan 2s because of his inability to exploit Zenkai boosts, he made up for it in technique. Of all of the Dragon Team members, not a single person had such a versatile palette on them. Piccolo was frankly unparalleled when it came to techniques and strategizing. But despite how strong they had all gotten, they still felt a little bit of fear when they sensed the power levels of King Cold and Cooler entering the atmosphere. A month had passed, and the invasion force had arrived. They weren't the only powers that were on their radar either. There were random other fighters, some of which had well above the average Fusion Force power. Ones that could definitely give the humans on the Dragon Team and others a run for their money. Most of the Cold Force landed in the location that King Cold and Frieza did in the original series, in the desert, fairly well secluded from the rest of the world. This was good for the Dragon Team. They breathed a little easy, knowing that civilian casualties wouldn't amass so quickly. That being said, they did notice a single ship heading off in a different direction. And there was a single power level on it that was a bit substantial, but nothing they couldn't deal with easily, so long as they managed to win the battle here. They decided to let it go for a little while. But was that a mistake? You see, on the ship were the heaters. These are the hired hands that I mentioned in the last part. And they are definitely going to come into play in a little bit. But, in the meantime, King Cold and Cooler step off of the ship, very confident in their abilities. My, it seems several of the monkeys have congregated together to make our jobs easier. How fantastic. Tell me, which one of you murdered my son?
Technically, it was a future version of my own son. What of it?
A future version of your own son. I was under the impression that someone like Kakarot would have done it. Where is Kakarot?
Kakarot's not here either. You're going to have to deal with me, Prince Vegeta, and I'm pretty sure I'm going to be all that's needed to end your day.
Your anger is unbecoming, Prince Vegeta, interjected Cooler. I think you need to learn a little bit of manners. Father, might I be the one to deal with him? Oh, yes. I don't think you need to ask my permission. Have at it. Cooler stepped forward along with Vegeta. Now, do not hold back. I know of your power. Show me this, Super Saiyan 2. The Dragon Team tried to hold firm, but they were a little surprised to know that their secret technique was already known by them. You see, it became aware that they had been spied on, much like how Dr. Gero had been planting around drones, stealing information from the Dragon team over the years. So too had Cooler and King Cold. They reveal it in triumph and let them know that Super Saiyan 2 is not something that is unknown to them. They have already gauged the power, and they're prepared to face it. Vegeta, however, scoffs and powers to Super Saiyan 2 with joy. But off in the distance, the Heaters arrived at their location. They had found the Dragon radar, but they didn't even need to use it because the Dragon Balls were right next to it, already assembled just in case they were needed. However, there's a stowaway on the ship that might be messing with their plans. Chapter 15. Vegeta and Cooler charged at each other, the former being in Super Saiyan 2 and the latter being in what they believed was his final form. The fight was pretty impressive, however Vegeta did have the upper hand. That was until Cooler went into his 5th form. However, things didn't really become one-sided. In fact, they were pretty dead even with each other. 5th form Cooler and Super Saiyan 2 Vegeta were equal in power. That being said, Vegeta was the superior fighter, and it definitely showed in battle. All the while this was happening, over at Capsule Corporation, the Heaters were celebrating their easy gathering of the Dragon Balls. However, they were interrupted before they could even attempt to summon the dragon. "Halt! You are not authorized to be here," exclaimed Android 16, who was there guarding Capsule Corporation. This left the Heaters fairly surprised. They didn't think anyone was even here, and they also didn't understand how he could get the jump on them. "We're here to use these Dragon Balls. What's it to ya?" "You are not authorized to use the Dragon Balls. I must ask that you vacate Capsule Corporation immediately." "Man, you've really got away with words. However, I don't think we're going to. Gas, why don't you take care of this?" "I am not authorized to kill. However, I will fulfill my directive of protecting Capsule Corporation and its properties." And with that, Android 16 did not hesitate. He went straight for Gas. And Gas fought back. However, he was not as strong as Android 16, and it made him angry, very quickly. And he started to actually get stronger. Much like the legendary Super Saiyan Broly, it seems as though Gas has a rage, and as the rage builds, it makes him stronger. And as he grew stronger, he did start to catch up to Android 16 in power. However, his stamina was not infinite, and he was actually amazed. He came to realize he was fighting an android, someone with infinite stamina, and this wasn't a battle that he was destined to win. All he could hope for was that his siblings were actually going to summon the dragon, and that's exactly what they were aiming to do. But they had a stowaway on their ship. He exited the ship in order to stay hidden and assess the situation. It was Granola. You see, Granola was not an enemy of the Heaters and didn't perceive them as bad guys. However, he caught intel that they were meeting up with King Cold, the father of an emperor that he despised. And not only that, going to a planet where there were known Saiyans at. He wanted to know what was up. And although he didn't disdain the Heaters per se, he also hardly trusted them, and his suspicions were pretty well confirmed. It seemed as though they were up to nefarious schemes. They seemed to be using King Cold and Cooler as a means to an end in order to access the Dragon Balls. However, this doesn't seem like it was something that he wanted to happen. But he stayed in hiding for at least a little bit longer. That is, until the sky grew dark. He looked behind him and saw it. The dragon had been summoned. Back in the desert, the sky grew dark as well. King Cold had no idea what was going on, but he perceived it as some trick by the monkeys. Without hesitation, he decided to step into the battle and attempted to score a cheap shot on Vegeta. But he was met with a block from Raditz, another Saiyan, powering up into Super Saiyan 2 and ready to fight. This was turning out to be a lot more of a problem for those two than they expected. However, they still had a trick up their sleeve. Or at least, one of them did. "Father, I didn't want to embarrass you. However, I have one more trick up my sleeve, and it seems as though in order to defeat these monkeys, I'm going to have to unleash it." "Do what you must, my son. I suppose my ego can be knocked down a level or two for the sake of winning this battle. These monkeys must be defeated." And with that, Cooler backed up and exploded in an aura of gold. The power surged. It was incredible. King Cold apparently didn't have this for himself. However, Cooler did, and he became an unstoppable force. Golden Cooler was born, and Vegeta, well, his ego was knocked down a peg or two as well. But that doesn't mean he was going to give up. He and Raditz attempted to fight Cooler, but it was to no avail. Gohan, however, was suspicious of what was going on elsewhere. His attention was drawn. And for good reason, too, because back at Capsule Corporation, the dragon was summoned, and a wish was about to be granted. The Heaters wished for Gas to have his potential unlocked, but they were interrupted just before they finished. Granola came out of nowhere and wished for himself to experience it as well. Now, to my knowledge, this is never anything that's happened in Dragon Ball, but Akira Toriyama does like to have these fun little loopholes happen, so I'm going to count it. The dragon perceives it as both of them asking for the wish, and because he's able to influence multiple things at once, such as multiple androids having bombs being taken out of them at the same time, I suppose that it's perfectly fair for both of them to have their potential unlocked at the same time, and that's exactly what happens. Granola and Gas surge in power. Not nearly to as strong as they are in Dragon Ball Super. Their wish is different here. They wish for their potential to be unlocked, not for them to become the strongest alive. So they are not nearly as powerful. But in terms of power levels here right now, they are still quite formidable, and Gohan feels it. Feeling these power surges at Capsule Corporation gave him something to lock onto, and he uses instant transmission, much to the sadness of the Dragon Team, because right now they're wondering why he would leave in the middle of this battle where Vegeta and Raditz are getting dominated. He arrives to see the Heaters confused as to why the dragon is still there, and coming to the realization that they've got another wish that they can ask for. However, they are stopped. Android 16 halts his proceedings as well as he sees Gohan appear right in front of him and make a wish. "I wish for my father to be brought back to life!" The teenage boy's voice was heard by the dragon. His eyes made a glow, and he said it.
"Your wish has been granted."
And with that, the Dragon Balls dispersed, and a moment later, Goku appears, instant transmissioning to his son's very own signature. Everyone else is confused. This is just another person. Gas, however, sees Goku and is enraged. "Sorry to keep you waiting, son, but it looks like our friends are in trouble. We gotta go deal with that now." Without hesitation, Goku grabs Gohan's shoulder and the two of them instant transmission out of there. Gas is livid. This person right here, it's someone that he distinctly remembers fighting in the past. Or at least he thinks it is. It could very well be a relative. But in any case, he just left him without honoring him a battle? How could he? However, he doesn't have a lot of time to contemplate this because he realizes Granola is staring him down. "I want some answers. Why did you all come here? Why did you team up with the father of the person that destroyed my planet? And why are there so many Saiyans here? What is all this? I don't like it." "None of this concerned you, Granola. However, since you're here, I suppose I should just finish you off. I'm sure my brother will understand. I mean, when you think about it, we only kept you around because you were useful. But now that I've got my potential unlocked, there's no more need for you." Back at the other battlefield, Goku and Gohan arrive. Gohan immediately goes to Super Saiyan 2 and enters into the battle. However, Goku stands there for a moment, looking at his son, his brother, and someone that he came to know as a friend, all of which had achieved Super Saiyan 2, while he was busy sitting there in the afterlife. Of course, he had achieved Super Saiyan 2 as well, but not Super Saiyan 3. He felt something just at the edge of his grasp, but only being dead for 2 years, he had not yet achieved that. However, he did have Super Saiyan 2 for now, and he flares up into it as well and joins the battle. King Cold is standing back, enjoying this display. Golden Cooler is able to keep up with all 4 Super Saiyan 2s. Fairly easily, too. He is dominating them, no matter how hard they try. And Goku comes to the realization that there's only one option. You see, he doesn't have Super Saiyan 3 like he does in the original series. However, he does have one thing that isn't meant to show up until the Buu saga. He goes to tell Raditz of his plan, but Raditz ends up knocked out cold. Gohan ragdolled around, so that only leaves Vegeta. And so he grabs Vegeta before there's even a chance for him to be knocked out as well, and uses instant transmission to send him away.
What? Kakarot! We are in the middle of a battle! What kind of buffoonery is this?
I know, Vegeta. I understand you're angry, but I have a plan, okay? It's this thing called fusion, where the two of us combine.
What? Combine? No! There's not a chance I'm ever doing that with you.
And the two of them proceed to argue for a while, much like you would see in the Buu saga. Back at the battle, however, Gohan was still being ragdolled around. However, he was still conscious. Piccolo and others decided to join in, and Piccolo was able to put up a fairly valiant effort. He was at still around the level of a Super Saiyan 2. And although Golden Cooler was immensely more powerful, it didn't mean that he could just get a clean hit on any of them. Raditz also managed to get back onto his feet, only being out for a moment, and they tried to hang in there, while Vegeta and Goku were off doing who knows what. Eventually, Vegeta does indeed cave, and agrees to do the fusion dance with Goku. Chapter 16. Golden Cooler was relishing his power over the Saiyans. More than that, the Namekian as well, and the rest of the Dragon team. He was laughing triumphantly as he was decimating everyone that we know and love. However, all things weren't perfect for him. You see, when he wasn't paying attention, a solid punch came against his face. He went sailing into a mountainside. Much to his surprise, when he came out, he saw yet another Saiyan there, teeming with electric energy around him. It was Super Saiyan 2 Nappa. Aha! I knew I could get a hit on you! You see, Nappa lost track of time. As goofy as it is, he was gardening with Mr. Popo on the lookout, and he didn't even realize that the invasion had begun. By the time it did, he started speeding over, but it took him a little bit to arrive. I stopped bowing to your kind a long time ago. If I'm gonna die, it's gonna be swinging. With this revived morale, the Dragon team got back on their feet. Everyone from Piccolo to Krillin began trying to assault Golden Cooler. It wasn't anything that they were winning, but it bought them the time that they needed. Off in the distance, the fusion dance was a success, and a new fighter was born. What was his name, though?
Now hold on a sec. Having a name would definitely make us sound much cooler. This time it'll be Gokuja. Vekujo. How about Gogeta?
But yet again, off in the distance, another fight was beginning. Gas and Granola were done with their words, and they started exchanging blows. And to start off with, they were pretty even. That being said, one of them had superior abilities. Gas slowly had the upper hand, but Granola wasn't going down easy, and it was frustrating him. But through his potential being unlocked, Gas came to realize that this frustration, it was something that he was starting to be able to control, and this didn't spell too well for Granola. However, Alec was paying attention to a scouter that he had on hand. He noticed that power levels were surging, even far beyond what his brother had achieved. He realized that they needed to get out of there, and he urged him to finish the job. And finish the job he did his best to do. Granola was on the back foot the entire time, but his potential was still growing as well. With time, his second eye became unlocked, and he became very precise with his hits. Eventually, he went down. Gas managed to finish him off, but not without injuries. Enough so that he needed to retreat. The Heaters promptly made their exit, successfully making their wish, but not able to do anything else. Gas, their strongest fighter, needed to heal, so they left Earth with plans to potentially visit in the future. But back at the other battlefield, just as the Dragon team was beginning to lose hope again, Gogeta arrived. Is this another one of those monkeys? How on earth do you all constantly pop up? I thought you were nearly extinct. Who are you? We are the combination of Goku and Vegeta. I guess you could call us Gogeta. That's a fancy golden aura you got over there. What's your name again? Cooler? I guess it's time for us to do a 1v1. My, the confidence in you. I'm happy to oblige. Cooler stood up, releasing Gohan's shirt just as he was about to land a final blow. He stared confidently at this new fighter. This was something that he needed to take seriously. However, the exhilarating rush of beating Saiyan after Saiyan really clouded his judgment, and he decided that this was just another fly to swat away. Gogeta charged directly at him, and the fight was intense. Cooler definitely had the upper hand, and he was laughing all the way. But the fool completely forgot about Super Saiyan. Gogeta was just testing out the waters. He powered into Super Saiyan, and the fight became a lot closer. Cooler still had the upper hand, but he didn't even recognize this terminology. Super Saiyan 2, it was all same to him, but this was a mistake that he was going to learn as well. Gogeta was having fun with him. It was just a fight, just an enjoyable battle that he was doing against this person. He was also not taking it very seriously because he knew that he had an ace up his sleeve. As soon as it was necessary, Gogeta powered into Super Saiyan 2 and began to dominate Cooler. Golden Cooler couldn't even stand up to the likes of Super Saiyan 2. And although that itch in the back of their neck was there, they still couldn't do Super Saiyan 3. However, they were getting closer, and it was something that they decided to put in the side for a little bit. What happened to all that bravado? I thought that we were going to have an even fight. Oh well, Cooler, right? Well, suffice it to say, I think your own brother was cooler than you. King Cold stood by in fear as he watched Gogeta take his hands and begin to put them behind himself. Kame! Ha! Me! But before he could say ha, they defused. You see, they had utilized too much power. Now, Cooler wasn't celebrating by any means. You see, he lost his golden form. The fight had dragged out a little too long, and he had not perfected it yet. So the stamina drain was too much, and he was just back down to his 5th form. Son, it appears as though they've tired out a little bit. Let's finish them off together. Cooler nodded his head, and the two of them began to charge at the Dragon Team. The Dragon Team being fairly tired, but happily willing to fight. That being said, it didn't take long for King Cold to realize that his son was no longer by his side. He turned around in time to see Cooler entering the ship and escaping. You see, he left his father as collateral for him to be able to make his leave to survive and fight another day. He turned back around to see the Dragon Team all ready to pummel him. However, Raditz stepped forward first, alone. It appears as though this kind only respects true battles. If I defeat him one-on-one, he'll realize who the superior race is. Everyone, Goku, my brother, and Prince Vegeta, let me handle this alone. Did you really just call me Prince again? I haven't heard you say that in years. At least, not without condescending voices behind it. Don't let it get too far to your head, Vegeta. You've proven yourself to be a worthy prince, so I'm happy to call you it again. But don't let that stroke your ego. Fair enough. Fine, you can have the kill. Yeah, go get him, brother. And with that, Raditz stepped forward and went into Super Saiyan 2 again, using all the power that he had left to fight King Cold. And it was a very even battle. Everyone was exhausted, but King Cold, he was already not quite as strong as the Super Saiyan 2. And even though he got to stand on the sidelines a little bit more, Raditz was just an overwhelming force. Eventually, although it took a little bit, King Cold met his hands at the hands of Raditz, the Super Saiyan 2, who once was a villain, the first of the series. But in this story, he was a hero of the Dragon Team, and one of the saviors of the planet Earth. King Cold met his end that day, a few years later than in the original series, but the same nonetheless. After all was said and done, Vegeta looked at Kakarot. What's your plan now, Kakarot? Do you want me to kill you so you can go back to your friends in the afterlife? Perhaps the ones that taught you that ridiculous dance? And Goku looked at the Dragon Team, his own son as well, the one that he saw nearly pummeled to death just before he had showed up as Gogeta. No, it seems as though the threats are going to keep showing up even if I am dead. And even if there are plenty of strong people here, I suppose one more is probably not going to hurt. Besides, I've got another son. Maybe I should try being a good father like you guys have become. Vegeta blushed a little bit, but he also kind of smirked. he finally had his rival back.
That's the right answer, Kakarot. We start training again together soon. A Saiyan always needs to be top-notch for when the next fight occurs. Cooler's going to show up again eventually. I know their arrogant kind thinks that they're going to be able to win with a little more training themselves. We need everyone here when it happens. So, it's good to have you back, Kakarot.
And almost as quickly as he said it, he angrily stormed off. But Goku felt the affection regardless. He turned and he embraced Raditz and his son, Gohan, and they headed back to Chi-Chi's house together to celebrate. Piccolo and the rest of the Dragon Team joined, and after a little bit too, so did Vegeta and Bulma. And the toddlers were there, and everyone celebrated. It was a reunion that was definitely fit for Goku, one of the many saviors of Earth at this point. And although he was up there, being one of the strongest fighters of them all, he wasn't the only powerhouse anymore. In the room stood Goku, Vegeta, Raditz, Nappa, and Gohan, all of which were Super Saiyan 2s, and all of which were prepared for whatever lies ahead, even one little potato with an M on his head. Chapter 17. The Dragon Team is all congregated at Goku's house. They are celebrating, however, Bulma receives a communication.
Bulma, I must request your assistance.
It was Android 16 on the radio with Bulma, letting her know of the situation around Capsule Corporation. Quickly, the Dragon Team picked up and they all headed there together. Upon arrival, many of the Dragon Team were in shock at what they saw. However, Goku and Gohan both recognized this person. It was someone that was about to face against people that were obviously on King Cold and Cooler's side. So, this must be a good guy, right? They knew what they had to do. However, Earth's Dragon Balls were going to be inert for about another year, so they came up with a backup plan pretty easily. Goku decided to head to New Namek using instant transmission, taking Granola with him and planning to make the wish there. Gohan decided that he was also going to head to Yardrat for a little bit. It had been a while since he had visited his master, Pabara, and he decided he wanted to take some people with him in order to train a little bit. Now that Goku was back, the competition was even fiercer than ever, so some people really wanted to gain some new techniques, Piccolo included. He was actually a little torn between going to New Namek and going to Planet Yardrat, but he decided instant transmission was something that he was long overdue to learn. Vegeta and Raditz decided they would both stay behind. They have kids that they need to watch. They don't have time to train on Yardrat right now. However, they thought about potentially doing it in the future and being able to bring their kids with them when they were older. So with that, Krillin decided to accompany Goku so that he wouldn't be alone, and the teams headed out. To get to New Namek, they had locked onto Elder Mori's signature, and when they arrived, he was ecstatic to see them. However, his joy was brought to sorrow really quickly when he saw a body laying before them as well. They explained the situation without hesitation. Elder Mori agreed to go gather the Dragon Balls so they can make their wish. As that was going on, Gohan had arrived to Planet Yardrat with Piccolo, and he was really excited to introduce his two masters to each other, Master Pabara and Mr. Piccolo. Bara was really excited to train a Namekian. This person was already really in tune with a couple of their techniques. Although it was done differently, it was a similar nature, and being someone as focused as Piccolo, he could definitely get some gains. But back on Earth, Vegeta was thinking long and hard about something. That body that he saw, it was kind of familiar. He couldn't quite pinpoint it, but he knew for sure that he had come across that species that he was before. That distinct green hair. When he opened his eyes and saw what they were, it sparked something in him, but he couldn't quite place it. However, on New Namek, the Dragon Balls had been gathered, and Porunga was summoned. Now, Porunga had 3 wishes that he could make, but they only needed the one for now, and they wished for Granola to be brought back to life. His eyes opened, and he darted back up. He never expected that he was going to be on his feet again. He thought for sure that he had died on Earth. Wait, he wasn't on Earth anymore. He was confused. But his eyes went upward, and he saw Porunga. It was another dragon. It wasn't the one that he had seen wished on a little bit ago, but this had to be one that he could wish to. He screamed out, wishing for Gas to be dead. But there was no response. Porunga just continued to hover there in silence.
Porunga only listens to Namekians speak. Who is this Gas, and why do you want him to be dead?
Granola spun around to see who was speaking to him, and he saw an elderly Namekian. The confusion just continued to grow. He looked around a little more and saw multiple Namekians, and a couple of what looked like humans. Gas is the person that killed me. I'm just trying to get answers and figure out what's going on here. Why am I here? We brought you here to wish you back with the Dragon Balls. Ours are kind of gone for a year or so. We need to let you come back as quickly as possible. We kind of have some questions to ask too. I'm a bounty hunter, but my first goal in life was to kill Frieza, and the Saiyans too for destroying my homeworld. I went to Earth because I heard there were some Saiyans left there, and with King Cold and Cooler going there too, I thought that maybe they were going to team up, so I went there to see what I could do to take them all out at once. But it turns out the Heaters, the people I've been working for, they were siding with them all along, or at least I think. It looked like they were pursuing their own interests, but I just can't stand the way that they were going about it. So I fought Gas. He's the strongest one they've got, and now he's just getting stronger and stronger every minute from that wish. Right, that wish. What was the wish that they asked for? They asked for Gas's potential to be unlocked, and I shoehorned my way into it as well, but it looks like my potential isn't even close to what his is. I managed to get a few hits in, but he took me out. Now I remember, I did die, didn't I? And you guys brought me back. Thanks for that, I suppose. Whoa, hold on. Can we back up a few steps? What's this about Saiyans destroying your world? I'm a Saiyan. I don't remember destroying your world. Goku, you idiot! What? You're a Saiyan? What? You don't have that tail like they're supposed to have. Granola's fists clenched. He was becoming pretty angry at the sight of a Saiyan. Even if it didn't look like one initially to him. Well, if he said that he was one, then why would he be lying? He put himself into a battle stance, but the elder Namekian near him spoke up again. Hold on now, son. I can see into your mind a little bit. I know that you know a Namekian, and you see that he is an honest individual. I would hope that you trust I am as well, and I want to speak on the behalf of this Saiyan, Goku, an honorable individual. An honorable individual? He's part of a race that killed everyone I knew and loved. He killed everyone. My mother, all of them. I understand the Saiyan race is what did this to you. However, Goku was not brought up like that. He was not brought up on planet Vegeta. That planet, as you know, was destroyed decades ago. He would have been a mere toddler at the time. I've seen Saiyan cruelty firsthand. I had an entire village here slaughtered by the one known as Vegeta, and although he does appear to have started to change his ways, it still does not stop the memories that I hold. I know Saiyan cruelty, and he is not like them. Goku is an individual that sparks inspiration and wants to help those who are not powerful enough to help themselves. I need you to trust that so we can calm down and have a conversation about what to do next. I am sure Moneto is waiting for you. Moneto. You do know his name. Yeah. I guess the Namekians do know how to read minds a little bit, don't they? Alright. I'll hear you all out. So Granola did just that. He listened to the adventures of Goku, the one that defeated Frieza himself, and he was actually amazed. He thought for sure that Frieza had perished through some way. However, he didn't for a second think that it was a Saiyan, coming full swing and avenging his own planet, along with the planet Cereal. This actually amazed him and softened him up a little bit more to Goku. Goku was already rubbing off on him, and by the end of the conversation, he didn't really have an intent to kill him anymore. That being said, Saiyans in general were still something that left a bad taste in his mouth. But he did have a problem that he needed to figure out. The Heaters were bound to be angry at Granola. Even though they perceived him to be dead, they were probably going to want some sort of revenge, which means Moneto, his life is in danger, and they can't just stay on planet Cereal forever. Gas is a stronger individual than him, so if he came knocking and Granola was there, he still wouldn't be able to defend his elderly friend. But the Elder Mori was ecstatic to see Granola have a change of heart, that he was willing to listen and appreciated the opinions of a Namekian. So, he made a suggestion to him that he go and gather Minato and bring him back, and the two of them together could stay on New Namek until they have the power to do another move. And Granola reluctantly accepted. However, he didn't have a ship to get there. Goku decided that he would step up and help out though, and reluctantly, Granola agreed. And while this all was happening, the Heaters were indeed making their way to Planet Cereal as quickly as they possibly could. Goku started feeling around for a Namekian signature on another planet, and eventually, he locked onto it. Well, hold on, Goku. I'm coming with you too. Krillin, this is going to be really dangerous if the Heaters show up. That gas guy. I bet he's really powerful. Are you sure you want to stand up to him with me? Look, I'm kind of thinking about retiring from martial arts. I've got a kid coming, and I think that it's time for me to step back and really focus on her. Yeah, it's going to be a daughter. Well, I think that I could do at least one last thing with you. Alright? I've been sidelined long enough. I felt like I didn't really get to do much. Well, I got to slice Cell in half, but aside from that, I feel like I haven't been a real force to be reckoned with in a long time. So, I think I've got your back at least one more time, Goku. For old time's sake. I love having you by my side, Krillin. Alright, the three of us are going to go together. Krillin put his hand onto Goku's shoulder. Granola did the same, and the three of them instant transmission to Minato's location. And they arrived, just as the Heater showed up as well. Chapter 18. Minato had been pacing around the house. Frantically, he was wondering what had happened to Granola. To his surprise, Granola appeared right in front of his face, along with 200 figures. A bald one with 6 dots on his head, and someone that looked strikingly familiar. What? Could that be Bardock? No, there's no way. He'd be a lot older by now. Then, could this be one of his offspring? Oh man, I can feel his presence right up in the atmosphere. This guy's strong, I can tell. I know you're itching for a fight, Goku, but we gotta get out of here. Ah, come on, Krillin. What fun is that? I say we test this guy out. Teach him that we are forced to be reckoned with. Goku, you're just looking for any excuse to fight. We need to leave now.
Wait, hold on. What did you say your name was? Goku? Is your father by chance Bardock?
Minato interjected himself into the conversation. It's not something that he could keep held in, even though they seemed like they were in urgent haste. It's not something he was going to put to the side. Bardock? No, I can't say I recognize the name. Granola grabbed his arm, urging him out the door. However, he pulled away and started rummaging through his stuff. He pulled out 2 items, a Dragon Ball and a Scouter. He went to hand the Scouter to Goku, but there was a loud crash outside. They exited the building together to see none other than Gas standing there menacingly at them. But Gas lost his composure pretty quickly. In the crowd of people, he saw none other than Granola, someone that he knew for a fact he had killed. I finished you off on Earth. What is this? How did you come back to life? But before Granola could answer, Goku put his hand up in front of him, and Gas's face pivoted over to him. When he locked eyes with Goku, he became enraged once more. This was the person that he was sure he had fought in the past, or at least a relative of it. Once again, he did look to be too young. However, Saiyans were notorious for maintaining their age, their youth, for extended periods of time. It could very well be the same guy, but how was the scar healed if that was the case? No, he was pretty certain that this was someone else, perhaps an offspring. However, it's someone that he'd be happy to get revenge against. A blood-curdling smile ran across his face. Bardock was the only word that he got out of his mouth before he charged at Goku. Frantically, he immediately went into Super Saiyan 2, not underestimating the threat at all, and the two of them began to clash. Gas was giving into his fury again, becoming stronger and stronger by the second. However, he completely lost sight of the fact that Goku was not alone. This wasn't a 1v1 battle like it was on Earth. In fact, there was a master sniper and another person that he didn't even recognize entering the fray as well. He managed to keep his guard up somewhat against Granola's attacks because he wasn't sitting on the sideline either. The sniper bolts would have been lethal had Gas not been prepared, but he was fully expecting a situation like that, and even though he was giving into his rage, he was not getting lower ground. However, the shorter one seemed to disappear. Where did he go? Well, it turns out Krillin was taking advantage of the chaos. He went off into the distance and began to charge up a spirit bomb, the only thing that he knew of that would work against people of this power. But Gas wasn't alone either. He had 3 siblings around, and they were on Krillin in an instant. He had no time to charge up a spirit bomb with an onslaught against them. However, he wasn't weak compared to them. He was actually able to put up a fairly solid fight, landing a solid punch on Oil and knocking him directly into the ground. Maki was surprised to see her brother go down by such a short stack, and she stopped underestimating him. The two of them began to fight it out, and it was on much more even terms. However, he kept doing these odd techniques, a whole bunch of odd moves that she just couldn't quite pin down, turning himself red and bursting in speed and power for brief moments, blinding her in a moment, and even shooting out discs that seemed to chip off mountainsides. He definitely had a wide variety of techniques, and she and Alec were definitely on their toes. Oil eventually got back onto his feet, but Krillin was putting up a good fight against all 3 of them. Back at the main battle too, Gas was hardly getting the upper hand anymore. He actually was facing some trouble. A Super Saiyan 2 Goku and Granola, with both of his eyes at their maximum potential, were definitely giving him the number. And whenever things got kind of rough and one of them got injured, they'd hop out for a little bit so that Monedo could heal them, and then they'd get back into the fray. But Gas was getting stronger still. His potential was not yet fully realized. Even though it was unlocked, he was still getting used to the power, and over time, he was starting to overcome even the likes of Goku and Granola combined. Over on the planet Yardrat, Master Bibara let Gohan and Piccolo become aware of the situation. You see, in Dragon Ball Super, he does seem to be aware of what's going on in various places of the universe, even the likes of New Namek. So it's not a stretch to see that he does know that there is a battle going on currently in the planet Cereal. Gohan and Piccolo deliberate what they want to do. Should they go and join? It doesn't seem like they're suffering too badly as of now. However, this is a situation that they should probably take seriously. This Gas person, he's not someone to be taken lightly. But they decide both of them are not going to go. Gohan wants to remain there and train for a little bit more. Piccolo, however, wants to try out the new technique that he managed to gain in record time. He puts 2 fingers to his forehead and disappears. Over in the 3v1 fight, Krillin is starting to get out of breath. However, a tall, imposing figure appears directly in front of him. It's none other than Piccolo. I can take these 3 from here. You go do your thing. Oh, Piccolo! You're a bit of a sight for sore eyes right now. I'm definitely glad to see you. You got this from here. Krillin sped out, and Oil attempted to go ahead and make a stop on him. However, his hand was grabbed, and it wasn't anything that he was going to get out of. Piccolo was overwhelming in might. The 3 of them combined were no issue to him. The 3v1 battle became more of a 3 versus 1 fight for survival as those 3 tried to get away from the Namekian. And Krillin successfully made it off into the distance to charge up the spirit bomb once more. Back at the main fight, Goku was starting to take his hits pretty heavily. Granola was getting a little bit more distance, more and more as the battle went on, trying to use the mastery of his sniper techniques without hand-to-hand combat as much. And it definitely helped that he didn't really care too much for Goku yet. He wasn't as resentful towards him, but he wasn't willing to do him any favors. If worst came to worst, he was going to attempt to circle back, get Moneto, and try to steal the Heater's ship to escape. He felt Piccolo's presence off in the distance and was happy to see that Krillin made it out of there alright, but it didn't do him much good. That being said, he was exhilarated. This battle was epic. He went directly from one insane conflict to another, and he definitely felt like he made the right move coming back to life. There were plenty of powerful threats out there in the universe that he needed to be alive to defend against, and he glanced back and saw Granola. Although he was backing away from the battle, he definitely wanted to help him too. For some reason, he felt some connection to him. Although this wasn't something that was his own doing, the extinction of the Cerealians, it was still something that made him sad, and something that he wanted to try and remedy as best as he could. He turned back to Gas and started charging at him again, becoming a little bit angrier himself. And then he felt that sensation again, that one that he felt as Gogeta. when he was the other half of Vegeta combined, facing against Golden Cooler, they felt something together. This power that they couldn't quite tap into. Could he tap into it now? He wasn't quite sure. And as he was exchanging blows with Gas again, suddenly there was a radiating heat from above them. Gas and Goku both looked up to see a spirit bomb, enormous and imposing, directly above them. Krillin was standing triumphantly under it in the air. "That's right, Gas! It's Kriller time!" With that, Krillin launched the spirit bomb directly at him. He went directly from anger to shock to terrified in just a matter of a moment, but it was too late. The spirit bomb slammed itself directly onto him. Goku got out of the way, although it wasn't going to hurt him. It wasn't something that he wanted to be in the way of at all. Gas began a struggle trying to defend against the spirit bomb, but it seemed to be to no avail. It pummeled him directly into the ground, cratering him. And as the spirit bomb dissipated, he laid there, bloodied and battered. But he wasn't dead. He got back on his feet, angrier than ever. He let out a terrifying scream. His muscles grew at an exponential rate, and before anyone could register what was happening, he launched himself directly at Krillin, putting a punch directly into his stomach, and then going directly through it. Krillin's body fell to the ground, motionless, and Goku watched the entire thing happen again. His best friend for decades, dying right in front of him once more. This wasn't something he was about to stand for. He let out a roar himself, a primal rage that he hadn't felt since the likes of Super Saiyan, the base Super Saiyan. His hair began to grow, his brow became more prominent, and his eyebrows disappeared. Super Saiyan 3 Goku emerged. But before he could even realize what was happening, Moneto was on Krillin. It turns out he wasn't dead. The punch left a hole directly in him, but it was more to his side than it was directly through his stomach. And it was something that could potentially be healed. That being said, Goku had already unlocked the power, and he wasn't even paying attention to what was going on around him anymore. In the state of Super Saiyan 3, it's all about the fight. His seriousness completely took over. It wasn't even so much about the love of the fight anymore. It was the want to dominate his opponent. He stared directly up at the muscular, enraged version of Gas, and knew what he had to do. He charged directly at Gas, and the two of them began an epic clash with each other. This time, they were dead even. At least, dead even in power, but not in technique. Goku far outclassed Gas, who was nothing more than a glorified bodyguard for his own family members. He knew his raw power, but it wasn't the answer to every single situation. Goku had a wide variety of techniques at his disposal, everything from instant transmission to, who knows, even solar flare. He was a sponge for techniques and able to learn them at an astronomical rate, and he utilized everything that he possibly could to get the job done as quickly as possible. Gas had no answer in his current state. His power was still slowly rising, but it wasn't enough to bridge the gap of skill that was between him and this person. This person that looked just like someone that had defeated him in the past. It was happening all over again. His rage was beginning to overcome him as well, and he was becoming sloppier and sloppier with his technique. However, Elec eventually showed up and managed to get him to leave the battle. Goku did not pursue him. He knew that Super Saiyan 3 was about to wear out, and Piccolo eventually arrived too, letting them know that they had all managed to escape him somehow. But it didn't matter. They had won this battle, and they knew they could go ahead and leave safely. Piccolo, intrigued to learn about what was happening here, decided that he would tag along back to New Namek so that he could get a fill-in on the entire story. And so all of them made their trip back to New Namek, to the joy of Elder Mori. From that point, it didn't take any more deliberation. Granola decided to go ahead and bury the hatchet with Goku, and, if it meant being on good terms with Goku, what was left of the Saiyans in general. After a little explanation as well, they came to the realization. Moneto bestowed the scouter once more to Goku, and he agreed to take it this time, with the promise that he would listen to it when he felt ready. But he still had no idea who Bardock was. Goku, the freshly healed Krillin, and Piccolo all made their leave, with Piccolo heading back to Planet Yardrat, because he was getting a lot of joy out of training there, and Goku and Krillin heading back home. Goku went back to see Chi-Chi and Goten briefly, but he told her that he had something they had to do. The next place that he stopped at was Capsule Corp, where he presented the scouter to Vegeta and asked him one question. Who is Bardock? Chapter 19. Goku had directed the question of who is Bardock to Vegeta, but Raditz interjected.
That's our father, Kakarot. Where did you hear that name at?
I heard it from an old Namekian. We just got back from a different planet. I gotta fill you in on a lot of details, but we helped out an elderly Namekian there that seemed to know him. You said that's our dad? Raditz seemed shocked that someone knew the name of Bardock and actually lived to tell the tale. He peered down into Goku's hand and saw a scouter.
Is that a scouter? Was that our father's?
Yeah, it must be. Why do you think the Namekian gave it to me? This time Vegeta interjected.
It probably has audio logs on it. Perhaps the final words that came from your own father before he returned to planet Vegeta and faced its destruction.
That old Namekian gave me some details. He told me that Bardock guy had received news that planet Vegeta was going to be destroyed. So maybe this scouter has some info on it after all. I don't know if I'm ready to hear it though.
You shouldn't listen to it until you're ready. There's a reason I didn't tell you about your family. I didn't want it to change you. As I got to know you, Kakarot, I realized that you were one of the most commendable Saiyans I could have ever known. So, if you're going to listen to that log, make sure you're prepared for it not to change you. Because if it makes you worse, I'll regret it.
So Goku looked down at the scouter and contemplated. And then he decided he was going to put it away for now. He definitely listened to it one day, but now was not the time. Then he looked up bright-eyed. Oh, guys! By the way, I know Super Saiyan 3 now! And in unison, both of the Saiyans screamed, What?! Years passed and the Dragon Team enjoyed a time of peace. Everyone was growing up with their young ones. Keeny, Goten, and Trunks were becoming very close friends with each other. Marin was also around every once in a while. Krillin giving up the life of martial arts and growing his hair out. He was pretty proud of the last accomplishment that he did, and he spent a lot of time around Goku. Goku actually was very social, more so than he had ever been. This new lease at life was one that he wasn't taking for granted. They all knew that the likes of Golden Cooler and even Gas were still out there somewhere, and they know the location of Earth. Any day, either one of them could show up and try to wreak havoc once more, so they had to be ready. They stuck around together quite often, training and having a lot of fun. Even the likes of Gohan was keeping up with his training quite well. He definitely wasn't at the pace of the other Saiyans anymore. However, he was nowhere near as weak as he would be in the original series. You see, the likes of Piccolo definitely kept him on his toes. This iteration of Piccolo is much stronger than the original was, and he was always eager for a training partner. Caracol was definitely a help, but he was still superior to him in power, so he was always looking for something to pump him up so that he could turn around and teach new things to Caracol as well. Now, Raditz and Vegeta both achieved Super Saiyan 3. Nappa, however, didn't, and neither had Gohan. Nappa's age was just starting to get to him, and it was becoming tougher to achieve. He was on the brink of it, but he just wasn't quite there. And Gohan, because he was splitting studies with training, was able to get Super Saiyan 2 to a more stable state. However, Super Saiyan 3 was just beyond him at the moment. Vegeta achieving Super Saiyan 3 was something that he kind of scoffed at. When he felt the power leak coming from it, he saw it as an inferior technique and dropped down to Super Saiyan 2, aiming to perfect it instead. And Raditz, he was pretty split about it. Goku seemed to love using it, even though it was a huge power sink. So Raditz attempted to keep up as well. The two of them managed to learn the technique a little bit better. And because of that, Vegeta was actually kind of wondering if he had made the wrong move. But he stuck pretty solidly with it, and the amount of stamina he was able to maintain in Super Saiyan 2 was pretty crazy. If a battle drug out for a pretty long time, Vegeta definitely got the upper hand against the likes of either Goku or Raditz. However, if it was an all-out brawl in a quick pace, Vegeta didn't have the upper hand anymore. It was a good trade-off between them all, and they considered each other equals regardless. Well, as best as they could. Vegeta always had a little bit of a say about that, being the strongest, the Prince of all Saiyans. He had to be on top, at least in name. Now you might be asking yourself, what about the fusion dance? Did Goku go ahead and teach it to the children? Well, no, not yet. You see, it is a dangerous technique, and it's one that needs to be done correctly. Goku didn't see a need to teach it to the likes of Goten and Trunks, or Kame for that matter. Plus, leading up to the events of the Buu Saga, they are still kinda young. The fact that they learned it in the main series was actually a little astounding, and kind of a last-ditch effort. So, no, they're not going to learn it unless it's necessary. During this time gap as well, Vegeta and Raditz did indeed make their way to Planet Yardrat. They agreed that when their kids grew older, they would take them with them and train. Goku also accompanied them, not wanting Goten to fall behind. Even though he was a little bit younger, he figured he'd be old enough to do it. And so the 6 of them all went together to the planet Yardrat and learned some techniques. Trunks, Goten, and Kame, well, they did the best that they could, but techniques came kind of difficult to them. But they did learn how to focus their energy pretty well. Vegeta, however, learned Spirit Fission, just as he did in the Maro arc. And Raditz learned Instant Transmission, following in the footsteps of his brother, who he had come to admire quite a bit. He saw it as a very useful technique. Now, Kame, she was a very smart child. She actually was grasping a little bit better than Trunks and Goten, who were more apt to goof off with each other. So she actually learned the basics of healing. This was a big lesson for the 2 boys. If they continued to goof off, they wouldn't really be able to catch up very well. It doesn't completely change them, but it does make them a little more apt to actually focus when the time was necessary. They all headed back to Earth with their new gains in hand, and more time passes. Eventually, Gohan actually met someone. She was a pretty outspoken person by the name of Videl, and she got along very well with the likes of the Dragon Team. There is still great Saiyaman activity in this story, however, it's more difficult for it to be tied to Gohan. You see, in this story, the Cell games don't occur as they do in the original series. They're not an advertised event, more of an enclosed thing, so the threat of Cell wasn't known to most of the Earth. Because of this, Hercule never made an appearance, the Golden Warrior event was never really a thing, and so, although Hercule is the World Martial Arts Champ, he's not quite as influential as he is. And because of that, too, there's no real connection between Gohan and the Great Saiyaman. That being said, Videl's no idiot, and she does piece 2 and 2 together. So from this point up until the martial arts tournament, events kind of carry on as they do in the original. And pretty much the entire Dragon Team signs up for the event. Spopovich and Yamu are not present on this roster. However, there is a name that they recognize. They had felt his power around the planet, but he was laying pretty low. And, at this point in the story, he wasn't really relevant anymore. It was Recoome. That's right, everybody. Recoome didn't die in this story. You see, back during the Namek Saga, he was knocked out by Goku and Vegeta was not present. Therefore, he wasn't killed. And when everybody on the planet Namek was teleported to Earth except for Goku and Gohan, Recoome was included in that. And in his awestruckness of the events that occurred, and the fact that the entire Ginyu Force was no longer around, he had no idea what to do. So he did his best to blend in as an Earthling and just live a life. And yeah, the Dragon Team felt him around, and they definitely kept an eye on him. That being said, by the end of the Namek Saga, anyone on the team could beat him. He was quite literally a nothing to them. So, they let him be. The matches carry on as they do in the original series, up until the fight against Videl. Of course, Recoome goes into the ring against her, but as he steps into it, they all become a little unsettled. This doesn't look like the Recoome that they knew. Even the Recoome on Namek was a little bit fun-loving. He seemed to have a smile on his face as he was beating everyone to a pulp. And he kind of saw it as a game, but this Recoome, this one was stern, and he had this odd aim on his face. No one knew what was going on. Recoome wishes to pummel you into the ground. Recoome requests that you hand over your energy, please. Videl doesn't know what's about to befall on her. Chapter 20. Recoome and Videl stare each other down in the ring, with the latter trying to remain confident, but unsure of what's going to happen. She had glanced back at the Dragon Team and saw the troubled look on their faces. This wasn't something that was to be taken lightly. However, she still did feel confident in the training that she had received from Gohan. The fight began, and at first, she did seem like she was doing alright. At one point, though, she left herself open after trying to land a hit on Recoome and missing. This was the opportunity he needed. Well, not really needed so much as was expecting. He was toying with her, and in that instant, he raised his energy and gut punched her so hard she was unconscious instantly. The whole dragon team was shocked at this rise of power in him, but the shock turned quickly to disgust as he kept kicking her while she was down. Gohan, in a fit of rage, went into Super Saiyan 2 as he did in the original and leapt into the ring. As all this was happening, two mysterious figures emerged from the crowd, one going directly after the dragon team that was scrambling to try and figure out what was going on, and the other going directly after Gohan. Gohan was caught heavily off guard and was impaled with something that drained energy directly from his body. And as the dragon team was distracted by this other mysterious figure, he managed to make an escape. The other individual moved to get away while Raccoon spoke up. "Spopovich, Raccoon shall handle this situation. Take your leave." The other person didn't need to be told twice. They got out of there, following the other bald individual that was with them, and Raccoon stepped in the way of the dragon team. This, however, was not a very bright idea on his end. He knew that he had this new power bestowed to him by a mysterious figure, one that the dragon team was not aware of. However, this didn't bridge the gap that he needed filled in order to fight people other than the likes of Videl. He got pummeled into the ground, but it wasn't killed. They wanted to keep him for questioning. But before the dragon team could move to pursue, the likes of Shin and Kibito got in the way. At first, they wanted to make them get out of the way, but they had information that they needed, and Piccolo stood up for them. "Of all the planets that Majin Buu could have been trapped at, it had to be this one? I swear, trouble seems to follow Kakarot around everywhere we go. I mean, seriously, this is ridiculous. You should have stayed dead, Kakarot." "Ah, come on, Vegeta. It really sounds like this problem would have happened whether or not I was dead. I mean, I haven't been alive for millions of years. This isn't my fault." "I don't see what this pointless bickering is going to do for any of us," interjected Raditz. Piccolo spoke up in agreement to the long-haired Saiyan. "Raditz is right. We need to pursue them immediately if we're going to get that energy back. Gohan's a pretty strong fighter. It might be enough energy to awaken Majin Buu right then and there." The dragon team agreed, and most of them went on their way, with just a few staying behind in order to watch the kids. Nappa also took his leave to head back to the lookout. If things were going to start getting bad, he definitely wanted to be around to protect Dende. He had since moved to the lookout, making it a new home, and just like Mr. Popo, he was a steward to Kame, and a very powerful one at that. Being on the brink of Super Saiyan 3 himself, he was a formidable foe, so any trouble that wanted to come knocking Dende's way was going to be met with a strong resistance. Goku, Gohan, Vegeta, Raditz, Piccolo, Caracol, and Krillin all made their way to Babidi's hideout along with Shin and Kibito. Upon arrival, they spotted things just as they did in the original series. Spopovich and Yamu were of course killed after they presented their energy to Babidi. When Deborah shot out some spit trying to turn everyone into stone, just as he did in the original, it landed on the likes of Kibito, Krillin, and Piccolo. But it also landed on Caracol. Despite this additional setback, however, we had additional forces entering into the ship compared to the original. From that point, fights continued on pretty regularly. Pui Pui and Yakon were dispatched with ease, and when it came to the fight with Deborah, he just couldn't quite keep up with Gohan. Gohan was stronger than he was in the original series by a good deal. Keeping up with his training while also doing studies made a massive difference, and that training on Yardrat was no joke either. He was able to hone quite a bit of energy. This ability to control his energy very well made a huge difference, and he ended up dispatching of Deborah without them having to worry about enough energy being gathered to release Buu. This left Babidi worried. He no longer had people defending him, so he started searching everyone's minds. Was there anybody there that he could corrupt? He looked into Gohan's. He was angry, but not near enough to be corrupted. Goku? No. This dolt doesn't have anything going on in his brain. Raditz? No. He's definitely a pretty calm individual. Especially for a Saiyan, he seems very content in life. Quite odd. He also sensed more people up top. Because Deborah had already been defeated, the Dragon Team members that had been turned to stone were now awake again. Piccolo, Caracol, no, these Namekians are very strong-willed. Krillin? Definitely too weak to really be anything of importance. And of course, those pesky Kais couldn't have their brains interfered with at all. This left Vegeta, this prince of all Saiyans, He seems like a pretty angry individual, right? Well, when he probed into his mind, he didn't really see that. Sure, Vegeta was a very stern individual, prone to anger and definitely outbursts of rage, but he had calmed down quite a bit. When Babidi looked into his mind, he saw a very content Prince of all Saiyans, one that had achieved a lot of his goals in life. He had a family, he had followers. Although they were considered equals, frankly, they were still subjects of his, the likes of this Kakarot, Raditz, and Nappa, all of which were people that appreciated him and respected him. This wasn't a Vegeta that he could corrupt in any way. Beads of sweat started going down him, and he realized, I only have one option left.
I would be worried if I didn't have one last trick up my sleeve. All of these pesky do-gooders better watch themselves. The evil wizard Babidi always has a plan.
As the Dragon Team members began to exit the room that Deborah had perished in, they heard footsteps coming from up the corridor. They stopped and began to feel a familiar presence, and as this presence rounded the corner, a look of shock came on their face. They knew that they would see him again eventually, but they didn't think it would be this way. It was none other than Cooler, Frieza's brother, standing there in his own final form, sporting an M on his forehead. My, we meet again, my dear monkeys. But this time, I'm not going to go easy on you. I'm starting out strong. Stronger than I've ever been before. Stronger than any of you individually. And I will not let you do that weird combination thing on me again. You're going to perish to Golden Cooler today. The Dragon Team prepared for battle, but as they did, they teleported the location back to the desert where they had first met Cooler, where a lot of the fights took place in the Dragon Ball universe. Joining them were the rest of the Dragon Team members that were making their way down the ship: Piccolo, Caracol, Krillin, and Kibito. But just as soon as they got on their feet again, Cooler moved into his fifth form and attacked. Chapter 21. Cooler lunged forward with a smile on his face. He began fighting the Dragon Team, and immediately they realized he wasn't much stronger than originally. However, he was a tiny bit more powerful, perhaps through a bit of training or maybe even power given to him through that M on his forehead. Whatever the case, so long as he didn't go into the golden form, they were actually going to be able to hold off pretty well. However, they could tell Cooler was just toying with them. Goku, thinking pretty quickly, decided to try and use instant transmission to get back to the arena and regroup with one person that he could fuse with. However, there was something blocking him. Some sort of darkness shrouding the area and preventing him from sensing anywhere outside of the desert. This wasn't good. Your instant transmission will not work here, Son Goku. Babidi was fully aware of this technique and knew of ways to stop it from happening. You have to stay here and fight me as is. In fact, the only person outside of the desert that knew what was going on was Dende. From the lookout, he could see everything happening. Although he couldn't sense them any longer, he knew that they were in trouble. He implored Nappa to go help, but Nappa objected.
Haha, no, little green. The Saiyans down there got it. I'll head to the tournament, though, and gather people up in case things take a turn for the worst. My job's to protect you, little man. And that's exactly what I'm gonna do.
With that, Nappa flew off, but not towards the desert, instead to the tournament arena to gather everybody up. Back in the desert, the battle was raging on. However, Cooler had still not gone golden. They were wondering why. But it dawned on Piccolo before anyone else. Telepathically, he decided to communicate what was on his mind. I can't believe I hadn't seen it before. It's obvious. He's trying to stall for time and suck out as much energy from us as he can. We need to force him into his golden form and get this battle done and over with as fast as possible. Everyone else was honestly shocked that they hadn't realized it sooner. It was true. Cooler was just buying time and letting everybody sap energy directly to freeing Majin Buu. The quicker the battle was done, the less likely it would be that Buu would be awakened. They knew what they had to do. Quickly, they began coordinating their attacks as best as they possibly could. They put Cooler so much on the back foot that he finally did go into his golden form. He didn't seem too happy about this, though. He knew that they were on to him. I suppose you monkeys aren't as idiotic as I took you for. Very well. There are more fighters on this planet Earth. If I can't gather the energy from you to free Majin Buu, I suppose I can get it from elsewhere. That being said, I suppose this shall be a close one. Golden Cooler began his assault, and immediately the tone of the battle shifted. Trying to avoid extra power leaks, it didn't help the situation that the likes of Goku and Raditz were not going into Super Saiyan 3. In terms of battle strength, Vegeta was the one putting on the best show right now, having mastered the likes of Super Saiyan 2, unlike the others out there. But it still wasn't enough. 4 Super Saiyan 2s, Piccolo and Krillin using the tricks that he possibly knew, weren't quite enough to fill the gap against a Golden Cooler. Shin and Kibito also weren't much help as well. But what about Caracol? Well, he had kind of frozen a little bit. He wasn't being as helpful. Sure, when things came his way, he was putting up a bit of a fight, but for the most part, he seemed to be lost in thought. Piccolo telepathically communicated with him as well. Caracol, what are you doing? Get your head in the game, we've got a fight to finish! But Caracol telepathically communicated back. Master, I know, but I think you know that this isn't going to go the way we need it to. Unless, of course, we do one thing. What are you talking about? What kind of a trick do you think we've got up our sleeves that we haven't yet shown? You know exactly what I'm talking about, Master. There's one thing that we Namekians can do that he wouldn't have the time to stop. That stopped Piccolo in his tracks as well. He knew exactly what Caracol was referring to. Namekian fusion. Piccolo did think about it. The power that he would get would be pretty substantial. Right now, he was still no weakling. He wasn't as strong as any of the Saiyans present, but he was someone that could give someone like Nappa a run for their money. And actually, he could really put Gohan on his toes as well. He was about as strong as a Super Saiyan 2 when they first unlock it, but that gap, it was slowly getting larger. However, the bond that he had with Caracol was pretty strong. And the stronger the bond, seemingly the more powerful the boost is. It could work, but at what cost? Putting another Namekian into his mind wasn't something that he was too keen on. He already had Nail and Kame in there as well. Even though the latter was just a rejoining of him, they become two separate beings, re-merged into one. But in the end, there was no deliberation to even be made. Piccolo had a keen mind and knew that things needed to be done as quickly as possible, so he caved and agreed. The first chance that they got, Piccolo and Caracol flew to each other, and while Golden Cooler was distracted by the 4 Saiyans, Krillin, and the 2 Kais, they combined. There was a brilliant, bright, white flash of light, and even Golden Cooler was a little blinded by it. He had no idea what had just happened, still being unable to sense Ki, and too arrogant to bother to learn such a technique, but who stood before him was a combination of Piccolo and Caracol. Still deemed Piccolo, he had kept the dominant mind, but he was a combination of the two nonetheless, and he was powerful. The bond that they had shared had indeed caused a substantial power boost, and now he was beyond the likes of a Super Saiyan 2 by a long shot. Without a word, Piccolo rocketed directly at Cooler, and Cooler, expecting not much of a challenge, was quickly surprised as a punch went firmly into his gut. This wasn't something that necessarily sent him reeling beyond compare, but it was the first time someone managed to land a punch on him like that, aside from the fusion Gogeta. And then it dawned on him. That Caracol fellow, he was nowhere to be found. Those pesky Namekians must have been up to something. Cooler started fighting back, and he had the upper hand, but it wasn't as one-sided as he expected. This version of Piccolo was certainly putting up a formidable fight. He was well beyond a Super Saiyan 2. Maybe even what's beyond that. But in the heat of the moment, Cooler forgot that he even had other opponents, and this was a mistake on his part. From behind him, he heard a scream. It was none other than Vegeta, declaring an attack. Final Flash! Golden Cooler peered behind him to see an enormous beam heading directly his way. He couldn't get out of the way, though. Piccolo kicked him directly into it. This beam seared his flesh directly from behind and put him into reality, realizing that he was not fighting a one-on-one battle at all. Although these Super Saiyan 2s weren't nearly as strong as him, they weren't anyone to stop paying attention to while fighting this formidable Namekian. It was clear to him he wasn't on the winning side right now. But that being said, this final flash may not have been the best move for Vegeta to make. You see, that released quite a bit of energy, and the one that was able to stop himself from leaking the most ki from his perfected Super Saiyan 2 move may have been the one that spelled their own doom. Off in the distance, Babidi was ecstatic, celebrating with tears of joy because he had finally done it. That final flash pushed everything just over the edge, and Majin Buu was ready to be born. Chapter 22. Nappa arrived at the arena and hastily tried to gather everyone together. He instructed them to make their way directly to the lookout, and everyone started flying away except for one. Hercule did not know how to fly, and through a little bit of argument, he accepted the fact that he was going to have to piggyback off Nappa to make it. He wasn't into the idea of parlor tricks or anything like that. In this version of the story, the Cell games never even happened, so a lot of these were first experiences for Hercule entirely. But as Nappa was flying through the air with him right on his back, he kind of came to a little bit of an acceptance that maybe some of this is real. Back at Babidi's ship, Majin Buu exited from the pod, the pink smoke billowing around him. Babidi rejoiced. He was very ecstatic. This was a huge victory for him, and in his eyes, a lot of problems had been solved. He knew that Golden Cooler individual was a pretty valuable asset to him still, keeping the Dragon Team occupied in the desert, so he decided to leave that area shrouded and take Majin Buu with him to start rampaging through the town. And that's exactly what they did. Buu was looking for some fun, and by fun, havoc definitely ensued. And a lot of the Dragon Team made it to the lookout, but Nappa was lagging behind a bit. He was still dealing with Hercule on his back, arguing when they heard explosions going off in the distance.
What was that? Hey, big fella, we gotta go check that out.
Not a chance, pal, Nappa interjected. I'm getting you directly to the lookout. What we do after that, we can figure it out. But right now, I have one mission.
Ah, come on, big guy. That city needs the champ. And a sidekick, too. Let's say we get over there and take him out together.
Nappa halted for a moment, with the sudden stop making Hercule cling twice as hard onto him. He could tell this human was afraid, but he could also tell he did want to be a hero. And Nappa was up for some fun. He knew that Dende would be upset with him too if he didn't at least put an effort into trying to help the people of Earth.
Alright, guy. We'll go check it out together. But if you call me your sidekick to anyone, I'll pummel you into the ground myself.
And with that, they started flying towards the explosions. Over in the desert, the fight had begun to slow down quite a bit. Everyone was becoming exhausted, from Cooler to the Dragon Team alike. Cooler had been injured by that final flash, but it wasn't nearly enough to finish him off, and things had turned into a bit of a stalemate.
I was unaware that you Namekians could perform a similar fusion like those monkeys over there. That seemed to have been a grave miscalculation on my part. Grave miscalculation is an understatement. If I have anything to say about it, it'll be the last miscalculation you ever do. You speak with such confidence, Namekian. I admire that. However, I do believe enough energy has been gathered by now. Do you think not?
Speaking of miscalculations, this was one on Babidi's part. He was under the impression that he had basically full control of Cooler. However, Cooler had been using him the entire time, much like how Vegeta did in the original series in order to gain the power that he needed. You see, Cooler had done the math. He kind of figured up the amount of energy that it would take in order for Buu to be freed, and he saw that his job was pretty well done. Although things had gone into a stalemate, he knew that his golden form wasn't going to last much longer. He's yet to refine it, much like Frieza did in Dragon Ball Super when he came back to life. This is still a rudimentary form that cannot be held for very long because of the stamina drain. And Cooler's no fool. He knows that it's time for him to try and make his leave again. And he also knew exactly what to say to get the Dragon Team riled up in time for him to make his escape. The Dragon Team was worried. This did come as a shock to them, completely forgetting that during this battle, their energy needed to be preserved, and they did not really do a good job at it. They had expended an enormous amount of energy throughout this fight, and surely it was enough for Majin Buu to be brought back to life. Everyone was cursing themselves, especially Shin and Kibito, but in this moment of chaos, Cooler made his escape. Piccolo, without a second thought, went in pursuit, but the rest of the team were lagging behind. They didn't really know what to do. Should they stay behind? They still couldn't feel anything going on. And they decided they would pursue for a little bit, but they needed to think of something quickly. Back at the city, Nappa arrived on the scene with Hercule on his back. The sight that they saw was actually pretty surprising. The little potato man was riding this pink blob and causing destruction and mayhem everywhere. But Boo seemed to be having fun with it. He hardly seemed like a villain, just a toddler causing a bunch of damage without even intending to do so.
Hey, you over there! You need to stop hurting people!
Boo looked over at the person speaking to him and locked eyes with Hercule. And in an instant, he was right in his face. But there didn't seem to be a lot of malice going on. And in fact, the only person that seemed truly angry was Bobbity, for jerking him several feet over in order to mate with him.
Oh, hi! I'm Boo! Who are you?
Hercule was definitely afraid, but he tried to suck it up to be the hero that he needed to be.
I'm Hercule, the world martial arts champion, and it's nice to meet you, Boo.
Bobbity couldn't hold his anger in any longer.
Enough of this prattle, Boo! Kill them!
Although Boo was a little annoyed, he did move to kind of comply. But he saw it as more of playtime than anything. Nappa, however, stepped up to the plate, immediately going into Super Saiyan and fighting Majin Buu. But the fight wasn't even close. Boo was toying with him, laughing the entire time. Nappa was getting a little angry and eventually decided that he needed to go into Super Saiyan 2 just to keep up. And when he did, it was a lot more even. The older Saiyan was keeping up with this pink blob pretty well, but it was still getting under his skin. Boo just kept laughing about it. He saw it as nothing but a game. Nappa was glancing around and seeing places destroyed. This person, he could really be a menace, and he still couldn't feel where the rest of the Dragon team was. But he needed to do something right then and there. Hercule was yelling, however. In that short instance, he could see that Boo was actually just being controlled by this other guy. It wasn't really his decision to go around hurting people, and it didn't take him long to realize Boo wasn't necessarily a bad guy. He's just someone that needed different guidance. Another issue was arising too. Nappa was starting to draw his breaths heavier and heavier as he became more exhausted, but Boo, his energy seemed to be endless. Eventually, he started to get way too worn out to keep up with Boo anymore, and Boo started to get a little bored.
That was fun, but Boo bored now. I make you into candy.
Before Nappa could even respond, a beam was shot directly at him, and he was turned into chocolate. Boo waltzed over, picked up the candy bar, and ate it. And this was to the horror of Hercule, but he tried to keep it in the back of his mind that this was not Boo's fault. He was still being controlled. Bobbity spouted orders for him to kill Hercule next, but Boo seemed a little conflicted.
Boo don't want to hurt Hercule. Hercule Boo's friend.
That's right. I'm your friend, Boo. And that little guy over there, he's the mean one. You should take care of him.
Bobbity was floored by this. He thought it was hilarious that Hercule would even suggest that he be the one taken out. But the laughter turned into shock as he saw Boo indeed turn around and go directly after him. It didn't take much for Boo to break free from Bobbity's spells, and when he did, Bobbity's life was cut abruptly short. Hercule would have thought of another method to take him out, but I guess he would take that one. However, Nappa was gone, and this was sad. How was he going to explain this to his friends? He had no idea, but at the very least, this powerful fighter right there is now on their side. But as Boo and Hercule were getting to chat, someone came out of the rubble. No one of sheer importance, but someone armed and angry that their city had just been destroyed. They took a look at Hercule and Boo and saw them both as bad guys if they were talking with each other, and he aimed his gun directly at Hercule, firing and injuring him. Boo saw this happen, and he became angry. He went over and disarmed the person, not killing them, because he wasn't too keen on doing that. However, he swatted him away, and he went back to Hercule, healing him, and much like in the original series, this anger buildup caused smoke to billow out of him. Evil Boo popped out, and a fight took place much like it did in the original, with the result being Super Boo being born. Meanwhile, at the desert, the shroud that was surrounding them finally lifted. As they were in pursuit of Cooler, they felt an enormous power off in the distance, and they realized they were indeed too late.
Divide and conquer seemed to be the only viable strategy left, with nobody there to defend the area the Buu was around. Piccolo and Gohan continued their pursuit of Cooler, while Goku, Vegeta, and Raditz made their way using instant transmission to Buu's location. Krillin decided to head to the lookout because he felt some powers there and wanted to know what was happening. Perhaps his wife was there. It was the hope that he had. Kibito followed Piccolo and Gohan while Shin went with the three Saiyans, and the trio of Saiyans along with him arrived on the scene to see chaos ensued right before their eyes. What they saw before them shocked them. This person, this pink foe, wasn't anything that they expected, but was 10 times as destructive as what they'd anticipated. Shin was aghast at what he saw before him. This was even worse than he had ever remembered. But the Saiyans stood confident. Surely the three of them combined could take out this foe.
Chapter 23. The three Saiyans stood there staring at this menacing foe. Destruction all around them as they saw the horrors that were brought by this new foe. Super Buu just stared back though, grinning from what I could only call an ear to ear. Are those ears? They must be. That's beside the point.
All people wish to have fun with Super Buu? Super Buu shall have fun with you. We're not here to play games with ugly freaks like you. We're here to put you down.
Buu locked eyes with Vegeta angrily.
Buu no freak! You freak! Buu kill you now!
The three Saiyans were in Super Saiyan 2, but when Buu began to charge at them, Goku and Raditz both powered up to Super Saiyan 3. There was no longer a need to withhold their power, so it was time to go all out. Shin watched in awe. He was amazed at this. They were clearly holding back before, and now that they've got all this power backing them, what are the odds that they could possibly lose? Back in the desert, Piccolo and Gohan were becoming frustrated. It seemed as though Cooler had finally learned techniques that let him suppress his power, and it was making it difficult for him to be tracked. This was coupled by the fact that Kibito kept nagging them about more urgent matters. He didn't see the threat that Golden Cooler could be. His mind was 100% on Buu and the threat that could come from that. But Piccolo and Gohan weren't hearing it right now. They needed to find Cooler. Over at the lookout, Krillin finally arrived, and much to his joy, he saw his wife right there with their child. And there were several others as well, including none other than Recoome, who was slowly coming back to consciousness and missing the M that used to be on his forehead.
Guys? Why did you bring him here? I really feel like he shouldn't know the location of the lookout.
Calm down, sweetie. We were gonna leave him there, but the kids really took a liking to him. They were pretty adamant about him coming, and I just can't say no to them. When Recoome regained consciousness, he was pretty sad about everything that he had done. He had full memory of his actions, and he was regretful.
Recoome is sorry for his actions. Recoome does not know what came over him. Recoome was saddened by the loss of his comrades, and spending years alone on the planet Earth. So, Recoome sadly gave in to the temptation of the little potato man, and the promises that he had given Recoome.
That's great and all, but where is my dad? Lashed out Videl, angrily wondering where her father had gone. Last they had known, Hercule was right on Nappa's back, and they were just behind them. However, they never made it back to the lookout. Krillin felt around for power signatures, but Hercule was too weak to spot himself, and Nappa, well, he couldn't be sensed anywhere. Back in the city, a terrified Hercule was running for his life, trying to avoid every single blow that was coming his way. As Super Buu was coming in exchanges with the three powerful Saiyans, havoc was being wreaked everywhere. Goku, however, eventually noticed that Hercule was there, terrified for his life, and he quickly made his way over and instant transmissioned him to the lookout to safety. Before he could leave, though, everyone was bombarding him with questions. He felt the power signatures over at the battle and realized that Raditz and Vegeta together were doing very well against Super Buu. In fact, it seemed as though they had a bit of an upper hand, so he decided to answer some questions and remain for a little bit. Back at the battlefield, Super Buu was becoming incredibly frustrated. Remember, in this version of the story, Vegeta and Raditz made a heck of a tag team, and they were showing off their skills in full swing. Seriously, they weren't even missing a beat. Super Buu was getting ragdolled around while Shin was cheering on the sidelines. Bits and pieces of him were getting smacked off of him left and right. Super Boo was becoming more and more angry as the battle progressed, and he realized that he was not getting the upper hand whatsoever. But eventually, a grin showed up on his face. Shin was confused, as was Vegeta and Raditz. But then, something shocking happened. A pink blob clung directly to Vegeta's leg. In a panic, Raditz moved to attempt to stop it from happening, but through the distraction, he didn't realize Super Boo was right on him. He got kicked directly into the ground, and Vegeta was promptly absorbed by Boo. Shin stood there in horror. Of course this was going to happen. He knew it would. He had watched it himself in the past. And yet, he fell for it anyway. Cursing under his breath, he kai-kai'd directly to Raditz and took him directly to the lookout after that. All around the world, they felt the power grow. From the lookout to the desert, all of the Dragon team felt this power surge as Vegeta was absorbed directly into Boo. In the desert, Kibito scolded Piccolo and Gohan, and they had no words to rebuttal. He was right. They had underestimated this threat. Now what were they to do? He had an idea. He mentioned to them training that could be done in the world of the Kais, and both of them agreed to it. Gohan and Piccolo were whisked away. Over at the lookout, Shin was pacing back and forth frantically. He had no idea what to do. Goku didn't seem worried, however. Sure, he was sad about what had just happened to Vegeta, and learning of the fate of apparently Nappa as well. But he knew that they had an ace up their sleeve. Fusion, of course. During the time that he had been alive ever since a couple years after the Cell games, he had taught Raditz the fusion dance. The two of them together had gotten pretty good at it. But the kids interjected. They wanted to know what the heck this fusion dance was, and why it was kept from them. So Goku, being as casual as he is, agreed to teach it to them. They didn't have the time, though. Shin rebuked them again, but he shut him down, promptly letting him know that the time chamber is always an option. Although only 2 people were supposed to go into it, if they're only in it for a little bit, it's not going to be that bad. So Goku decides to take the 3 kids into the time chamber with him. However, Kine elects to stay behind, sticking with her father just in case Boo does happen to show up. The 2 of them together could be a bit of a duo and hold him off for as long as they need to. She didn't really have an understanding of just how much time was going to pass in the time chamber, but she was pretty firm in it. So Goku took Goten and Trunks into the time chamber with him to teach them the fusion dance. But will it be in time? Chapter 24. On the lookout, Shin felt it when Kibito took Gohan and Piccolo and left the planet Earth. He automatically assumed that they were going to the world of the Kais and decided that training them might be the best option, and he had to be there for it. So he took his leave, and the rest of the Dragon team awaited Goku and the others in the time chamber. Dende peered over the lookout with a saddened look on his face. He could feel the lives all around the planet Earth fading from existence, and he was called back to the memory of Nappa, one of the first victims of Majin Buu, and somebody that he had grown quite fond of. Even the laughter of Marin and Kine playing with a newly conscious raccoon couldn't brighten his mood. Raditz saw this and walked over to Dende, putting a hand on his shoulder.
Tiny Kame, try not to worry yourself. My brother will fix this. Think back to Namek and the things that he's accomplished. You know it as well as I do. This world is going to be fine. He will ensure it. We all will.
Dende looked away from over the lookout to see the Dragon team members behind him. There were still several of them there. Very powerful beings, and a lot of which had come together thanks to the likes of Goku. He realized Raditz has a good point. Things do usually end up turning out perfectly fine for the planet Earth, and oftentimes, even if some of it is caused by Goku, it tends to end up just fine. So Dende concedes and walks away from the edge of the lookout. Hey, spiky hair man, you really think we're gonna make it out of this? Raditz twirled around angrily to see who just said that to him. He saw Android 17 hovering in the air right above him.
17! I have a name, you know. And of course I think he can. I know he can.
Alright, chill out, big guy. I was just wondering. I believe you. That Goku guy. Even I tried to kill him a while ago and I couldn't do it. I'm sure we're gonna be just fine. But, just to be safe, I figured I'd take a break from being a park ranger to come help out. You know,
If you could use my help, that is. I'm sure you're so much stronger with your flashy Super Saiyan 2.
I actually have Super Saiyan 3 now, so there's that.
Oh, Super Saiyan 3! Ridiculous. Raditz was enraged, but before he could get another word in, 17 just kind of walked off towards 18 to catch up. Meanwhile, down in the cities, Majin Buu was wreaking havoc, and it didn't go unnoticed. There was a Dragon Team member that hadn't really made an appearance yet. It was Tien, and he decided that he was going to try and hold Buu off. The chaos had gotten so far and wide that even he could notice it, visually, not necessarily even needing to sense that Buu was around, and he felt Vegeta's energy in him. He knew that things were getting really rough, so he decided to utilize his Tri-Beam and try to hold Buu at bay for as long as he possibly could. The rest of the Dragon Team up the lookout noticed this immediately. They could tell Buu was being held off somehow, but who was doing it? They felt Tien's signature and decided they had to do something. Much as Tien did in the original series against Cell, he was putting him into a crater with Tri-Beam after Tri-Beam, making himself weaker with every single attack, but not letting up for even a second. Buu couldn't get a move in edgewise. He couldn't get out of that crater, but this wasn't something that Tien could hold on to forever. The rest of the Dragon Team scrambled. They needed to act now in order to save Tien. They couldn't lose another person. Raditz gathered 17 and 18, and the three of them used instant transmission to get to the battlefield. Meanwhile, on the world of the Kais, Gohan and Piccolo were both wielding the Z-Sword. The two of them were able to wield it fairly with ease after a set amount of training had been completed. However, it inevitably broke, freeing an elderly Kai. Much like in the original series, he offered to give them Ultimate, but Gohan was the only one to accept at the moment. Piccolo decided that a day might be too long, so he elected to continue training there for the time being until he was needed back on Earth, but Gohan would receive Ultimate just as he did in the original series. If there were enough time, he might take up that Ultimate offer as well, but for now, they were just going to see how things played out. In the time chamber, the fusion dance was taught to Trunks and Goten with relative ease, with Goku not frantically having to leave the world because he was still alive in this version of the story. He was able to take his time and calmly explain to them the entire process. They successfully learned how to do it, and Gotenks was born, with spare time to train in their eyes. They had no idea what was going on in the outside world, so they took to training, and they trained hard and fast. They didn't have a full year to do it, with 3 of them in the time chamber instead of 2. That being said, Goku quickly realized that Gotenks, as a fused unit, could utilize the Saiyan potential a lot better than the 2 of them alone. Quickly, Gotenks unlocked the likes of Super Saiyan 3, and he did it kind of laughably. It took Goku so long, years, decades to unlock potential like that, and they did it as mere children. This powerful fusion drove Goku to grow even stronger as well. Even though the Super Saiyan 3 state could only be maintained in a fusion for a little bit, it was definitely a heck of a sparring partner to go against. So, blissfully unaware of what was going on in the outside world, they decided to push the limits and stay there as long as they possibly could. It wouldn't be a full year, but the Dragon Team on the outside had to play the waiting game for even longer than they would have liked. And the waiting game was turning out to be pretty painful. This version of Buu that had absorbed Vegeta was quite the powerhouse. But the fight wasn't horribly one-sided. Raditz was only in Super Saiyan 2, trying to conserve energy as best as he could, but Android 17 was surprisingly picking up a lot of the slack. It turned out he had been growing stronger over the years since the Android saga, and he was certainly able to put up even against maybe a Super Saiyan 3.
That Saiyan over there runs out of energy fairly easily. However, you seem to be like me, Majin Buu. I can tell you have unlimited energy. That being said, can you stand up to this?
Majin Buu fired a final flash right at Android 17, but when the smoke cleared, he realized 17 was not injured at all. He had a barrier up, and it protected him from the entire attack. Buu wasn't really angered by this though. Although he was failing to get a killing blow on any of them, none of them particularly had the upper hand on him, and so long as he wasn't getting his face kicked in repeatedly by somebody that just had immeasurable strength over him, he found it quite fun.
Boo was looking for a challenge, and he was certainly getting one, and with that, it meant that the distraction could last for even longer. That being said, Vegeta being absorbed by Boo meant that Boo now had his intelligence and his battle prowess. His tactical advantage was pretty sound against the likes of people like 17 and 18, who were still not much more than street brawlers. Although 17 had grown very powerful and honed his skills quite a bit, 18 hadn't really improved herself too much. She had focused more on being a mother over this time, and so she was kind of the weak link at the moment. This was something that she figured after this battle she would certainly need to improve on, but the chance may not come, because when he got the opportunity, Boo finally turned her into candy first. He didn't really get to celebrate the victory because immediately 17 and Raditz were on him again, but the weak link had been exploited, and suddenly they were slowly going onto the back foot. However, the battle was halted when a familiar presence could be felt again. Goku had exited the time chamber with the children right behind him, and immediately he used instant transmission with them in tow to enter the battle. Boo had a smile on his face. That itch to battle Goku was just so strong. There was something about Vegeta inside of him. It almost compelled him. However, Goku kind of stepped back a little bit, and the two kids stepped forward. They began this ridiculous dance. Boo laughed at it. He had no idea what was going on. But then, something clicked in his head. He realized through some of Vegeta's memories that, oh no, it couldn't be that. But it was. Suddenly, a bright flash of light occurred and Gotenks entered the fight. He immediately went into Super Saiyan and started going after Boo. And Boo, thinking that this child wasn't going to be much at all, was sorely mistaken. He didn't immediately have an upper hand, but Boo was not able to just swat him away like a fly. Quickly though, Gotenks realized he needed to amp up his game. He went into Super Saiyan 2, not 3, knowing that he needed to maintain it for a little bit longer. That way the fusion wouldn't end. You see, through this training with Goku, they had mastered the art of the fusion dance, knowing just how long they had with each form, and they realized that Super Saiyan 3 was when they needed a sudden killing blow. Eventually, the opportunity arose and Gotenks amped up the fight to Super Saiyan 3 and immediately started charging at Boo, expecting this to be a quick end. However, it wasn't. They didn't expect the fact that Boo had one last trick up his sleeve. You see, if you'll remember a while back, you'll notice that Vegeta, during his time on Yardrat, did not learn the technique of instant transmission. Deciding to go a different route from Goku, he decided to learn something separate. Spirit Fission, and he utilized it here. As Gotenks went in for a punch, Boo absolutely tanked it, taking it directly in his chest, but wrapping his body around him. He used Spirit Fission and pulled Gotenks apart, back into their base forms of Goten and Trunks. Surprised, they had no idea what was going on, and promptly they were absorbed. Goku, Raditz, and 17 stood there in shock. Now what are they going to do? They could obviously try to do the fusion dance again, but if Boo managed to land a solid hit, or they made physical contact at all, Spirit Fission could just pull them apart again. It didn't seem like a viable option. Over in the world of the Kais, Gohan and Piccolo knew what was going on. But Gohan's training hadn't been completed yet, and Piccolo realized that with Spirit Fission on the table, he was virtually useless in this battle as well. His power came from being fused as a Namekian, with other Namekians such as Caracol, Nail, and Kame back into himself. If any of them were pulled out of his body, he would be a fraction in power compared to his original. And that wouldn't do. He'd be useless. They needed to think of a different plan, but what could they possibly do? Piccolo turned to Gohan and gazed at his training. It seemed for now that was the only viable hope that they knew of. Chapter 25.
I can't believe it. That could have been my daughter. It isn't any better that it isn't mine, but... What? What are we supposed to do now, Kakarot?
Raditz was seething in anger. To put these children in danger like that, all for a victory that never even came, it wasn't something he could understand. Goku, he didn't seem too angered about it though. In fact, he was fairly stoic, as if he was still thinking, trying to formulate another strategy. as if his own child being absorbed wasn't something that he even needed to register right now. But then he spoke up. Raditz, I know it's in our Saiyan nature to get angry about this, but we can't afford that right now. We've lost too many people, and believe me, I'm just as mad as you are. But we can't afford to make these mistakes anymore. We're gonna fix this, but we have to work together. 17, can you hold him off for a little bit?
Ha ha ha! 17 holds me off all by himself? He couldn't even handle me with his sister and your brother. What makes you think that alone he can do anything? But fair enough. If you have another plan, I want the challenge. Go ahead. I'll fight 17 alone.
You heard that ugly pink blob. I guess I am worthy enough to try and hold him off alone. But you need to remember something, Goku. I just lost my sister, so I'm a little angry too. So the next idea that you come up with, well, it needs to be the one that succeeds. Goku gave 17 a firm nod before he put 2 fingers onto his head. It took him a little bit to focus, to figure out where he was going, but eventually he disappeared, and shortly thereafter, Raditz did as well. They appeared on the world of the Kais next to Piccolo, feeling his presence with relative ease given his strength. From there, they observed the battle between 17 and Vegeta while they tried to formulate a plan. 17 was actually holding his own quite well. They were entirely unaware of the fact that he had learned how to fight a little bit better by himself, so the teamwork tactics were actually bogging him down a bit. But they could also tell that this wasn't going to last forever, so they needed to figure out something pretty quickly.
I know for a fact I'm significantly stronger than him right now, but Vegeta's spirit vision technique really does put me into a bind. Honestly, if I had the time to do it, I'd go to Planet Yard Rat and learn it for myself right now. But I don't. Right now, it seems like Gohan's the only hope.
As of right now, Gohan's training is not yet done. There should be only about an hour left. But I think I might have an idea in order to stall for more time. Shin took off his earrings. If one person places one of these earrings onto their left ear, and another onto the right, they will be fused together. But, unlike the Metamorum fusion that you've used thus far, it is meant to be permanent. It might be harder for spirit vision to be used on it. Unlike in the original series, not a lot of debate had to be had here. Raditz and Goku were definitely willing to do it. For the sake of Earth, their kids and everyone else being saved, this could definitely be a viable option, at least to buy some time. They agree, and each of them grab an earring. But some of the words that Piccolo had said hung on Goku's ears. He remembered that thought, spirit vision. What if they had known it themselves? What if they could pull them out of them? It was something for him to keep in mind. Maybe, just maybe, there was something they could do themselves about it. They each put on an earring and their bodies began to fly towards each other. Through a brilliant flash of light, Raditz was born. Back on Earth, Android 17 had made a terrible mistake. A miscalculation in his attack that left him wide open, and Vegeta was about to take advantage of the situation. Just as he tried, however, he was promptly shut down by a hand, stopping him right in his tracks. He looked around to see a new foe, but he immediately recognized some familiar features.
Is this another fusion to fight me? How did you not learn your lesson the first time, Saiyans? Which ones are you? Kakarot and Raditz? I thought as much. Learn your lesson.
Vegeta attempted to use spirit vision on them, but they moved away too quickly. As he attempted to close the gap again, he was smacked in the face with a double sundae. And every single time he tried to get closer, it was just distance attack after distance attack. He couldn't catch him. And as time drug on and on, he was wondering how long this fusion was going to last. Raditz, seemingly out of nowhere, was bragging over and over again. He was taunting Buu, and let it slip that this fusion was permanent. Vegeta's knowledge of fusion made him aware that the Metamorum fusion was temporary, so it wasn't something to even try and absorb to begin with. But a permanent fusion? Oh, this is enticing. Raditz seemed to be getting cockier throughout the battle, amping himself into Super Saiyan and just pummeling Buu. But he wasn't as careful anymore. He was letting Buu get closer and closer as he was attempting to taunt him and just utterly destroy his character. Every single bit of Buu's ego was being chipped away at him, and he was becoming unbelievably frustrated. Heck, he got so cocky at one point that he even got turned into candy and was still pummeling Buu. A jawbreaker was destroying this pink blob, this monstrosity that was, just moments ago, undefeatable. But Boo did have a backup plan. As he was fighting Android 17, he realized that whatever was going to come at him next could very well be an answer that would be able to defeat him. And if it is someone that has the potential to defeat him, it may also be someone that's worthy of being absorbed to increase his own power. When Boo got the chance, he enacted his plan and managed to absorb Raditz, much like Vegeta was in the original series. But this was Goku's secret plan all along, hoping that somehow, some way, they would have the power to remain conscious within Boo and rescue the people inside. Was it a dumb plan? Absolutely. But did it work? Of course it did. Events proceed much like they do in the original series, except in Vegeta's place, Raditz was. They managed to get everyone out of Boo's body and escape just as Kid Boo was beginning to be born. As Goku and Raditz stood there confused, Shin appeared with Piccolo and Gohan in tow. The newly born Kid Boo immediately began charging up an attack capable of destroying the planet several times over. That's the Kid Boo I remember, the one that devastated all of the Kais millions of years ago. This is what he does. He's irrational. He acts like a child. We need to stop him. If not here, then we need to draw him to the world of the Kais.
No more retreating. This may be the Kame in me speaking, but there's still people on Earth alive. We need to protect them. We need to restore the Earth to what it was, not let it get destroyed and retreat again. Let's finish this now. There's plenty of us here.
Shin looked at Piccolo with amazement at his resolve, and the rest of the Dragon Team nodded their heads in agreement. The Planet Burst attack was let loose just as the Dragon Team made their way right to Kid Boo. Piccolo diverted his attention to stop it in its tracks, while Goku, Ultimate Gohan, and Raditz went after Kid Boo themselves. Chapter 26. Kid Boo saw the three Saiyans approaching, but even he was too slow to respond. Gohan reached him first, having unlocked Ultimate and becoming significantly stronger than the other two. Before Kid Boo could even react, he was being ragdolled around. All the while, Piccolo was giving his all to push back the ball. It was right up against him, and it was singeing his skin, but he kept regenerating as it happened, and slowly but surely, he managed to lift it back up and slowly push it away from him. With a mighty yell, he finally managed to chuck it directly into space. And all the while, Vegeta and the others that had been absorbed by Boo finally came to. 17 grabbed the children and took them back to the lookout, while Vegeta stood there in astonishment. A smile formed on his face as he looked upon the battle. He saw three Saiyans handling the situation with ease and was pretty prideful of their accomplishments. And this Gohan, especially, this hybrid Saiyan had become so powerful, it was definitely a new rival in the making. Back at the battle, the three Saiyans were wailing on Kid Boo, but they realized that he just kept regenerating. They had to finish this.
I think we need to eradicate his entire body, just like we did with Cell. We need to kick him into the sky and finish the job, otherwise we'll take the Earth along with him.
Raditz made a good point. Goku and Gohan nodded in agreement and they set the plan in motion. It was almost too easy. They kicked him into the sky and did just that. A father, son, and brother Kamehameha. Yes, even Raditz used a Kamehameha. He thought it was fitting for the situation. Bye, Kid Boo. I'm sorry that we only got this one fight. I wish that your heart was a little more pure so that we could have made you good. But maybe I'll come across you again in another life. Kid Boo's body disintegrated as Goku made his wish, and he was no more. They had won, and after a short amount of time they gathered the Dragon Balls and reconvened at the lookout. The victory was bittersweet. They knew that they had won, but at a very close margin. The entire planet Earth was almost eradicated, and they narrowly stopped it. This definitely wasn't something that they should just be celebrating without a second thought. But for now, it was a victory, and it was one that they deserved to celebrate. So, they did. They partied at the lookout from night till day, and everyone was there. Even Hercule was having fun, coming to grips with the reality that these powers are real, that his own daughter could fly, and that everyone there was significantly stronger than even him. He even talked to Nappa a little bit and tried to apologize, but Nappa just embraced him with a hug. Don't worry about it, buddy. You were right. We needed to do our best, and you lit a fire under my butt that I couldn't ignore. Being turned into chocolate was a little weird, but I'd do it again any day. At another part of the lookout, Krillin was staring uneasily at Raccoon, who was playing with all of the kids. 18 came up to him to see what was wrong. Well, I don't know how I feel about Raccoon playing with them. He tried to kill Gohan years ago. What if he goes back to his evil ways again? I think you're thinking a little too much into this, sweetie. You need to remember, every single one of those kids could kill Raccoon without a second thought. Honestly, if they roughhouse with him a little too much, he might just die now. I think you need to realize that our kids are capable of taking care of themselves. Didn't you once say that you and Goku were just children when you were around saving the world from the Red Ribbon Army years ago? Well, yeah, but... Well, I suppose you're right. But listen, I think that it's about time for me to get back into my training. I've let it go, but Earth might need me again one day. I know I'm just a human, but... But nothing, Krillin. Being a human isn't a handicap. You are nothing short of a hero, and never forget that. It's one of the reasons I fell for you. Just as she did when they first encountered each other, she leaned in and gave him a kiss on the cheek, then walked away. Elsewhere at the party, two stoic figures stood beside each other. Piccolo and Vegeta were both mulling in the previous events. Eventually, though, Vegeta decided to break the silence.
You're usually the quiet one of the group, but this is a new level. What's going on with you, Namekian? Spill it! What do you care, Vegeta? We won. Why don't you go celebrate with everyone else? Believe it or not, I've actually come to respect you as a fighter. Even if you do gain your power through fusion, which I see as a bit of a cheap way out, I do still respect you. So out with it. Tell me what the problem is.
Piccolo thought about it for a moment and decided to go ahead and share with Vegeta.
That's exactly it. Fusion. I didn't want to fuse with Caracol. Now I can feel his mind inside of me, and not only is it a bit much, but it makes me sad that he's not his own being anymore. It's a little bit different than it was with Nail and with Kame. Kame, he was supposed to be with me. The two of us were meant to be one. But Nail, he was almost dead. There really was no option. He was either going to be gone or part of me. Caracol, though, he was still fully there. He had an opportunity to live a life on his own. Now, he's stuck inside of me, and I can't help but be a little sad about that. Sure, it was the victory that we needed. It was the only way for us to stop Cooler, but at the cost, it's just a bit much. So you're telling me you don't want him to remain a part of you? That you want to split up? Well, yeah,
And Piccolo realized, that's right. Spirit fission. Vegeta could do it, pull them apart. He had realized it when it was Vegeta that was the threat. It was the reason that he didn't intervene, but somehow, after Kid Buu was born, it just kind of slipped his mind. Victory was the only thing that was at the forefront, and with that happening, he just totally forgot that that option was on the table, now that Vegeta's back.
Yes, if it isn't too much trouble to ask, please, Vegeta, I would appreciate it. Don't get your turbans in a bunch, Namekian. I'm happy to do it for you. Besides, I have to say, I respect you not wanting to stick with the easy way out.
With that, Vegeta put a hand on Piccolo and out popped Caracol, back in one piece. One person saw this and took note of it. It was the Elder Kai, and when he got the chance, he approached Piccolo and offered him a second time to receive the ultimate training. And, this time, he agreed. Caracol, on the other hand, declined going to the planet of the Kais. He needed a little bit of space, and he decided now was the opportunity to head back to planet Namek. It was time for him to reconnect with his brethren and be a protector just in case he's needed again. With Cooler still out there, Namek could be in danger because Dragon Balls are a target no matter what planet they're on. Piccolo and Caracol embraced, and Caracol let him know that if he's ever needed again, he would come back to Earth in a heartbeat. They are family. And, with them being one, even for a little bit of time, they had a connection that simply couldn't be severed. Out in space, Cooler was licking his wounds. With himself being freed from the mind control of Babidi, he came to realize the Dragon Team was right. Even though he thought that he was in control, it turned out he was just a pawn in the grand plan the entire time. And realizing this, he still wanted to take the Dragon Team down, but he realized that he needed to go in his own way next time. So, he finally made plans to meet back up with the remnants of the Frieza Force and the Cold Force and rein them in as his own power. A few days after the celebration, Caracol arrived on New Namek with a few people with him. Goku, Raditz, Vegeta, and Gohan were accompanying him, and Goku was carrying something in his hand. It was a scouter, the one Monedo had given him. Hey, Elder Mori! Is Monedo here? I kinda want to have a word with him. Elder Mori gestured for them to follow him, and as they were walking, he lined himself up with Vegeta.
Vegeta, I believe I owe you an apology. I had been made under the impression that you had slaughtered an entire village of my people, and I had sullied your name as such. I've come to know that it wasn't you that did it. It was merely other Frieza Force people, and I'd mistaken you for one of them.
No need to worry. Believe me, back then, if I had needed to do it, I would have for the sake of getting a Dragon Ball. So you don't owe me anything, not even an apology. My heart was definitely in that place back then.
Nevertheless, I can tell that your heart is not there now, and that is what is important. You have definitely come to be a respectable person, and I'm glad and honored to have you on the planet Namek.
Vegeta gave a nod to Mori and they arrived at Moneto's home. Granola and Moneto were both there to greet them, but it didn't take long for Moneto to realize why they were there. He saw the scouter in Goku's hands.
Oh, yes. It's about that time, isn't it? I'm glad to see you're finally ready. And I'm also glad you want to hear it with me present. It will be an honor to hear his voice again.
With a little bit of tinkering, they got the scouter to work, and Goku finally heard it. His father's voice. Bardock talking. The words, they didn't matter so much as what was behind them. At least, not to him. But to Vegeta, well, it did mean a lot as well. Raditz was the only one to tear up, though. The voice of his father was something that he remembered, and he hadn't heard it in decades. It definitely made him emotional. Gohan, he empathized. He had never known Bardock, never even come across him, but he knew in his heart that this was his grandfather speaking, so although it didn't really affect him in particular, he did have a soft spot when he saw Raditz break out. Through these words, Goku learned a lesson about Saiyan pride. He had come to see it a little bit more than in the original series, but never fully came to grips with it. He finally saw all of the speeches that Vegeta always went on with as something of importance, not just something to be dismissed. Meanwhile, Vegeta also started to see Goku's side of things, that Saiyan pride isn't necessarily arrogance. And although he had been learning this lesson through time more than in the original, it was still something for him to gain more knowledge of. He thought to Nappa, Raditz, and Goku and the accomplishments that they had made, how strong they had become, and this was the kind of pride that he should have been focusing on. Not pride in his own personal power, per se, but pride in the Saiyan race as a whole, and what they can do. The recording stopped, and there was a silence in the air for a while. Everyone mulled over the words that they had just heard, but as time passed, some people started to look around a little bit. Goku in particular laid eyes on something specific. The other item that Moneto had brought back from the planet Cereal, the one Dragon Ball. He wondered to himself if anyone had ever found the other one on planet Cereal. But on planet Cereal, a somber scene had been set. The entire planet was laid to devastation by the likes of Elec and his crew. They realized Moneto had a set of Dragon Balls for them to conquer. And even though he had left the planet, surely something had been left behind. And through a lot of effort and a lot of destruction, they had located the other Dragon Ball. But on the world of the Kais, things were very different. Piccolo was there, finished with his training and coming to grips with his new power. He could barely even tell the new power he had achieved, but through a little bit of demonstration, he realized he was even stronger than when he was fused with Caracol. But even though his potential was unlocked, he knew growth was still bound to happen. There was never any stopping. And one day, Cooler would return to Earth, and he would definitely be the one to put an end to him. But little did he realize, Cooler isn't the only force that could destroy Earth on a whim. In another part of the universe, a cat stirs in his sleep, a powerful cat capable of destroying planets with ease. And, as he slept, he had a dream of the Super Saiyan God. And that's where we're going to be leaving things for right now. To those of you that are still around, thank you so much for sticking with this series, and with this channel in general. I really appreciate every one of you. I will never stop reminding you of that, and I hope you're all looking forward to future videos. If you're curious to know of any way to support the channel, I don't ask for anything monetary. All I ask is that you leave likes, comments, and share the videos with your friends. It really helps the channel out more than you know, and the more subscribers we get, the larger the community can be. So let's shoot for 1,000 subscribers. That's what I really want to see. I want to see plenty of people there so that we can all have some fun together. And, guys, if you're just with us here for the first time, you don't have to wait for the next part. here is the beginning of Super in What If Raditz Fought Goku at Kame House. And I'll catch you there. Bye.